How much snow is it?
I
For
got
us,
about
a lot.
What?
About 6 to 8. Not that much.
I got about 2 feet in Highlands Ranch. It's crazy.
Right. Pretty on target then, it sounds like.
Yeah, and it's still coming down pretty good.
I was
Hopefully
told
everyone
that,
had a safe
Megan,
commute or no commute. Yeah,
I was told that the PUC had a powder day policy.
depends on where you are. It's a banner day for Eldora, looks like.
Yeah, too bad nobody can get there.
But the few who did, boy. Okay. So let's see. Do we have a court reporter with us?
Yes.
Hi, Harriet. Thank you. All right. Anything this morning before we go on the record? I was going to talk y'all through some of what I'm thinking for witness order, especially tomorrow's a pretty complicated day. I think this can be off the record. Just want everybody to be aware of what to expect as we move forward. So let me see. Sorry, I've got a million things open here. Okay, so today we'll finish up Gardner. We'll go to Quillian and Mark. I know Hagland has some, and that'll be it for the company. It looks to me that Hagland has some restrictions tomorrow morning. So Mr. Smith, I think we're gonna make a call when we get later today. If it looks like we can get Hagland started and finished today, I'll put him on. If we can't, I'll probably skip him to the other staff witnesses until we get to tomorrow afternoon. I don't want to have him half done. That'd be a little funny. So we'll make a call on Hagland as we get closer in the day. If we skip him, we'll go to Sufiani and then run down the order from there to fill up our time today.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner.
And Mr. Smith, it just said morning he's unavailable. So is it like after the lunch break he's available, or is there more precise time I should know about tomorrow?
Let me check on that. My understanding was also that it was morning, but let me check with him and see about that.
Okay, thanks. That would be helpful. Okay, so then tomorrow is Friday, which is very exciting. So assuming we get to Hagland today, I was gonna run down the order more or less, but then there will be some changes. So I was gonna go with Sufiani and Lemaire to the extent I still have questions for him at that point. We take him then. Then, and sorry, I have a new list, so I'm trying to like go back and reference where this varies from the old list. Then I was gonna go to Shea in Denver, then Elam, then Lush, and that probably puts Copeland after 11, which was a requirement for Copeland's schedule. So assuming we get to 11 by then, I'd put Copeland on.
And Commissioner,
yeah.
apologies. I just spoke with Eric Hagland, and he says that he should be fine after the lunch break. His unavailability is only for the morning.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Some shuffle Friday if he ends up on Friday.
Sure.
He'll go after lunch. So anyway, had those few witnesses in the morning. Then we'll get to Copeland after 11 in that window. If we still keep Dr. Bill back, which I'm still looking into on my end, I've heard from Commissioner Plant he's okay. That would be after Copeland, then Pierce. I hate to guess, but then maybe we'd be at lunch and go. I moved Hay off of tomorrow because he can't make it now, so he'll move to Monday. So then I think we'd be on to Bennett, Grant, Petroy, and have a chance of getting Fickling on tomorrow. So that's just how things are looking to me. It's a mess. There's a lot of availability issues going on tomorrow. I just wanted to give a heads up for how it was broadly looking. Mr. Brosso, do you have something?
No questions for me, Commissioner. I just heard WRA's witnesses being mentioned, so I wanted to come on if there were any questions.
Yeah, just I think we'll get you started late Friday. That's my best guess at this point.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hyatt, anything from you?
Yeah, one quick update from sweeps, and I believe your matrix says sweep witness Petroy is unavailable after 11 a.m. Friday, but he actually is available up until 4 p.m. So I think it works with what you just said, but wanted to give you that update in case you catch that in your matrix later.
Okay, sorry, I missed that availability issue. So not available after 4 on Friday. It could be close. So we'll juggle the afternoon if we need to get Petroy on maybe before Brant. I think that would be the adjustment to make that happen because Brant's got a longer time period.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other, sorry, I know that was a lot. Just wanted to give more or less a heads up how it was looking. Yeah, Ms. Kutzer.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. You did not mention Coastal Witness Kruger at all. Just a heads up, he has a hard availability issue on Monday and can only testify in the morning. So I just wanted to flag that.
I've got that. Yeah, I'm planning to make him happen Monday morning.
Super. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I don't think we'd get to him Friday. So I was going to try and follow the order to the extent possible, and I would just shuffle him Monday if it looks like he'd fall in the afternoon.
Super. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Other questions, issues on witness order? I just don't want to catch anyone by surprise, so best guess as of now. But if y'all wave a bunch across, it might get very different looking. I don't know.
Commissioner Gilman, only one from the company's end is Mr. Mark does have a hard stop at noon tomorrow. I don't anticipate that's going to be an issue, but just putting that out there in case.
Yeah, if we're not through Mr. Mark today, then I think we've done something dramatically wrong. So it's definitely my hope that doesn't come into play. But hit me with that again. What time tomorrow?
Okay. He's good until noon Mountain tomorrow.
Yeah, I expect to get through him today, and I'm hoping we get Haglund on today even. Ms. Crampton.
Thank you. You mentioned Waymark as well as its cross of Mr. Hay.
Sorry, can you tell me again?
Yes, UCA is waiving cross of company witness Mr. Mark and CEO witness Mr. Hay.
Thank you. UCA no Mark and no Hay. Okay, thank you. Any other changes to cross times? Yeah, Mr. Witterschein.
Cross of Miss Quillian.
You're gonna waive cross for UCI, Miss Quillian?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I just missed the beginning. Okay. Okay, any other adjustments we should get to now? These all make my math more accurate, so helpful. Okay. Okay, excellent, great. All right, we can go on the record. And so we are back on the record and proceeding 23A-0392EG, which is Public Service Company of Colorado's Clean Heat Plan application. Ms. Clicky, did you have something or you're getting ready?
Just getting ready, Commissioner.
I appreciate the flag. I was looking to see who's next. Good morning, Mr. Garner. I just want to remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, still under oath.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So first up, we have CEO with 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gardner. My name is Jackie Colicchio. I'm one of the Assistant Attorneys General representing CEO. It's nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you. Good morning.
Thank you. My first set of questions are aimed at learning how public service intends to ensure that its advanced mobile leak monitoring program leads to leak repairs. that can be counted as recovered methane and used toward the company's clean heat targets. So just wanted to orient you first.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Are you aware that in order for emission reductions from leak repairs to count towards clean heat targets, that the company must get its procedures approved by the Air Pollution Control Division within the Colorado Department of Health, according to applicable recovered methane protocols regulations?
I'm not familiar with those regulations, no.
That's okay, sir. Can we pull from box.com hearing exhibit 504? It's in CEO's box. Thank you so much. Of course, that changed my screen a little bit. Mr. Gardner, I'm going to walk you through this just very briefly. This is Air Quality Control Commission Regulation 22. Part C focuses on recovered methane. I'm specifically going to be looking at page 23. And I apologize, I know this document, as it exists, does not always contain page numbers. Thank you so much. That's going to be Part C. Section 1C6 is actually at page 29. Perfect. Thank you so very much. So, Mr. Gardner, this is Regulation 22, which was adopted by the Air Quality Control Commission and put forth by the Air Pollution Control Division. Section 1C6, we can walk through this if you need to, sir, but it specifically states that recovered methane credits for gas system leak mitigation may only be issued where direct quantification of the leak occurs, and then lays out the eligibility requirements for that to occur. And it states that, just summarizing, written procedures must be submitted and must specify what type of equipment the leaks are being reduced from.
Okay, I see that.
Thank you, sir. Given that this is an enacted regulation in the state of Colorado, I would seek administrative notice of this particular regulation.
No objections from the company.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Roselli. We will take notice. Thank you.
Thank you. So now that I've laid that out with you, Mr. Gardner, and thank you for your patience in walking through that a little bit, is the company planning to submit its leak repair procedures to the Air Pollution Control Division for approval, as is required by Regulation 22?
I think if we got to the stage where we were seeking to, by my understanding, is take credit for those methane reductions, then certainly we would be obligated to comply with regulations.
Thank you, sir. And given that, obviously, this is contingent on PUC approval of this project within the market transformation portfolio, do you have an idea as to when the company would seek this approval from the Air Pollution Control Division under these regulations?
Well, I think it's first important to recognize that as part of this market transformation initiative, our objective is to start, and I think of it as a walk versus crawl approach with AMLD. And so rolling out 2 units and then utilizing those, and then as you likely saw in the market transformation initiative, phase 2 of that is actually going through validating the equipment, the results of the equipment, calculating abatement costs, those types of things. And so once we reach to the conclusion of that market transformation initiative, then that would be the timeline at which I would expect we'd evaluate and then make a decision at that point if we were going to seek to take credit for methane reductions as a result of this market transformation initiative. But I think the reality is that's a little bit down the road of, deciding, looking at how that will be considered in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner, for that explanation. I do appreciate it. Just to summarize everything we just talked about, should this advanced mobile leak detection be approved, the company would, in fact, at some point in the future, seek approval for a recovered methane protocol under Regulation 22. Is that correct?
If we made the determination that we were actually going to seek recovered methane credits, then yes, we would comply with this rule regarding written procedures.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to shift focus now on the first and second initiatives in the company's augmented hydrogen blending demonstration project, as is outlined in your rebuttal testimony. Is that okay?
Yep,
Thank you, sir. So the first initiative is to blend hydrogen at a company-owned facility, correct?
that is correct, yes.
And the second initiative is to issue a request for information to find a willing commercial customer to blend hydrogen into their gas distribution. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The one thing I would add, though, is that those do not have to be in series, that those actions could occur in parallel.
Thank you for that clarification. And these two projects, as outlined in your rebuttal, would not enter the operational phase before March of 2025, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The company has not determined what color of hydrogen it will procure for these two initiatives at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Even though you note in your testimony that sufficient green hydrogen for these two smaller scale initiatives will likely be available at the time operational phases begin?
I think the key word there is likely. So we don't anticipate an issue, but we also, without knowing exactly what we're going to have for commercial customers, we can't definitively say exactly what's available at the time that we go live. Just like you just pointed out, we're not anticipated to go live until at some point after March 2025. And the amount of hydrogen needed would depend very much on exactly who the commercial customer is that we're partnering with.
Sure, that's totally fair. I apologize for interrupting you, sir.
Oh, I was just saying it's dependent upon who the customer or customers are, right?
Sure, totally fair point. But the company is not determined then where they will procure the hydrogen regardless of color for these two initiatives, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So to confirm then, the company is seeking approval for unknown quantities of hydrogen of an unknown color for the first and second initiatives in the company's augmented hydrogen blending demonstration project, correct?
Yes, we do not definitively know the quantities or the colors that we will be utilizing.
And that hydrogen may not satisfy the criteria to be deemed a clean heat resource, given that the color is unknown and the source is unknown, correct?
Yes, but I think it's also worthwhile to point out that the point of these demonstration projects is really to demonstrate the utilization of hydrogen and not, as you know, for these specific demonstration projects, not specifically a clean heat resource, although we could envision hydrogen as a clean heat resource going forward. But these two specific initiatives, the objective at this stage of the game is to demonstrate hydrogen. So I think it also depends on, you know, like I mentioned before, who the customers are and what types of hydrogen are available, specifically on the commercial customer side of things, as to whether that would comply as a clean heat resource or not going forward.
Mr. Gardner, thank you so much for that additional explanation. But just to summarize, the beginning of your answer was a yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, are you aware that Commissioner Gilman spoke with your colleague, Mr. Jensen, yesterday?
Yes.
And I just wanted to call out, through that exchange, are you aware that Mr. Jensen admitted to Commissioner Gilman using a different color of hydrogen could potentially increase emissions in this demonstration project?
Yes.
Never mind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roselli, did you have an objection? You broke up for me, sir.
I was going to object. I think what Mr. Jensen said speaks for itself. I think that slightly mischaracterized what Mr. Jensen said, but it's fine. Go ahead.
That was my last question.
Then I'm really done.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Gardner. Thank you, Mr. Roselli. Mr. Gardner, just to summarize on that last question, it speaks for itself, but you are aware that Mr. Jensen did state something regarding increased emissions based on the color of hydrogen used.
On a general perspective, yes, but Mr. Jensen's comments speak for themselves.
I appreciate your time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Coligio. Next, I've got COSA for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good morning, Mr. Gardner. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. Thank you.
I think you and I have met before, but my name is Ellen Howard Kutzer. I'm an attorney for the Colorado Solar and Storage Association. I'm going to talk with you about a couple of things today, first starting with hydrogen leak risk. So just to confirm, the company is maintaining that it would like to bring forward a reduced form of the hydrogen blending project as part of its rebuttal case, correct?
I think we've described it as an augmented approach for which we do a blending on company-owned facilities as well as an RFI to do blending on for a commercial customer.
Super, thanks for that summary. And do you agree with me that in response to the company's proposal, several interveners, including COSA, raised concerns about hydrogen leaks being one potential outcome?
I think interveners brought about, a variety of different concerns when we went through and presented the initial proposal for the residential demonstration, yes.
Do you recall leaks being one of the issues in the record?
I do recall that we did get discovery specifically about leaks, yes.
Okay, great. And yesterday, I believe you agreed with counsel for the city of Boulder that the hydrogen molecule is smaller in size than the methane molecule, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Would you agree with me that hydrogen molecules don't behave the same way in the LDC delivery system as a methane molecule?
That's a very broad statement. And so I think it depends a lot on specifically what you're talking about, because the hydrogen molecules as what we've seen and what different organizations have seen in studying it is that after the hydrogen is blended, it doesn't separate from the methane. And so as a result, that mixture flows through. So it behaves in many characteristics very much like a methane molecule. So I don't think a broad characterization is completely fair.
Okay. Would you agree with me that hydrogen leaking is a legitimate risk that should be considered by the company in contemplating a blending project?
I think that leakage as a whole, whether it's natural gas or hydrogen, all of the above, is definitely a consideration of the company.
Okay, great. I'd like to turn to your rebuttal testimony, if I might. I believe that's hearing exhibit 123. And then we're looking, oh shoot, lost my notes, sorry. Looking at page 12, line 17. So in this section of your testimony, you've provided more details about the hydrogen blending process, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And as you stated with some other attorneys, you've explained that you're starting off with a company-owned demonstration facility with no live customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What do you mean by no live customers? Does that mean there's no human beings in that building?
Yes, that is what that means.
Okay. And are these going, let me start over. You've confirmed that these are going to be company-owned facilities, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you explain in a little more detail the size of these facilities in terms of like building size?
So I'll start with, I think we're still working on developing exactly what that looks like. It could have a pretty broad range from either looking at utilizing existing company facilities utilized currently for training, or it could look like a larger scale demonstration. I think that's yet to be determined exactly what the square footage is that we would be utilizing.
What would the larger scale demonstration possibly look like if you've already considered that?
We've definitely discussed it. I don't think we've completely settled on it. There are other utilities that have done set up demonstration facilities. There's one specifically like in California that has what's called a hydrogen house, which is basically the same as a residential house, but that they've blended hydrogen going into the house. And if you have a sweet tooth, you can go in and get a hydrogen baked chocolate chip cookie. So
would that be a company-owned house if you did that?
Yes, that's what we would be looking at. It would either be company owned or, I mean, the idea here is that it's not a customer. So I'm a little bit careful on the company owned piece. I mean, yes, we would envision it being company owned, but I also think there's optionality on exactly where this sits, as far as like if there was like a, you know, an industry partner or something that wanted to do this. But the key is that there's no end use actual customer there.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit more about the plan for blending. Are you planning to blend hydrogen at this demonstration facility in the same percentages as what you described in your original direct testimony?
Still to be determined, but we would envision that it would be very similar to what we laid out in the original testimony. In the original direct testimony, we said 2%, 5%, 10%. But that's, you know, if I was to speculate, which is exactly what I'm doing here, is saying potentially that would be what we would look at.
Okay. Let's get back to the hypothetical where you're using a company-owned training facility. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Is that potential company-owned training facility something that ratepayers have paid for?
I'm not a rates person, so I couldn't give you details on exactly how the costs of that were recovered, or if they were. I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
If something went wrong at that facility, would ratepayers be potentially on the hook for the cost of replacement?
Again, I'm definitely not a rate witness, and so I couldn't really speculate on that.
Okay. So COSA appreciates that the company is no longer pursuing its demonstration project in customer homes. But I'd like to talk a little bit about how you might handle that in the future. It wasn't clear to me based on prior discussions. Is the company planning on soliciting residential customer feedback before it would potentially supply hydrogen blends to those customers in the future?
Definitely speculation on kind of what that future looks like, and I would say my crystal ball for out years is a little foggy still. But I think input from our customers is always important. We appreciate input, we appreciate feedback from our customers, and so I would anticipate that before we pursued a residential blending, we would of course do public outreach and solicit feedback from those customers.
So is it your opinion that the company's LDC customers should have a role in deciding if they are willing to take on hydrogen blended service or not?
So we definitely want their feedback. And so I think it's a very broad statement, but I think it's also in practice, we also have to remember that the practicality is that if there's a street of 10 customers and only 9 of them say they desire hydrogen and one of them does not, it's literally not possible for us to split the gas feeds going there. So there's that optionality doesn't exist. I also think it's important to note that as a company, we have agreements regarding the gas qualities, the gas that we're actually providing to our customers. And so we are obligated to comply with that. So
do those existing gas quality obligations cover hydrogen blends at this time?
I don't know the exact details of them. They go through things like the heating values, that type of stuff, that we would of course adhere to.
Okay, let's move on from this. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I'd like to talk with you now just a little bit about the company's AMDL program. Could we please pull up the rebuttal testimony again, page 10?
I'm assuming you're referring to AMLD.
Yeah, sorry, I keep doing that. AMLD. Thank you for correcting me.
Acronyms are tough.
I don't know, that one in particular, it gets me every time on the last 2 letters. So here on page 10 of your testimony, line 8, is this the section in which you respond to COSA witness Mike Kruger?
Yes, it does appear so, yes.
So could we scroll down to page 11 as this answer continues? So here on line 4, you note, as to Mr. Kruger's concerns that the AMLD sensors won't detect hydrogen leaks, neither does the company's equipment we use today. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes, I do.
So is this an admission here that the AMLD won't detect hydrogen leaks?
So what this is stating is that first off, we haven't purchased any AMLD equipment, but the AMLD equipment that we've evaluated at this time doesn't specifically detect hydrogen.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Is there any equipment available today that the company knows can detect hydrogen leaks?
Yes, there is commercially available equipment to detect hydrogen.
Would the company commit to not performing any hydrogen blending in customer homes until that equipment is procured?
I think it is a fundamental that before we handle hydrogen, that we have equipment to detect hydrogen, but I think that's completely independent of AMLD. Those two are not joined together.
So to answer my question more directly, leave AMLD aside. Would the company commit to not performing any hydrogen blending in customer homes until it has leak detection equipment that can detect hydrogen?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay, great. No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kutzer. Next up, we have UCA for 30 minutes. Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Gardner. My name's Michelle Singer Nelson. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'm just going to discuss with you today some portions of primarily your supplemental direct and your rebuttal testimony. That testimony was either prepared by you or at your direction, isn't that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you review it prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In your testimony, you compare modeling of hydrogen versus the actual use of hydrogen in operations. Isn't that right?
I would appreciate if you can provide a reference, maybe pull it up just so I can see what you're referring to.
Oh, sure. We can pull up Exhibit 111. Starting at page 5. Lines 3 through 12. You can take a minute to look at it if you'd like. Really, I think it starts primarily at line 6.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So you first state that when a modeled portfolio includes hydrogen, modeling only indicates recommended time and volumes of hydrogen within a portfolio. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And it doesn't consider where on the company's system that hydrogen might be deployed. That's an operational consideration, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And where hydrogen will be deployed from a system infrastructure perspective was not known at the time of the modeling of the clean heat plan filed in this case. Isn't that right?
That is correct, yes.
I think a little bit later in your testimony starting at page 10, you also point out that modeling doesn't consider system operational issues.
Which line are you looking at?
It starts at line 4.
Okay, yes, I see it. Mm-hmm.
And modeling looks at hydrogen and other sources at a very high level in terms of determining an ideal resource mix to accomplish the model's goal.
Yes.
But gas operations, on the other hand, analyzes the introduction of hydrogen from a much more granular operational perspective in determining the practicality of where and when to deploy hydrogen on the distribution system. Correct?
I would agree. I think you're looking at, what is it, lines 17, 18?
Yes.
18, 19, yeah.
Yes. I'm next going to turn to, after discussing the differences between modeling and the use of hydrogen from an operational perspective, I'm going to talk about the portions of your testimony, the portions of your testimony where you point out the variables and unknowns that exist relating to hydrogen's use in the network. I think you've talked about some of those with the other attorneys before me, but I think I'll walk through what I've seen in your testimony on these particular points. So to determine whether to implement hydrogen into the gas system, the operations team evaluates several factors regarding the particular location in the system. Isn't that right?
They do. And can you continue to reference where you're at, just so I can keep track?
Sure.
So,
Yes, we're still in Exhibit 111, and I'm at page 12. And you itemize the various factors that the operations team considers. You consider the infrastructure in a given area, including vintage and material type. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You consider relative ability to readily transport hydrogen to that area.
Yes.
You consider land availability for the blending skid and equipment.
Yes, that is correct.
You also consider the number of customers served by the distribution system in that area, along with the relative proportion of customer types.
Yes, that is true.
And finally, you itemize that you consider whether the gas distribution system is in that area is integrated or non-integrated.
Yes, that is correct.
Could you explain the difference between integrated and non-integrated as you describe them in that sentence?
Yeah, certainly. So what I'm referring to there is if you envision a neighborhood that is fed from our system. So a non-integrated means that it's really fed from like one location. And so when gas comes into that system, it goes solely to those customers, and it's only coming from one source. An integrated system means that it's connected to multiple different sources. And so there's, from a reliability standpoint, it's an excellent benefit to our system when it is integrated. But when we look at introduction of hydrogen, when we're looking to control and do a very targeted controlled approach, a non-integrated system was an important criteria for us in evaluating.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Specifically for demonstration projects.
Okay, thank you. So non-integrated portions of the system really are the more favorable portions of the system for the company to implement the hydrogen blending project?
For an initial first step of doing a demonstration project, yes, certainly that was a more favorable location.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I'm going to turn to your rebuttal testimony, and to the extent you need references to specific pages, I'm happy to give it to you. I'm starting at page 15, and we're still talking about the many variables and unknowns that exist relating to operations and the use of hydrogen in the network. So starting at line 18, it looks like you described that for the flex plan, the company doesn't know which location is most suitable for the demonstration and has not identified a specific customer or customers for the commercial customer initiative. And I think you talked about that with a couple of attorneys prior to me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, where are we in the document? I'm not tracking. My apologies for the interruption.
That's okay. I've got it at page 15, line 18 through 16, line 7.
What line was that, Miss Nelson?
I have it at page 15, line 18 through 16, line 7 in the rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 123. I could be wrong, but to the extent, Mr. Gardner, you wrote this testimony or it was prepared at your direction, do you recall? And I think you discussed it with attorneys prior to me this morning, that the company still doesn't know which location is suitable for the flex plan demonstration, and it hasn't identified a specific customer or customers for the commercial customer initiative. Is that right?
I think to what you're referring to is the customer or the commercial customer aspect, for which we would do an RFI process for interested parties for that demonstration, and we have not conducted the RFI. Thus, we do not have the specific customer or customers that would be involved.
Okay. And then you also don't know the specific information about the type and age of the pipe, the fittings, or any other infrastructure that will be used to serve the locations for your hydrogen blending projects, do you?
For the commercial customer piece,
Right.
that would obviously be part of the process, is going through an RFI that identifies what parties are actually interested. And then it very much depends on exactly how we actually conduct the process. I mean, if you consider that it could have a wide variance of exactly what that commercial customer implementation looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we obviously couldn't have the details of exactly what the asset that connects to them, what that actually looks like today.
Good. And you also don't know the specific system area and attributes for the locations or technical details for the initiatives?
But I think it's worth noting, I mean, this is what we're talking about is company-owned facility, meaning that we're not talking about residential customers. So I think it's really important that we compare and contrast correctly here, which is in my supplemental direct, we were talking specifically about a residential customer demonstration. It's very different than what we're talking about in my rebuttal testimony when we talk about doing it at a non-customer company-owned facility as well as a commercial customer. By definition, commercial customer or customers implies that it's like single point of use versus like blending into a residential neighborhood. So
Right.
Complete apples and oranges.
Okay, and I guess we found it in, thank you very much for finding it specifically on page 16. This is the portion of your testimony that I was referring to, where you describe all the uncertainties relating to the commercial customer initiative. So finally, you point out that you don't have any information about the safety or compatibility considerations specific to these demonstrations. And at line 6 and 7.
Yeah, and I think that's that's kind of inherent to the RFI process, is that finding a commercial customer, and then part of that process really involves some of the same very similar criteria to what we had in the residential, which is going through and validating the system compatibility for any pipeline components that are going to see a molecule of hydrogen.
Yeah, and I guess the point is that there are a lot of uncertainties related to the company's rollout of hydrogen into the network at this point, correct?
Well, I think it's, it's definitely a chicken and egg scenario, right? I mean, you can't know what all of those things are until you actually conduct the RFI, and you can't really go through with doing the RFI until you have approval. So that's kind of inherent to the situation that we're in.
Right, and you say any deployment of hydrogen, this is in your supplemental direct testimony, that any deployment of hydrogen beyond the hydrogen blending project is at least several years away, given the timing for completion of the proceeding, the time that will be needed to complete construction for the projects, and the estimated 2-year cycles to complete that project.
Where are you looking at?
I'm at exhibit 111, your supplemental direct, page 11, lines 13 through 17. And there you're specifically talking about the initial residential hydrogen blending project. But before that, now in the flex plan, you're proposing the 2 other hydrogen blending projects that will need to be completed prior to even the residential hydrogen blending project that you talked about in your supplemental direct testimony. Isn't that right?
Yeah, so I think, I apologize for any confusion here, but I think we're comparing apples and oranges. So when we talk about supplemental direct, and I think specifically what you're referring to here is the, deployment of hydrogen beyond the hydrogen demonstration project is several years away. And that's really taking and looking at it from a residential blending perspective of saying, here we go do the residential blending project. And then if we were to go look at, additional residential blending or something like that, that's several years away. And then in my rebuttal testimony, complete again, apples and oranges, because we're talking about an augmented demonstration approach. So we just need to make sure that we're comparing, contrasting correctly. And I can see how there could be confusion there, just to, because the rebuttal does change the direction a little bit there.
Well, I'm not really confused. Is it still true in lines 11 and 12? You say at this point, we cannot say where we would first introduce hydrogen on our system. Is that still true?
So if you're referring to, the statement is true as it relates to residential blending, absolutely.
So you're saying it's not true otherwise?
So let's make sure we take it in context, right? So when we're looking at the supplemental direct, we're talking about residential blending, and then we're talking about where we might deploy it after that. And I think that what I'm saying in that statement is that that's unknown until we get through demonstration projects. And that's absolutely still true.
Okay, thank you. That's all I was asking. Let me see. I don't think I have very much more. I guess turning slightly to a different topic, you also testified that methane will remain the primary fuel on the company's gas system for the foreseeable future, even if you embark on limited and targeted deployment of blended hydrogen in future years. Is that true?
Yeah, I think we're, again, looking into a crystal ball, which is obviously murky in the future, but yes, I believe that is true.
And Mr. Eiley mentioned on Monday that in the company's long-term vision and its net zero plans, it would reduce natural gas throughput by only 20%. Do you agree with that?
I think Mr. Eiley's testimony speaks for itself. I don't think I need to supplement that. So, yeah.
But do you, from an operational perspective, do you agree that the company will only reduce natural gas throughput by 20%?
I would generally agree with that. I don't have hard numbers and I'm not part of the modeling of the system, but I would generally agree.
Does that decrease, the 20% decrease of throughput, include use of hydrogen in the network?
Again, I'll say, I think Mr. Eiley's testimony speaks for itself, but I think that is considering that as well.
Okay, and I'm just asking about your opinion from an operations perspective.
Yeah, which I think I've answered the piece of, in general, I think that, methane will continue to be an important part of our system, and then we'll continue to use natural gas going forward. So.
Okay, and so do you think a 20% decrease in throughput would also include the amount of hydrogen used in the network?
I think if you're asking, like, and I think of it in terms of total throughput of blended hydrogen.
Okay.
So, whether, or I guess I would say in combination of whether it's natural gas throughput plus blended hydrogen. Again, I'm not the modeler that looked at that 20% number. So encourage you to ask Jack about that. But from a general level, I would agree with him.
And then finally, you acknowledge in your supplemental direct testimony that there's an ongoing hydrogen I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time this morning. There's an ongoing hydrogen investigatory proceeding going on in Colorado at the commission.
Where are you looking at?
Your supplemental direct, exhibit 111, at page 13, lines 7 through 9. I am aware there's an ongoing hydrogen investigatory proceeding directed by the General Assembly.
Yes.
Okay. And the early years of clean hydrogen development from an operational perspective in Colorado will depend on on several processes, including the outcome of the rulemaking. Is that right?
I think that's a fair statement. Yes.
And the rulemaking will influence the development of clean heat plans in future operational planning cycles.
Yeah, where are you reading that one?
14 through 18.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Nelson. All right, on to Commission Council for any questions.
No questions.
All right, thanks, Ms. Harper. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Hello, Mr. Gardner.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, good to see you. I just had a couple of questions, mainly sort of follow up on some questions I had with Mr. Jensen yesterday. We were talking a little bit about the UK project. And I was just wondering if whether the appliances that were in I think there were 100 homes or so in that demonstration, were those like new appliances? Were they various different vintages, just sort of whatever was there, or was there any examination of that?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know the intricate details on exactly what appliances they were utilizing there. So
one of the
meeting they were existing, but I honestly am not certain there.
Okay, thanks. And what I understand is that in the UK as well as in the EU, there's an appliance standard basically that allows for up to 23% hydrogen blending in the certification of appliances in the UK and in the EU. Do you know if there's a similar appliance standard here in the United States, or if there is a blending percentage, what that blending percentage is?
So there are appliance standards. So when you purchase an appliance, it's got I believe it's a UA stamp on it. And I'm forgive me because I can't think of the name of the organization now that's the independent party that provides those standards. I know it for a lot of North America, it's CSA. which is, I think, Canadian Standards Association. And so I know they have, I know there's been a lot of work they're doing, and there has been a lot of work with them to evaluate the standards and understand appliance compatibility and look at certification of appliances. So, and it's very ongoing, because as recently as, like, I think 2 months ago, they released an updated standard, saying at that time they were including, I think it was up to 5% blends at that time in the CSA standard. I don't know that the UA standard, that's so commonly, like, if you go buy an appliance today, it, I believe, has both a CSA and a UA standard stamp on it. And I'm not exactly sure where the UA stands on their investigation of it, but I know CSA revised theirs to say 5%. But it is, I would caveat with, I think there's a lot of research going on specifically at end use appliances today. So
Okay, well, that's really helpful. Thanks. I think that in the UK they started their standard on 23% back in '96. So I think that will cover, almost 30-year-old appliances there, but I think we're maybe a little bit behind them on that.
Yeah, I guess, not to interrupt you, but I think one other point, like, that's kind of interesting to observe, and I think it's something I'm still very interested in, and I keep campaigning to my boss to let me go to Hawaii to go inspect appliances. But yeah, they've been using, I think it's 15% blend there for more than 50 years. And like I said, I'm very interested, and I'll keep campaigning with my boss. So if you can put in a good word for me, that'd be great.
Preferably in the winter months, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's when it's most effective to evaluate.
Exactly.
Is there any impact in blending hydrogen with natural gas? Is there any impact on the pressure within the distribution system as you increase levels of hydrogen?
No, zero impact on the pressure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was curious about that. One of the things I think on redirect with Mr. Jensen yesterday, he indicated that there were no negative impacts on health that were observed in the UK project. One of the things that I did notice is that there was a decrease in flame ionization within appliances in the UK study, and that a decrease in flame ionization can lead to emissions of NOx. But I'm assuming that what Mr. Jensen was referring to is that it wasn't an appreciable or it fit within health guidelines. Is that sort of the implication there?
I believe that's true, but I also think, one of the keys to utilizing hydrogen, really utilizing natural gas, is appropriate ventilation on the appliance. So as long as you have the appropriate ventilation on the appliance, which wouldn't be, as we know today, no different than it is with natural gas, but as long as that ventilation is in place, then there would be no change to the impacts, is what I'd say.
Appreciate that clarification. Thanks. With respect to the commercial RFI, I assume there's a variety of different questions that you're trying to answer through this demonstration project. Are there specific characteristics of the commercial participants that you're looking for within the RFI? Are you focusing on, heating applications? Are you focusing on, what's sort of your target there for this?
Excellent question. And I think to be very honest, I think we're pretty open. I think we would love to get into a home heating or, like a heating use type of application. But I also think there's a broad scale of applications that would be very beneficial. Like one application that I've had in my brain, and it probably runs back to past experience, is really tied to like a commercial facility, like a plant. I think in terms of things like cement plants, because they're a large load on the system. So when you talk about emissions benefits, there's very clear emissions benefits when it's somebody that's using a large quantity of gas. So you say, it's, the reality is there's no opportunities for electrification on a cement plant. That it's just not going to happen, right? So when you look at something like that, when they're running their kilns, that could be a great opportunity to do a blend for them, because again, I think the emissions benefits are fantastic, and I think it allows us to learn a lot about hydrogen and about blending. I think that's a great application. I also think I mentioned in some of the cross from one of the interveners about they had mentioned like an Amazon facility that's using hydrogen for forklifts, and to me, we haven't talked to them, so I don't know details, frankly, at all about whether they would be interested or not. But my ears immediately perked up because I thought, well, if they're interested in running hydrogen and forklifts, I would certainly think they would be interested to look at utilizing hydrogen for heating of their facilities. So I feel like there's some good opportunities there for some partnerships with some commercial customers is kind of where my head's at.
Yeah, and would something like a cement plant that you're talking about, would that fall more into the industrial, or would it be included in the kind of commercial RFI that you're talking about?
That would probably go more towards industrial. So forgive me if I'm a little over my skis on exactly. We'd have to see exactly how.
I've spent the entire time on the PUC way over my skis, so it's fine.
But I think about, I just think of like the cement plant application. And when I think about, just from a very high level of where should we go with hydrogen and how can we use it? It's just one of those things that my ears perk up and I go, hey, this seems like a great opportunity. So commercial, industrial, and, our agreements with those customers is obviously something that has to be considered. But the engineer brain in my head goes, hey, that's a great opportunity.
Yeah. Bringing up the heating, I recall, and I can't remember if it was in Hawaii or if it was one of the other models I was looking at, but they did observe an increase in NOx emissions from space heating applications. Is that because it's got a lower heating per BTU rating or something like that? What is it that causes that increase in NOx emissions with the space heating?
Well, I think it's probably tied back to the flame ionization that you mentioned earlier. Would be my thought there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I had. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Gardner.
Good morning.
You can just for a minute. I don't understand. Being over your skis is kind of a good thing if you were under your skis. I don't know. That's supposed to be over.
As long as you're not too far over, right?
I guess. Yeah, it's a balance, like everything. Okay. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Couple questions. Thanks. Couple questions for you on the AMLD. So you indicated that the budget for the AMLD program is $4.5 million. Is that right?
I think that's subject to check. I think that's right. I think I have a copy here. Yeah, it's like 4.1. So there's it's like roughly 3.1, 3.2 for the capital purchase of the equipment, and then there's just under $1 million that's related to the actual leak survey and repair costs.
Okay, yeah. And so that supports 2 of these detection units, right?
Correct, yes.
And then I think you indicate, but it's my assumption that, the company assumes future approval would be needed for, the purchase of additional units, whether that's through a general rate case or some other way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're really seeking approval for right now is those initial 2 units so that we can go out and utilize them in looking at different types of, surveying over different types of pipe, different areas. Like thinking specifically about geographics, where it's more urban or where it's more rural, those type of things, that's kind of like really learning the equipment and then being able to actually look and calculate the benefits from that equipment, looking at like abatement costs and that kind of stuff. And then once we've done that, then yes, we'd be seeking approval through another means for additional units, assuming everything goes well on the first 2 units.
Okay, and I think part of the plan here, as I understand it, is to kind of increase public services leak survey program from a 3-year interval of basically all the parts and pieces on your system get surveyed in a 3-year interval to a 1-year interval. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah, long-term perspective, that's the end game that we're proposing.
Okay. Help me understand what quantity of units is needed to get to that end state.
Yeah, end state is a total, so we'll learn a lot with our first 2 units. As we are forecasting today, we're envisioning that we'll need a total of 8 to cover the entire system in a year. I also think like that's where the first 2 units we learn a lot, and that's why, you know, another reason why I think it makes sense to start with the 2 units, get them out there, utilize them, get familiar with how they work, how fast we're actually able to survey, that kind of stuff, and then we can review and revise to determine whether 8 is still the right number or if we need to go up or down.
Okay. Do you have any idea like the lifespan of those units? You know, how long do you anticipate you'll be able to use them for once they're purchased?
That is a great question, and unfortunately, I don't have that answer right now. So
okay, can you help me understand a little bit more what's involved in the approximately $1 million? I think it's just below, as you stated, $1 million more or less budget for annual operations and maintenance associated with the AMLD.
yeah, so a little bit about process and kind of how these units work. So the way they functionally work is you drive through, say, a neighborhood or something, right? And then the unit will identify areas of what we'd call like potential leakage. And then we would send a crew out to go actually pinpoint and confirm the leak. And then subsequently we would make repairs. And so the costs that are put in here on the leak survey and repair costs would be what we're forecasting as incremental repair and those follow-up costs for people to come out and validate the leaks that are identified from the actual units.
Okay. Okay. So the little car, it could be a big car, I don't know, whatever has this thing on it, it drives and it goes, I think there's a leak over there, and it sends that information back to home base and it moves on. Now I think there's a leak there, and every time you get that, a crew is going to roll out and confirm. Is there a certain is it able to tell concentrations in that when it reports back to you, you are immediately prioritizing what seems like, you know, more severe grade leak? Or do you prioritize kind of based on where the vehicle was? You know, I know like more urban areas present more danger to human health. So yeah, tell me about like how much intelligence you get from it about the potential like risk and size of the leak.
Yeah, it's actually reading like a actual like concentration of methane. And so to your point, higher concentration, you could go, you would prioritize and say, okay, this is the first one we get to. So I think your characterization was accurate in it sends you very detailed, or I would say very detailed information on exactly what the concentration of methane that it's seeing. And then that way we can, yes, prioritize mobilizing out to it based on that quantity.
Okay, thanks. I'll move on to hydrogen blending in the infrastructure. I was told to direct my infrastructure related questions to you. So here we are. To what extent has the company studied or surveyed materials and components on its natural gas system for compatibility with hydrogen? And what information is available to this commission on the broader compatibility of the system?
Yeah, so I'll start first kind of where I believe Mr. Jensen was really kind of going, which is that we have commissioned a third party to do a system-wide analysis. And I'd note that that's not just related to Colorado, but that's across our entire system. And I believe that we agreed yesterday to bring that document in so that you'd be able to get access to that document. But I think it is important to talk a little bit about what that document is and what that isn't. So that document takes, and I refer to it as a building block. So it is a high-level view across the entire system. And then what that tells from my team's perspective is, okay, these are areas that we need to go dig into deeper. And that could, you know, the way that I would look at it is like prioritization of saying, okay, we can use that to guide if we were to go forward with like a residential blending project at some point in the future, we can use this study to guide us to say, oh, hey, over here is a neighborhood that might have an opportunity that has more compatibility. And then we can actually go in and do that in-depth study that looks at all the fittings, every piece of it, to really get into the weeds and ensure that there's compatibility. I think the other thing is the study doesn't really align with, you know, or the vendor that did that work. They don't have the visibility of exactly how gas flows in our system. And so when we talk about implementation of hydrogen, as I talked about in my supplemental direct, I see that as it needs to be very targeted, very controlled in how we actually roll it out. So that's why that study it's a starting point. It's a broad brush, and then we've got to go dig into the details on it and really understand, you know, there's a lot of things in there that they'll flag and say, well, we didn't have this information, so we can go follow up, get that information, figure out what's there, and again, really look at the flows on the system and understand how the integration on the system.
Okay. And I guess, does the company have any kind of estimate as to what's the internal effort going to be here to sort through all of this? You know, to do I guess what I'm hearing from you is we're not going to introduce hydrogen into any section until we really have evaluated kind of every component and pipe in that area. Sounds like a pretty arduous task. So, especially since I'm still not aware there could be places in the system where parts are unknown. And so what's the kind of the timeline to actually complete that for individual segments of the system?
Excellent question. So I think the first thing, the way I'd answer is, like, I don't envision us taking that study and going, broad brush, dig into every intricate detail about hydrogen compatibility through the entire thing, because there's certain areas of our system that, frankly, it probably may not make sense to put hydrogen on. And so we wouldn't want to expend that effort on those specific areas. So the thing I would say is it's very much tied to looking, first figuring out, can we get started on doing demonstration work? And then once we get into that, then we can start looking at what does the future look like for hydrogen? And then we can start looking at more of that segmentation. I think your statement of an arduous task is very fair and accurate, because it's a very in-depth analysis to go through and make sure that anywhere a molecule of hydrogen goes, that one, we've got it contained, it's controlled, we know exactly what parts of the system it's actually getting to. So I know I didn't give you a perfect time there, but I see that as, the outcome of that probably coming more towards the conclusion of demonstration projects, because at that time, then we'd have a little more direction of where are we headed with, residential blending going forward?
Okay. And then just as a follow-up, I can't remember who you were talking to, maybe Ms. Kutzer, but you indicated that the company desires to hear from customers on hydrogen blending. Is that fair representation?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And I was just wondering, has the company done any outreach thus far to understand customer sentiments toward hydrogen blending, especially like in their homes and appliances, either generally or more specifically in the area of the proposed demonstration project?
Yeah, we absolutely. So the initial residential blending demonstration project, that now we're extending that timeline, we're pushing that out. We absolutely have done public outreach. We've done public meetings, or done a public meeting to go solicit feedback and really try and help present what we're doing, what are we trying, what's the objectives, why are we doing this? And I'll say, as someone that was at our public meeting, we didn't get a ton of opposition there. Where we saw opposition after was more when we had customers that were concerned about appliance compatibility, and specifically around appliance certification. And I think that's, there's a lot of ongoing work right now around that, that I think will really help. And I think when we look at the demonstration projects as we've laid them out in my rebuttal testimony, it really alleviates, I think, a lot of those concerns, because we're not talking about going to residential customers at this point. We're looking at working with a commercial customer who wants the product, and then we can work together with them on making sure that we have compatibility with their equipment going in, because some of them may already know, as far as what is and isn't compatible, but some of them, I think we can probably bring a lot of expertise to the table and really partner with them and make it a joint solution for that commercial customer. And then obviously the non-customer piece just gives us some opportunity to really validate what we've seen in studies, validate impacts to appliances, that kind of stuff, without having to seek approval to go in people's houses to verify that their appliance is working correctly.
Okay. And what was the relative timing of that outreach in the proposed demonstration area?
So for the residential demo, and you're referring to as
the outreach that you had said was done, the public meeting?
Yeah, the public meeting was done, and I'm running off memory here, but I believe that was in fall of 2022, I believe, was the public meeting. And then we've done other communications out to those individual customers. But the public meeting that I referenced that I was at was in fall. I think it was fall of 2022. I've attempted sleep since then, so I'm trying to remember.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions, Mr. Gardner.
All right, thank you.
I think we're up to you, Mr. Roselli.
I think we are. Thank you, Chair Gilman. I just have some quick follow-up questions for you, Mr. Gardner. Just so we get grounded and understand, there's been a lot of discussion about customers, customer involvement, customer consent from the residential perspective, if and when it comes time to talk about blended hydrogen on the residential side. But I want to make sure we're grounded in understanding some of the limitations from kind of a system design and architectural perspective. So I want to give you a hypothetical and ask you to speak to it. So imagine a cul-de-sac of residential customers where 15 houses on a cul-de-sac served by your company, your distribution system, and 12 of those customers express no opinion or fine with receiving blended hydrogen, but customers 1, 7, 11 hypothetically say, no, we don't want your blended hydrogen. Can you address the practical limitations that poses for you from a systems perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we go to flow gas into a neighborhood like that, it's not practically possible for us, without building a whole secondary distribution system, it's not practically possible for us to actually split out the hydrogen or something such that we could provide one customer blended and another customer not in a like cul-de-sac type application.
Because of the nature of your distribution system.
Correct.
We've actually had something placed in our box. We'll pull it up here in a minute. You also had some questions from council about this notion of whether hydrogen is or isn't within the confines or context of what you can provide to customers as natural gas. Do you remember that discussion early on this morning?
Yes, I do.
So I want to go to our box. And we've had something marked hearing exhibit 142. We'll see if we can get that pulled up here. And we'll stop there for a moment. You can see this is not the entirety of the commission's rules, but I'm pulling up an excerpt of the commission's rules regulating gas utilities. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if we scroll down just a bit on this page to 4001, I just want to show that what we're looking at is the definitional section. If we pause there.
Yes.
So these various definitions within the commission's rules. Now I want to go to page 4, subsection W. And you would testify to the effect that you follow the commission's requirements, your requirements with regard to the nature of the content of the gas that you provide to customers. Do you see there that this definition of gas actually includes hydrogen?
Yes, it does.
Is that what
gas means a natural or geological gas, hydrogen, or recovered methane?
Is that what you were referring to in your testimony earlier?
Yes, it was.
UCA, so we can take this exhibit down. We're not going to get it admitted. It's the commission's straight from the commission's rules. I just wanted to be able to use it with the witness. You had some questions from UCA's Ms. Singer Nelson on the reality of the fact with regard to the commercial demonstration project. You don't know who the commercial customer is yet, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
So you don't yet know the nature of the system that serves that customer.
That is correct.
Is this, so the information is not known today, but in your rebuttal testimony, did you address how you would provide this information to the commission and stakeholders as it becomes known?
Yes, I did. So I think we stated that we could provide reports to the commission on approximately 6-month intervals with updates of really where we're at in the project. What have we gotten for feedback on in the RFI, what commercial customers we might be looking at doing this with, as well as updates on things like costs.
Did you state you could or that you would do so?
That we would.
You're committed to doing that?
Yes.
And will the company undertake to understand these issues with regard to the nature of the physical components of its system wherever these demonstration projects occur before it begins providing blended hydrogen there?
Yes, yes. The safety of the gas system and the safety to our customers, regardless of whether they're residential or commercial, are incredibly important. And I think it's imperative that we understand exactly where the hydrogen molecules are going, what are the materials that are being susceptible to hydrogen, and ensure that we have compatibility in our system before we actually start blending hydrogen.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
Mr. Gardner, that's it for you. Thank you so much for your testimony, and you are excused, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good time for a break. It's 10:24. Let's come back at 10:35 with Miss Quillian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to check in and see if we have our court reporter back.
I'm ready.
Thanks, Harriet. Excellent. Okay, next up we have Ms. Quillian from the company.
Thank you, Chair. The company will call Lauren Quillian.
Hi, Ms. Quillian, can you please raise your right hand?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And is anyone with you as you testify today?
No,
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
no,
If that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, she's available, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Quillian.
Good morning, Mr. Larson. Good morning, commissioners.
So can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Lauren Quillian, LaurenQuillian.
And what is your role at the company?
I am the Director of Energy and Environmental Policy under Excel Energy Services.
And these have already been admitted into evidence, but did you have prepared under your direction what's been marked as hearing exhibit 104, which is your direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 119, which is your rebuttal testimony?
That's correct.
And you are adopting Dr. Lieb's testimony, which has been marked as hearing exhibit 106. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony? And specifically the attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
I do have one correction to and attach the verification workbook attachments.
And in our box, we have what have been marked as attachment LWQ 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have a correction that affects one of the tabs in the verification workbook. We have circulated that to counsel for all of the parties. I'm not aware that there's any objection, but we'd like to make that revision now and move that correction into evidence.
Just want to see if there's any objection. Hearing none, it will be admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Quillian is available for cross-examination.
Excellent. All right, Ms. Quillian, first up, I have CEO for 20 minutes, Ms. Colicchio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Quillian. I believe we've met before in the air quality context, but it's nice to see you again.
Oh, good to see you again. Thank you.
I have two tranches of questions for you today. One focusing on the company's overall CNG proposal, which I believe is categorized in vertical 3. And then some questions regarding the Williams CNG project, which I believe is in the market transformation portfolio in vertical 2.
That's correct.
Great. So we're going to start on the overall CNG proposal in vertical 3. In your rebuttal testimony, you identify several states other than Colorado that the company purchases gas from. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those states are Wyoming, Oklahoma, Utah, and Texas, correct?
Our current purchases, yes, that's correct.
And you highlight none of those states have any state level methane regulations at this time, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And given that XL purchases gas from several states, gas provided to Colorado XL ratepayers can come from any of these states. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to date, Public Service has not specified where it might purchase CNG from, other than for the Williams project. Is that correct?
Yes, so the Williams project we have specified will be coming from Colorado. And
Great.
then we will be looking at purchases across our current purchasing process to do the future CNG. That's correct.
Perfect. You already answered my second question that CNG could come from other states then. Purchasing CNG from other states will not result in any direct emissions reductions in Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes, the emissions reduction will occur at the upstream processing site. I would note that, methane emitted anywhere does have an impact on the climate and atmosphere. So we just still think there is a meaningful impact for Colorado customers.
Understood, but that was an answer to my question in that it will not result in direct emission reductions in Colorado.
That's correct. Emissions reductions will not happen in Colorado.
You highlight that public service, or more accurately, its ratepayers purchasing CNG from other states will create market dynamics necessary to drive what you describe as a shift in industry best practices, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. And if we can pull up Ms. Quillian's rebuttal testimony, this might be easier. Hearing Exhibit 119.
Thank you.
No problem. And I'm looking particularly at page 21, lines 7 through 13. Great. So, Ms. Quillian, my understanding from this section, and I'll give you a minute to review it as needed. You highlight that public service, or more accurately, its ratepayers purchasing CNG from other states will create market dynamics necessary to drive a shift in industry best practices.
And are you looking at lines 11 and 12?
Yes, those in particular.
Yes, so I think if I recall your question correctly, that yes, CNG, we do believe will create these benefits. Sorry, you might have to repeat the question one more time. I apologize, I was reading.
That's totally fine. Essentially, the question was, you agree that this will create market dynamics necessary for industry best practices across the company's buying areas, including states other than Colorado. Just to paraphrase my previous questions slightly differently.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I know that was a longer one. But you would agree that public service purchasing CNG from other states will not directly decrease Colorado's GHG emissions or help it meet its statewide emission targets.
So I do agree that the emissions will not occur in the state of Colorado if it's from an out-of-state purchase, which would not be all of them. However, I would say that we will be getting the certificate that does state that those emissions reductions have occurred and they would be applied towards those scope 3 or upstream emissions reductions as well.
Thank you for that. And it would not help public service meet its clean heat plan targets that are at issue in this proceeding, correct?
That's correct. We have taken the certified natural gas out of the compliance for clean heat.
Perfect. I'd like to move on now to the Williams CNG market transformation project. If we can pull up, just for Ms. Quillian's benefit, hearing exhibit 106, attachment SML1. Ms. Quillian, I understand that you've adopted Dr. Lieb's testimony.
That's correct.
Great. I'll just give them a second to find that fun attachment. And I'm going to be asking you, this is the letter Excel filed outlining some of the components of the Williams partnership. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Great. So in this document, the MOU highlights that CNG purchase would be produced in Colorado, as you highlighted earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you highlighted in your rebuttal that Colorado is in fact the only state Excel purchases gas from that has methane production regulations in effect, correct?
Yes.
And this methane production regulation was implemented, to your knowledge, by the Air Quality Control Commission, correct?
The final rule has been promulgated, correct?
Yes, but by the Air Quality Control Commission?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, it is enforced, the rule that we were just discussing, is enforced by the Air Pollution Control Division. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the AQCC has not yet established a holistic regime to verify emissions reductions from CNG. Is that correct?
Not that I am aware to date.
Thank you. And would you agree that once the AQCC adopts a verification protocol for CNG, that public service will have to follow it in order to comply with the AQCC's GHG emissions accounting regulations?
well, yes, of course, we would comply with any air pollution division certifications, and requirements for that. And I
Thank
think.
you. Oh, I apologize, Ms. Quillian. Sometimes I just thank you as you go.
No,
Please
yeah, I was
continue.
just gonna add that I think that what we're doing here with Williams could actually contribute to that and help advance a really robust verification process.
Sure, but to be clear, they would have to, for it to count in Colorado, it would have to comply with this holistic regime that is yet to be established.
Sorry, I'm getting a little tripped up because the emissions reductions and those methane requirements would be on the upstream producer. And
Sure.
to the extent that, you know, those emissions reductions that occur are going to show up in that inventory and meet that requirement. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So at this point, the Williams CNG emissions will be verified by a third party until a more holistic regime is in place on the regulatory side. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And to date, that third party is identified as NextGen?
So they'll be working with Context Labs, which is running this next gen gas methodology, which is one of the most robust ones I've ever seen. That includes quite a bit of monitoring, validation, and really a lot of transparency with that process.
Thank you. So this third party using the next gen technology that or next gen methodology, excuse me, that you're referencing has not been approved by the Air Quality Control Commission as a verification methodology. Is that correct?
Yes, these are currently third party verifiers that are able to implement this methodology.
But to be clear, you are requesting that the PUC essentially affirm this methodology as a third-party verification process for the Williams pilot by asking approval for this pilot.
No, I don't know that I would go that far. I don't think we're saying that the commission has to validate this as the one and only state verification. I think what we're really saying is that we want to pursue this pilot in order to demonstrate with a lot of transparency how this can be done and really push forward new verification methodologies that are best in class and can help us make sure that the commission has what they need in order to feel comfortable that these emissions reductions have occurred and are real and are verified.
Understood, Ms. Quillian. I think we discussed previously that there is no holistic regime in place. Is it the company's position then, based on your most recent answer, that there can be multiple regimes in place for verification?
In terms of a state regime, I think I've answered the previous question that once the state has one of those, then we will follow that. As it currently stands, I think there are multiple verifiers, third-party verifiers that are able to do this in the market today.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. My last question really is, are you suggesting then that the PUC approve the use of multiple emissions verification protocols instead of wait?
I believe Ms. Colicchio broke up. Are other people seeing that?
Yeah. Ms. Cleo, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me now? I apologize. I just got a notification that the Attorney General's Office Global Protect, which is my remote desktop, is updating while I'm speaking. So perks of working from home. I can
maybe start the question over so we can
I'm
all
happy to, and I apologize for that. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Larson. Ms. Quillian, then, are you suggesting at this point that the PUC can approve multiple emissions verification protocols instead of waiting for the AQCC to adopt a formal protocol?
Objection asked and answered.
If I may, I think I'm calling attention to now the PUC approving multiple verifications. I clarified with Ms. Quillian that there are multiple third-party verifiers and that the APCD is trying to pick one verifier. So I'm just asking her opinion as to whether or not the PUC should approve multiple verification processes at this time.
Allow it, Glenn.
think what we are suggesting is that the commission can approve this pilot under the current and very robust verification process that we put forward. And they may also approve a budget that would allow us to continue with verified purchases. I am saying that they could approve that in advance of the final division requirements.
Thank you for that answer, Ms. Quillian. I have no further questions for this witness at this time. And apologies for my
Ms.
internet.
Colegio. Hey, happens to the best of us. Okay. Next up, I have WRA for 30 minutes, Mr. Broso.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Quillian.
Good morning.
And we've met before, but for the record, my name is Parks Broso, and I will be asking you some questions today on behalf of WRA.
Great, thank you.
And Ms. Quillian, I'd like to just walk through a few topics with you related to certified natural gas. And for the record, when we talk about certified natural gas or CNG, you understand that we're referring to the same thing.
That's correct. Certified natural gas in this case.
And in your colleague, Mr. Eiley's testimony, when discussing CNG, he had stated that he fears that we are focusing too much on emissions accounting and not enough on methane emission reductions. And notwithstanding that statement, Ms. Quillian, emissions accounting is exactly what I'd like to talk with you about today. Does that sound okay?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And just in your own words, could you please define certified natural gas for us?
Yes, certified natural gas, does have other names. It can go by differentiated gas or responsibly sourced gas as well. But as we've stated, this will be certified gas. And I believe there's a full definition in Dr. Lieb's testimony, but to paraphrase, this is geological gas that has been produced with the best practices in order to exceed state and federal standards in terms of the methane intensity of that gas.
I'm
Great.
sorry, the methane, what of that gas?
Intensity, excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, and would you go over those other definitions real quick? I wasn't sure of certified natural gas. You used a couple other phrases. I wasn't quite sure I heard those correctly.
Yeah, I was just stating that in other contexts, it can sometimes be called differentiated gas or responsibly sourced gas.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And Ms. Quillian, is it fair to say that you have significant expertise in carbon accounting?
I would have to define significant, but yes, I have experience at the company with carbon accounting and do think it's very important for all of our emissions.
And thank you. And you anticipated my next question, which is, as an expert in carbon accounting, would you agree with me that accurate emissions accounting is a necessary precursor to verifying the methane emission reductions that are associated with any resource, including CNG?
Yes, the company has a long track record of leading greenhouse gas accounting, and I do think what we're putting forward here is in line with that reputation.
So I guess the inverse of that, if the accounting methodology for methane emission reductions from a resource is incorrect or inaccurate, then the estimate of the amount of reductions from that resource would also be incorrect or inaccurate.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So just the kind of the flip side of the question that we just went through, but if the accounting of methane emission reductions from a resource is incorrect or inaccurate, then it would follow that the estimate of the amount of reductions from that same resource would also be incorrect or inaccurate.
Yeah, I mean, I in general agree that we need to have the most accurate accounting in order to get an understanding of the emissions reductions. In some cases, however, I think the accounting is still, improving over time, and getting a real best estimate of that can help progress towards more emissions reductions in real time.
And in the same thread, would you also agree with me that additionality is an important component of any emission reduction activity?
I do agree with that, yes.
And just for the record, when I say additionality, do you understand that generally I'm referring to the additional incremental GHG reduction benefits of an activity, which go beyond the emission reductions that would have occurred absent that activity?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Quillian, I'm going to try not to retread the ground that the Energy Office's council already went through with you, but just to recap, the company has proposed that third-party organizations would be the ones to enforce and verify emission reductions from any CNG that the company purchases. Is that right?
At this time, yes.
And is it fair to say that the CNG market largely depends on voluntary actions by oil and gas producers?
Yes, it will require that the oil and gas producers take action beyond regulation to achieve these lower methane intensities that we are seeking, yes.
And is it fair to say that there's not an industry-wide standard for the criteria that would need to be met in order for gas to be considered CNG?
I think at the moment we can't point to that, a specific one. However, I do think with the development of Regulation 7 and what we're seeing with the EPA regulations, it's starting to, there is a body of evidence that you can show that it's going to be above and beyond those regulations. So I think there is an opportunity to show those, even if there's not one universal standard. And also I wanted to add that one thing that we are really pushing for is getting to that methane intensity number, so that you can have, that is where you'd start to be able to verify a certain level of emissions that have not gone into the atmosphere as a result of these actions. And so I think there's real developments here that are enabling us to look at specific metrics to be able to identify certified gases beyond regulations.
So, Ms. Quillian, at the current day, each third-party verifier or third-party organization, they have their own criteria for methane monitoring and best practices, but that those criteria differ depending on the organization.
Yes, some of the third-party verifiers do have their own methodology.
And not sure if it's Ms. Federico driving this morning, but if we could please pull up Ms. Quillian's rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 119 and turn to page 5, please. And if we could scroll down to line 13. So here you state that there are a number of CNG products that are offered in the marketplace, many of which lack sufficient measurement and transparency. When I refer to CNG here, I'm referring to a premium CNG product that provides adequate measurement and transparency, resulting in higher quality environmental attributes. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And could you just point me to where in your testimony you define what you mean by high quality here and how that differs from other CNG products?
Yeah, so I think in the following sentence where it says the Williams pilot proposed in this proceeding provides this higher quality environmental attribute is really what we're talking about here. So yes, I mean, there are cases I think we've seen in the market where I would not agree that the accounting and verification is up to par with what we're looking at. And that's why we propose this pilot to start to put out here as an example of the real transparency and verification that we're looking for. And so that is why under this proposal, we're really trying to give that transparency so that any premium that we are paying for the attribute in particular has undergone this high measurement through very transparent and quality verification.
So regarding that level of measurement and transparency, could you just explain a little bit more what you'd consider to be an adequate level of measurement and transparency in order for CNG to be considered high quality or a premium product?
Yes, well, I would encourage you to also ask the question of Mr. Lush as well from Williams, as he's intimately familiar with their particular proposal and the verification there. But as I defined in other parts of my testimony, we're looking at the oil and gas methane protocol at level 5. And what we're really getting at is the continuous monitoring, making sure there's reconciliation between the site level emissions and any aerial monitoring. And then, really, sorry, I had one more point and I lost it, but really making sure that we have the full suite of emissions and monitoring at each site, and that it's meeting those high quality qualifications of the oil and gas protocol and other and those types of requirements.
And so, Ms. Quillian, for setting the Williams pilot aside for the rest of the CNG that the company intends to purchase through the budget that's requested in this proceeding, are you requesting that the commission approve those criteria or any set of criteria for the CNG that would be purchased?
That is not currently, that wasn't part of the initial proposal, but again, I think what we're saying is that by doing the pilot, we'll be able to have more transparency with the commission on that, on how we do the verification, and we would be meeting those high quality standards with any purchases going forward.
And so it's the company's position then that it would have the discretion to choose between different third-party organizations, depending on its judgment on whether, let me restart that. The company would use its discretion to choose different third-party organizations, depending on the company's discretion of whether those organizations meet those criteria or have adequate measurement standards. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, under some parameters. I mean, I think as I've stated, there are some protocols you can look at, and I think the quality that we're proposing under the pilot is really what we'd be looking for going forward. So I don't think it would be we could just pick any one, but we would have to make sure that it continues to provide the transparency that we've established with the pilot.
But, and not to retread this, but based on what the company has requested here in terms of commission approval, there would be no limitations in the commission decision on which third-party organization could or could not be selected.
I don't, yeah, under the proposal, there would be, yeah, it would have to have a third party verification. And yes, we would be proposing what third party would conduct that verification.
And so is it your testimony that this commission does not need to know which third-party organization the company intends to use to verify the CNG that it purchases?
Objection misstates her testimony.
If I can respond, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. President.
I'm seeking to clarify what the testimony is, and so to the extent that that's not what the company is proposing, Ms. Quillian can answer that.
I agree. If he's asked her to clarify, she may clarify if that was not the testimony.
And I can restate the question if that's helpful.
No, that was not my testimony. I think that we are seeking to provide full transparency of who and how we will be doing the certification of all of our purchases.
But that transparency, Ms. Quillian, would occur after the purchases happen, correct? The company has not provided the list of organizations that it would purchase CNG from at this time.
In this current filing, no. However, recall that we will be providing annual reports on each of these items. And we are looking at phasing these in. So we're going to be doing the pilot first, and then as we come back in the annual reports, we'll be able to provide the continued transparency on future purchases.
Okay, Ms. Quillian, we can move on. And regarding the budgetary request from the company to purchase CNG environmental attributes, is it the case that the company would always be purchasing those attributes as a bundled product?
Our intent is to fully purchase them as bundled products, yes.
And by bundled product, you mean that the company would be purchasing both the natural gas and the associated CNG attributes?
Yes, and I will clarify that, however, the budget we are proposing is for the attribute itself and the certification of those emissions reductions. And then it will be bundled with that normal natural gas purchase for the volume as well.
Thank you for that clarification. And so I'm an attorney, so I have a disease where little words like these matter, but you stated it's the company's intent. Does that mean that the company could potentially purchase unbundled CNG attributes?
Only we would have to provide further transparency of that, but this proposal is to be buying bundled.
Okay, so when you request the budget and it's just for the CNG attributes, not for the gas, that budgetary request is only for CNG attributes that are a bundled product.
Yes.
Great, I appreciate that clarification. And I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Grosso. All right, I think we are up to Commission Council.
No questions.
Thanks, Ms. Harper. Oh, and I do have clarification. We have Ms. Kunkel today driving on the exhibit. So to the extent you'd all like to refer to her by the proper name.
That's a helpful clarification. Thank you.
But yeah, that's always nice. They're doing really hard work for us. So I want to make sure y'all can call them by their names, and it changes each day. So I understand the confusion. All right, up to you, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillen. Hello, Ms. Quillian. How are you doing?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I just had a couple of questions, help me kind of understand CNG and sort of, you know, how it works and what the company's intentions are here. So when we're talking about CNG here in Colorado, are we talking about production, storage, transport, are we talking about the entire, you know, value chain along upstream of consumption, or is it a component of that? Is it just at the production and storage, or how does that work? Where is the line draw?
Yeah, so great question. I think for purposes of the emissions process and the best practices we're seeking to you know, encourage through this process, it's really happening at the production site. So how is it produced? And then one thing we are looking at in the Williams pilot is to get better transparency of then that midstream process of where it goes from there. But when I'm talking about the certified gas and the methane reductions, it's really happening on the production side.
Okay, so it's at the production site primarily. And does, you know, as I think was pointed out by CEO, Colorado obviously has higher methane reduction requirements than other states do in the production side. So is the certification of the CNG for products in Colorado, would the environmental attributes be those attributes above the required regulation here in Colorado in terms of allowable methane emissions?
Yes, so under Regulation 7 in the state, they've established certain methane intensities for 2025, 27, 2030, and they decline over time. And what we are saying is that, yeah, if we're purchasing it in Colorado, we would be seeking to beat those targets on a methane intensity basis. And obviously that's great that the state has these methane regulations and that will drive some of the reductions we're seeking already. But we think that through this voluntary market and at a very low cost, we can also drive emissions reductions sooner, faster, particularly during this clean heat planning period where we know there's going to be natural gas. So let's make sure that it's produced at the lowest methane intensity possible and really try to see if we can drive reductions earlier, which is important from an environmental perspective as well, to get those emissions reductions from methane, earlier and faster. That can really help from a climate change perspective.
Okay, so the premium that would be paid for the CNG would be relative to that net increase in emissions above the existing regulation. Is that?
Yes, yeah, so the premium product nature of it, and we have made some purchases without a premium, but we expect that that's going to change over time as the market develops and as we get to these lower methane intensities. But the premium is only paid if it's proven that it's exceeded the regulation requirement.
Great. And is that premium, is it, and maybe it's too early to say because we haven't been doing it, but does the premium scale with the level of emissions reductions? So if you're able to reduce more, you obviously would create more environmental attributes. Those environmental attributes would drive a certain price, per reduction. So would there be some sort of a scalar there?
So, I mean, I think the answer right now is we might not know exactly. In theory, I agree with that. I mean, that's what we would expect, but I think it can also vary kind of depending on the site where, what's already deployed, what additional actions need to be taken, all of that needs to be taken into account. And regardless, we think it's going to be a fairly small premium. But yeah, I don't think I could say today for sure that that's exactly how it would work, but I would hope so.
Okay. And for the CNG that would be purchased outside of Colorado, obviously lower methane regulations there. So would the environmental attributes basically be triggered off of the state regulation there, or would it be relative to what would be allowed under Colorado law?
So I think outside of Colorado, the dominating regulation is really the EPA regulations for oil and gas, which were recently finalized, and those will trigger some new best practices and reductions in emissions. However, on the federal side, that doesn't set a specific methane intensity, and it's also going to be happening over a fairly long time frame. And so that we would be really comparing against that world, which would be governed by the EPA regulations. What we've been saying is really on the national basis, there are quite a few different percentages to use for a baseline, but we've looked at a very conservative approach, in my opinion. Kind of in the modeling, we started at 1.1% and that declines over time. So we would be using kind of more basin or national averages to understand the counterfactual in that case outside of Colorado.
Okay, so I think I heard a previous witness from Project Canary say the national average was 0.8%. Is that aligned with sort of what?
Yeah, so that's within the range that we have modeled. I mean, I think, yeah, I heard him say that as well. And I think that it does depend on the basin that you're looking at and where you're pulling that out. So I there are a few different national estimates out there, but that's on the lower end of what I've seen is the 0.8 to 1%.
Do you know what the average is here in Colorado?
So interested in Colorado right now, we don't have a state average that I'm aware of from the DJ Basin, but I can certainly look into that. But that's why the regulation, once we get into 25 next year and beyond, then the regulation kind of becomes the de facto intensity to be assuming everyone's gonna meet that regulation requirement.
So for the gas that we would be buying out of state, we'd be paying, you know, really, as you pointed out, we'd be paying the premium for that, the environmental attributes associated with that, which would be whatever the reduction was beyond what the EPA regulations establish, correct?
Yes.
And that would more than likely, unless the unlikely event that the EPA regulations are as strict as Colorado's, it would probably be greater than if that same emissions reduction were accomplished in Colorado, right? Because your delta would be different. Basically, you're comparing off of the EPA regulation versus the Colorado regulation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you pay a higher premium really for out of state.
Well, sorry, that emissions part was correct. I don't know that we know yet whether the premium will be higher or lower. At least I don't know that sitting here today. The premium, like we were saying earlier, might depend on some different market factors. So the emissions delta, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be different depending what regulation we're looking at, but I don't know for certain that the premiums will be different. In fact, I mean, in more likelihood, they're going to be lower elsewhere than here. But again, I don't know that sitting here today.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the value of the environmental attribute would be possibly lower out of state per unit, basically.
Possibly, yeah.
Than it would be here in Colorado. So you can't compare the two. Is that what I was kind of getting at? Is I think one of the things that we were talking about was the more your emissions reductions, the greater the number of environmental attributes, the higher the price. And because it's an out-of-state production, I'm assuming you're going to have more environmental attributes because your regulation is lower. And so you would have a greater quantity of environmental attributes coming from out-of-state gas as opposed to those coming from in-state gas. And I would assume because there's a greater number of environmental attributes in the out-of-state gas, you'd be paying more, but you're saying that that's not necessarily the case.
No, and because what I was saying earlier is that there's other factors to consider, which it's dependent on what that producer in another states like decides to invest in, what would incentivize them to make these changes. So yeah, I think that's one of the things we'll be looking into very closely. I think we would you know, as in our pilot, we're looking at Colorado first to really understand that and get beyond those regulations. I think it's just in other states, yeah, it's going to be pretty dependent on the market, which can be pretty dynamic. So I don't want to suggest that we know exactly which one's going to have a higher price or not.
And would this be like you know, when we talk about the market for environmental attributes, would it be much more of a sort of fractured market than we see, for example, in, you know, emissions trading and RECs and things like that? Is that why you can't really point, because it's going to be more impacted by various different market forces because it's not as unified in terms of the emissions trading market?
Not necessarily. I think I guess I'm just pointing out that the investments needed on the production side to gain the environmental attributes can vary. Can vary.
So the value of the environmental attribute will be impacted by what the costs are for the producer to achieve those reductions. It's not necessarily driven by a market price.
So sorry, I think I'm taking us down the rabbit hole.
Sorry if I'm confusing here. I kind of think of environmental attributes as following a market price, and you're saying it kind of depends on what the producer has to implement in terms of technology and what that technology costs. So I'm trying to figure out what's driving the price of an environmental attribute in that case.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. So I think, yes, this will be part of a market. And we're seeing that develop over time as there are, you know, as purchasers such as ourselves are saying, like, this is a attribute that we care about. We're starting to see more of these opportunities to make those purchases, and it will become, it's a growing market. And yes, the market dynamics will play a role in that. And so in Colorado, you're going to see that we have to take more action to exceed the regulation. And in other states, it might vary depending on what state regulation they end up with or their federal regulation. So it'll be a combination. All these factors that I'm describing, like, yes, will ultimately play into the market dynamics of exactly what type of premium we would be paying. Obviously, when we're evaluating those premiums, we're not going to pay a lot more unless we think we can get more emissions reductions benefits from it.
Right. And I can imagine that because there's greater environmental attributes in an out-of-state producer because the standard is lower, there may be an incentive to purchase that CNG from out of state because you're going to get more environmental attributes for qualification, you know, from the production of that gas per MMBTU, basically. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes, I think that's a long-term issue. I think what I've stated in some of my previous discovery questions is really that we don't anticipate that the certified gas budget that we're proposing is really going to really fundamentally change the purchases that we're making today. So I wouldn't anticipate that our balance between Colorado versus out of state would change simply by virtue of the CNG budget. I think, and in the long term, we're going to see how those market dynamics play out that you're describing. But I should clarify that that's not part of what we see changing as under the proposal we're putting forward in this case.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one final question, because I've seen a lot of, because it's not a, you know, a standard market, you know, the CNG, as you mentioned, there's a lot of different protocols out there, and I've seen various different things qualify. Can you testify that the protocols that the company is going to be following for the certification of CNG would not include the utilization of purchase of offsets for that certification?
Yes, I believe that's correct. The certified natural gas that we are seeking would be, yeah, to meet these requirements on the production level to reduce the emissions. The offsets wouldn't be a part of that.
So offsets wouldn't be able to be used for a company to certify their natural gas or any part of their natural gas. Is that correct?
That is my current understanding, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner Plant. Good morning, Ms. Quillian.
Good morning.
Okay, let me see. What are the typical lengths of like CNG purchase agreements?
Yeah, great question. So we have started with shorter agreements. The pilot that's described in my testimony was on a seasonal basis. The Williams pilot is on 1 year. For the future purchases, we're looking at probably up to a year, but I think we're anticipating more of them will be seasonal contracts rather than long-term.
Okay. And then I just want to walk through how you all propose to quantify the greenhouse gas reductions. It's my understanding that y'all will know the intensity of the gas you're purchasing, right? That's a core part of this. And then you will deduct the state average, like the Colorado state average upstream methane intensity, and count that delta as the savings. But stop me where I've gone wrong. Am I off?
Yeah, you're close. Yeah, I think so. The first value, especially of the pilot, is getting to that additional detail of the methane intensity, which will give us a lot more transparency over these emissions. And then in terms of the calculation for this process is, yes, you would compare that to what would otherwise be occurring on a baseline, essentially. What you've seen we've done in the modeling that we've proposed, like I was saying, we have a baseline that declines over time. And then that's compared against the methane intensity that we think we can achieve through certified gas. And then that's where in our annual reports that we're bringing back, we'll be able to provide that transparency of here's the baseline we used, which, as I was stating earlier, we'll start to align that with the state requirements. And then we would compare that against what we were able to achieve through the market purchases. And that delta is at least the emissions reductions that we'd be demonstrating through the project.
Okay. And then, so as I understand the whole thing, like step one to certifying natural gas and knowing you have lower emission gases to measure, monitor and measure the intensity, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned there isn't a current state baseline. So it's my understanding, this is not wide enough deployed. It doesn't seem like we have a good idea of what the state average is right now. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then it sounds like once some of the methane regulations, like upstream methane regulations in Colorado more take hold, you'll consider that state average or baseline to be essentially compliance with the regulation?
Yeah, if I follow your question correctly, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, so in the modeling, we've used the best available information, which, you know, the national labs and others have done quite a bit of research into kind of what average emissions are by basin and across the country. And that's where we've started, but we've declined it over time. If I follow your question correctly, you know, really what we're saying is now we think Regulation 7 starts to set a new standard for Colorado, and we're seeking to exceed that through these purchases in both time and intensities. And that's what we would start to compare against. Now, I do think it's important that, you know, that assumes everybody complies with it as well. So we will have to kind of monitor how that goes over time.
Yeah, what do you understand to be kind of the enforcement mechanism for the methane, upstream methane? And I understand if it's not your area of expertise, I get it, but do we anticipate everyone is going to comply with the upstream methane regulations?
Yeah, that one is a little bit beyond my expertise. I think the regulation, like I said, you know, to my knowledge, really sets out that standard that we'll be seeking to achieve across different operators, but I'm not able to opine today on whether I think who or how, if everyone's going to get there or not. I'm not familiar with that data.
Okay, but the overall intent is your gas, in the specific project, your purchased gas emissions and upstream emissions intensity would then be, you would subtract from that, as I understand it, the state average upstream methane intensity. So I'm trying to figure out if these new regulations take hold, and I guess the presumption, as a regulator, I have to say, the presumption is everyone follows the regulation, right? Okay, so if everyone follows the regulation, I'm a little bit struggling if that's an average. Like mathematically, it's the worst performance you could have, right?
So you're suggesting it could be lower if folks exceed that?
They have to exceed it. That's the worst they can do in terms of methane emissions intensity. So I'm struggling to understand if that's actually a mathematical average that's appropriate to even be considering. It's the worst, right?
Well, I think I see where you're going. I mean, yes, that becomes the number to beat, right? And I think what we're saying is that through the certified gas process, you would be able to get further. But to the extent that data becomes available that indicates that, yeah, we're exceeding that as a state, the average is lower, we're more than willing to get to, adjust to that. But I wouldn't say we have that level of information available in order to make that assumption today. So that's why we're using that as kind of the number. And then if you look at what we've said is, the certified gas has got to be below 0.2, 0.25, and that's already below what the standard establishes. And so I think it's fair to say that we're going to be beating that requirement in order to purchase the premium.
Okay. For the proposed kind of location of procurement of the certified natural gas that y'all are proposing, at least at this stage, is that a site that already has installation of monitoring and verification equipment, or is this a new application?
That is a good question. I think Mr. Lush would be better suited to answer that. I don't know that.
Do you anticipate the company would use the same monitoring and verification scheme inside the state versus out of the state, or do you think those would vary?
I think we would want to hold any purchases to the same standard. So no, I don't think it would vary by state.
Okay. And then I think there's some information in the record about kind of, in all honesty, verification of the verification, third-party verification of the certification and entities. Is that something you're contemplating as part of this to, verify if these measurements are accurate?
So yes, I mean, our number one goal, we hear the concern that we want to make sure these are real. And so we're doing everything in our power to have that level of transparency. So what's proposed is really that it would run through this next gen gas methodology that has a third-party verifier and KPMG looking at to make sure all those calculations and everything is correct from Williams, from Context Labs and all of that. Beyond that, I don't know if you're asking if we would do an additional state verification that's not currently contemplated, but I think we would be open to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if the proposal includes kind of verification from a third party outside of anyone doing the initial CNG verification and equipment that is kind of deploying other equipment to confirm or audit if those calculations are accurate.
Beyond the KPMG level, which they are the third party in that pilot, no, there would be no additional from that.
Okay, those are all my questions. So we will go back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, Ms. Quillen, I just have a few redirect questions for you. You spoke with Colorado Energy Office Counsel, Ms. Colicchio, this morning. You remember that?
Yes.
And you discussed briefly Scope 3 emissions with her. You recall that?
Yes.
What is a Scope 3 emission?
Scope 3 emissions are emissions within the value chain that are caused to be occurred by your business or customers. So in this case, I'm referring to the upstream natural gas emissions, which are considered scope 3 because they occur upstream, but they are used to deliver the gas to our customers.
And does the company track and account for scope 3 emissions?
Yes, so scope 3 emissions has been a big part of our emissions accounting on both the electric and the gas side. And really it's following the greenhouse gas protocol under the theory that it's really important for companies to have a full inventory of the emissions associated with their operations. And that's also why we've included these in our own corporate goals to really make sure that we're doing everything in our power to reduce emissions across our entire value chain.
Great. You also had some exchanges, I believe, with Ms. Colicchio as well as with Commissioner Plant and with Chair Gilman about the location of the company's gas purchases. You recall those discussions?
Yes.
Can we go to the company's box and pull up what I am hoping is marked as hearing exhibit 143, or I've been told is marked as hearing exhibit 143? That's always the most precarious part. So Ms. Quillian, do you see on the screen what's been marked as discovery request WRA 1-11?
Yes, I do.
And if Ms. Kunkel, we could scroll all the way down to the second page, and you're the sponsor of this discovery response, right?
That's correct.
So I would move the admission of WRA 1-11.
Any objections? So admitted.
And here at the kind of middle of the discovery response with a unhelpful page break in there is a table that is PSCO gas volume purchased over a period of time. You see that?
Yes.
And can you just kind of walk through that table and what that shows, particularly as it relates to Colorado-based natural gas purchases?
Yes, so thank you. This was a helpful table for what I was attempting to describe, which is to really show that, currently we have about 85% of our purchases are from Colorado, and then we do have some purchases across other states. I'm not the gas purchaser, but our purchasing team, is working to make sure we have reliable gas for all of our service. And as I was stating, I do not anticipate that the certified natural gas budget would in and of itself change the sources of our gas from a state perspective.
Great, thank you. We can take this down, Ms. Kunkel. Thank you. You also had a discussion with Mr. Barroso about action beyond regulation, and you discussed Regulation 7, which has been promulgated by the Air Quality Control Commission. You recall that?
Yes.
If we could go to our box and pull up what's been marked, again, as I've been told, as hearing exhibit 134. I'd just like to use this as a demonstrative because I think it goes to some of the dialogue that went on in terms of how the CNG compares to where the regulations in Colorado as they stand today are. So Ms. Quillian, can you explain what's going on this particular graphic?
Yes, thank you. So this graphic is a visual representation of some of the numbers I provided in my rebuttal testimony. And the intention here is really to show over time how Regulation 7 is establishing those methane intensity targets. So you can see on the left that these are the targets, methane intensity targets for minority operators, which is defined as any producer that is 10 million barrels of oil equivalent produced as established in 2022. So if you're below that threshold, you're in this minority operator. And you can see that declines from 2025 to 2030. And then the majority of operators are above that threshold. And you can see in the blue that they do have more stringent targets under Regulation 7. On the right here is the CNG leak rate that we've calculated to compare apples to apples. And I do want to reiterate that this is the number to beat. So what we're really trying to get within this green bar, not at the top of it. But we believe through the CNG that we can get within this lower leak rate. And one thing I really want to highlight is the timeline here. So the regulation is happening between now and 2030. And there's certainly an opportunity to wait and see and let the regulation do the work. But what we're arguing here is through our certified natural gas proposal that we can get emissions reductions sooner and faster. So we'll be at this green bar, you know, very soon, as soon as next year within our pilot, if the pilot is approved. And so that's really the value proposition here, is that for a very low cost, we can get these emissions reductions sooner. With this add-on in vertical 3, you know, we're really looking at achieving up to 30% more emissions at less than 3% of an additional cost. So the value proposition, in my opinion, from a cost and emissions perspective, is really valuable in the short term.
Thank you, Ms. Quillian. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. All right, Ms. Quillian, you are free to go. You may be excused. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. All right, next up we have Mr. Mark, and I think we'll get in one cross before one or two crosses before lunch.
Thank you, Chair Gilman. The company calls Nick Mark to the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Mark.
Morning.
Can you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And are you alone today as you testify?
I am.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Roselli.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mark. You may have the easiest job of any witness here. I'm going to ask you to repeat and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Nick Mark, Nickmark.
That was easy. By whom are you employed?
Excel Energy Services.
And what is your job?
I work on the strategy and policy aspects of our customer programs, primarily energy efficiency, demand response, and electrification.
And you filed testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
You filed direct testimony that's identified as hearing exhibit 105.
That's correct.
Rebuttal testimony that's hearing exhibit 120.
Yes.
And both of these have been admitted into the record, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to either of those testimonies today?
No, I don't.
Okay. With that, Mr. Mark is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, first up, I've got City of Boulder with 10 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. The city has decided to waive its cross of Mr. Mark today.
All right. Next up, we have CEC for 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mark. We know one another. I'm Michelle King here on behalf of the Colorado Energy Consumers.
Morning. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. I want to talk with you about the Clean Heat Plan and try to better understand where and how it overlaps with the company's existing DSM and beneficial electrification activities. So starting with our discussion on DSM and BE, you acknowledge that in this Clean Heat Plan, the level of spending necessary to attempt to achieve the emission reductions that may be achieved through incremental DSM and BE is significant and unprecedented. Is that your testimony?
That sounds like my testimony.
And you agree with that statement?
I do.
Okay. Indeed, the cost of DSM under any portfolio that achieves the emissions target is dramatically greater than what the Commission approved in the 2022 strategic issues proceeding, right?
Yes.
And the same holds true for beneficial electrification, correct?
Yes.
You're the manager of DSM strategy and policy at Excel, correct?
I'm actually no longer in a management position, but I'm consulting on the same topics.
Okay, and have been in similar capacity since 2021.
Yes.
And you held that position as manager during the most recent strategic issues proceeding in 2022, which was proceeding 23A-0392EG.
That's correct.
And you reviewed the commission's decision in that case and have general familiarity with it?
Yes.
Ms. Kunkel, if we can please pull exhibit 2106 from CEC's box. Thank you. Mr. Mark, do you recognize this as decision C-23-0413 issued in the proceeding that we were just talking about, the strategic issues proceeding?
Yes.
I'd like to move the admission of exhibit 2106.
No objections from the company.
So admitted.
I'd like to take a minute to put some numbers to the DSM and BE budgets that were approved in the strategic issues proceeding. And so, Ms. Kunkel, if we can please turn to page 23, paragraph 62 of this exhibit. And if we can shrink it so that Mr. Mark has opportunity to review that. Thank you so much. Mr. Mark, if you take a moment to just review paragraph 62 on the screen and let me know when you've done so.
Okay.
Mr. Mark, you're aware that for gas energy efficiency, the commission approved a budget of $18 million per year for each year 2024 through 2026.
Yes.
With 25% flexibility, correct?
That's right.
And now with that flexibility, would you agree, subject to check, that that amounts to about $22.5 million a year?
About that, yes.
And in establishing the gas energy efficiency budget, would you acknowledge that the commission was mindful of the total impact of DSM expenditures on ratepayers and tried to establish a reasonable ratepayer impact?
That is the statement of the decision, yes.
And if we can next please turn to page 19, paragraph 52. And if we can shrink this just a bit so that Mr. Mark has opportunity to review that paragraph. And please, after you've done so, let me know when you've completed that review of paragraph 52.
Okay.
So for beneficial electrification, are you aware that the commission established a budget of $9.5 million in 2024?
Yes.
21 million in 2025,
Yes.
and 37 million in 2026,
Yes.
and also allowed for 20% flexibility on that. And I can direct your attention to paragraph 53 if you need for that final point.
I was going to say it's not in this paragraph, but I believe that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So over 3 years, that scaling beneficial electrification budget totals 67.5 million, or 81 million over 3 years if we include the flexibility. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And so on a per year average, that would be 27 million per year. Is that right?
Subject to check, but yes.
Would you agree that for beneficial electrification, the commission sought to strike a balance between encouraging ambitious effort and managing ratepayer impact?
Yes, I think that's a fair way of characterizing the intent.
And so if we can now, Ms. Kunkel, turn to Exhibit 120, page 11. And if we can scroll to line 3 so that the table is fully within view. Thank you. Mr. Mark, I'll direct your attention to table NCM R2, which provides the PFB and APP spending comparison. Do you see that there?
I do.
While I recognize that there's a longer time period involved in the clean heat plan, you provide the average annual cost for incremental gas energy efficiency. Is that right in this table?
Yes.
As well as beneficial electrification.
Yes, for these two portfolios.
Okay. And so under the alternative preferred portfolio, or the APP, you provide that the average annual cost for incremental gas energy efficiency will be another 16.4 million a year. Is that right?
Yes.
And does that figure include the requested 25% flexibility the company seeks?
Seeks in this proceeding?
Yes.
I don't believe that it does. I believe that it represents the estimated spending as produced by Mr. Oz's model.
And so if it were to include that 25% flexibility, that figure would rise to 20.5 million. Is that mathematically correct?
Mathematically, although whether or not the flexibility would be needed at any given year would of course affect that average.
Okay. And so those incremental gas energy efficiency costs are just about double what the commission approved in the strategic issues case on a per year basis when it tried to establish a reasonable rate impact. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And now under the pollution-free buildings portfolio, on average, you estimate there would be an additional 19.8 million for gas energy efficiency.
Chair Gilman, this is Matt Gerhart with the Conservation Coalition. I'm going to object to this as friendly cross. So the witness here opposes approval of the pollution-free buildings portfolio, and Ms. King's client does as well. And so this is the definition of friendly cross. If Ms. King would like to ask questions about the pollution-free buildings portfolio, she needs to do that of a witness who's supporting it, and that's not Mr. Mark.
Permission to respond.
Yes.
Mr. Gerhart has no basis to know whether the CEC supports any portfolios. We've not submitted testimony in this proceeding. And it's also not friendly cross because I think the point that we're trying to make here is that under either portfolio, whether APP or PFB, the costs are excessive above and beyond what the commission approved in the strategic issues proceeding.
Ms. Gilman, may I respond?
Sure.
Sure. So friendly cross is when you're asking questions of a witness that shares your point of view. And Ms. King's questions clearly revealed that her client thinks that a certain amount of spending is inappropriate. Mr. Mark has not supported the level of spending in the pollution-free buildings portfolio. So Ms. King is absolutely free and entitled to question witnesses supporting the PFB about the level of spending in that portfolio. But it's friendly cross if she's asking Mr. Mark, whose rebuttal testimony is opposed to the PFB. So I don't believe these are appropriate questions to direct to Mr. Mark. It's friendly cross-examination, which is prohibited.
If I may respond. Thank you, Madam Chair. The point of CEC's cross here is not to bolster public service companies' lack of endorsement of the PFB portfolio. Rather, we are trying to establish in the record what the incremental costs for gas energy efficiency and beneficial electrification are above and beyond what was established in strategic issues.
All right, so let's do this, Ms. King. To the extent you're gonna ask him about the actual data and expenses, I think that's fine. I think it would be off base to ask him his opinion of it or support of it because he does not support it. So can we draw the line there? And you'll just be asking him about the numbers that he's evaluated.
I'll continue to do that. Absolutely. Thank you. So, Mr. Mark, if we can go back to my question, which was that under the pollution-free buildings portfolio, on average, that portfolio seeks to add an additional $19.8 million a year for gas EE. Is that correct?
I think that's correct as the numbers were presented in the PFB proposal.
And then if we were to add the requested 25% flexibility to that, is it mathematically correct that that figure would rise to $24.75 million?
I think that math sounds about right. And as with the APP, the actual average would depend on whether the flexibility were needed in practice.
And so that's more than double than what the commission approved in strategic issues when it tried to balance reasonable rate impacts, right?
Yes.
You also provide the annual average cost for incremental BE. And under the APP scenario, that would be another $101.4 million a year, right?
On average, yes.
And with the 25% flexibility, if needed, that would rise to $126.75 million. Does that seem right mathematically?
Sorry, can you repeat the total?
Sure, $126.75 million.
That sounds about right.
And the APP incremental beneficial electrification costs are more than 4.5 times what the commission approved over 24 to 26 when it sought to manage the adverse impact on ratepayers. Is that right?
It is. I should note that the associated savings are also many times the levels approved by the commission in that proceeding.
On that point, Mr. Mark, are the savings, is it linear? Are the savings 4.5 times what was estimated in strategic issues?
I believe it's closer to 10 times.
Okay. And so the PFB portfolio has the annual average impact of $129.2 million. Is that right?
Yes.
And if that flexibility is needed, that figure would rise to 161.5%. Correct?
I think that math sounds right.
And that's about 6 times the $27 million approved by the commission in strategic issues when it managed adverse impacts on ratepayers.
Yes, and I think for symmetry, I should make the same note that the savings projections are also considerably higher.
And so with respect to the savings, that requires participation, right? We can't guarantee those savings without participation. Is that correct?
We cannot guarantee the savings, I think full stop, but certainly without participation.
And now the DSM BE plan for 2024 through 2026 in proceeding 23A-0392EG, that plan is currently underway. Is that right?
That plan is currently being litigated.
And you're involved in that proceeding?
I am.
You'd acknowledge that while the company will strive to achieve the goals provided in the plan, we don't yet know whether or to what degree those efforts will be successful.
Is that from my testimony in that proceeding, or?
No, it's just a question for you.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. The savings goals and the activity contemplated in the 24 through 26 plan are a considerable step higher than what we've seen so far. I think it's a rough doubling of our 2023 achievement to achieve the 2024 goals, and then an incremental doubling or tripling in subsequent years.
Okay. Ms. Kunkel, we're done with this document. Thank you so much. In your capacity, consulting, I believe, with regard to DSM strategy and policy for Excel, are you aware that DSM and beneficial electrification pursued in accordance with the Commission's strategic issues proceeding must be cost effective under Colorado statute?
Yes.
And cost effectiveness in that context means having a benefit cost ratio greater than 1. Is that right?
Certainly with regards to energy efficiency. I can't recall as we sit here what the criteria for BE are. They're a little bit different simply because I think there's a recognition that especially in the early going, programs may struggle to achieve cost effectiveness.
And so that BE may not be cost effective under that definition. Is that right?
That's possible.
And is the company willing to commit here that any DSM or BE pursued in furtherance of its clean heat plan will be subject to that same cost effectiveness standard?
I think that would be something the commission would need to weigh. The commission is going to establish a set of budgets and goals, which we will make every effort to achieve. I think that whether or not particular programs or activities are cost effective from a MTRC perspective may be sort of interesting, but not necessarily the key determination there, given the need to achieve emission reductions. I spoke in my direct testimony, I believe, about the fact that the MTRC doesn't really apply in the context of clean heat.
So then how will the company tag or otherwise keep track of the cost-effective DSM measures pursued according to the strategic issues plan and the potentially not cost-effective DSM measures pursued as part of the clean heat plan?
I think they're all going to be the same measures. The cost effectiveness in Colorado is generally not applied at the measure level, but rather at the program and portfolio level. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. And so if we have a portfolio of gas DSM that has to be cost effective under statute pursuant to the strategic issues ruling and pursuant to Colorado law, and a portfolio of gas DSM measures under clean heat that may be subject to a different cost effectiveness standard, how, as a practical matter, is the company going to keep track of which is which?
I think we can certainly keep track of what measures are being installed and what level of incentives are being provided to customers to try to encourage them to install them. And we've proposed various reporting in our both clean heat check-in reports as well as our DSM annual status reports that would try to detail the spending and activity associated with each category of spending.
But the cost effectiveness is a function of the net economic benefits, is it not?
In the traditional DSM context, yes.
And so maybe subject to a different set of standards than would the DSM pursued in clean heat.
Yes, to the extent that we're talking about I think the metric of cost effectiveness in clean heat is really about whether the activity is the lowest cost way of achieving a certain amount of emission reduction. So it's really focused on achieving that goal. And so it's kind of a different yardstick that's applied there to what in many cases will be the same measure.
And so if we're working with what in many cases is the same measure, and the company is not separately tracking those gas DSM savings achieved in pursuant to the strategic issues and those pursuant to clean heat. My concern is this, and so I'll put this as a question to you. The company gets to earn performance incentives, which ratepayers pay for its achievement in DSM based on that share of net economic benefits, right?
That's correct.
And so has the company considered a plan for how it will avoid double counting as between its DSM achievements under the strategic issues case and DSM plan and under clean heat so that ratepayers aren't overpaying that incentive to the company?
So I think the savings that we would be achieving are a DSM savings in either case and would be achieved by the company in either case, right? The achievement of clean heat targets is really a function of not simply estimated savings from a particular set of measures, but the actual emissions that occur from the customer use of natural gas, regardless of what actually causes the change in emissions, whether that's weather or customer growth or something else entirely. So I think that for purposes of establishing how much energy savings the company achieved in a given year, it makes sense to include that in one place, and the place where that is where we have a place to report energy savings is in that DSM context.
And so doesn't
check with you on timing.
This is my last question. Thank you. In the absence of having a uniform cost effectiveness test for both DSM and clean heat, doesn't it give the company an incentive to put the lesser cost effective DSM measures in clean heat that doesn't by statute have that same test?
I mean, I don't think so, because as I said, we're looking at the same measures in either case. So it's not a matter of we'll promote air source heat pumps in one portfolio and heat pump water heaters in the other, so much as saying for both of these activities, we need to incentivize air source heat pumps and heat pump water heaters if we want any shot at achieving even the lower strategic issues goals, which, as I say, represent a doubling at minimum of achievement from what we have seen last year.
Based on participation, right?
Energy savings.
A lower achievement. I must have misunderstood.
A doubling.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mark. I have nothing further.
Thanks, Ms. King. Before we break for lunch, just wanted to see if there are any updates on any crosses for Mr. Mark or Mr. Hagland. I'm still evaluating. I think there's a chance we get Hagland in and done, but want to make sure I'm working with the best information. Ms. Clicchio?
Madam Chair, while I can't speak for Hagland or Mr. Mark at this time, I would like to just note we are waiving our cross of UCA witness Kuykendall.
Okay.
So just a small crumb to offer.
Something, yeah.
Something.
For 10 minutes. Anybody else, especially related to Merck or Haglund? Just wanted to ask, make sure I got my math right before I call a slightly shorter than usual lunch break, because I want to get Haglund in and out since we can't have him in the morning. So, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you, Chairman Gilman. If it's helpful, sweep has 45 minutes for Mr. Mark. We're not waiving, but I'd be surprised if we'd use our full 45 minutes. My best guess is probably more like 30 minutes.
Okay. You're just looking for a longer lunch. Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Commissioner. I was just going to make you aware that this doesn't affect Mr. Haglund's availability or anything like that. I was authorized to tell you that Mr. Sufiani is happy to go first out of order today if we end up getting into a situation. I know that there's not as much cross reserved on him. So if we need to switch around, staff is happy to go out of order and whatever we need to do.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. If it doesn't look like we can get Haglund done, I think it's close enough. We're gonna try. So I think I'm gonna
Okay.
slightly shorter.
We're also happy to do both today. So, you know, I mean, ever the
I
optimist.
doubt, now you're pushing it. I doubt we'll get to Sufiani. Mr. Barroso.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And similar to sweep, WRA is not waiving its time with Mr. Mark, but I anticipate that it will be less than the 20 minutes we have reserved, pending cross performed by the other parties.
All right. Okay. Well, in that case, let's come back at 1 o'clock if that works for everyone. For lunch, I got 12:12 right now. So we'll come back at 1, just slightly condensed, and I think that gets us real close to the 5 o'clock mark. We get Mr. Haglund done. Yeah, Mr. Roselli.
Before we depart, as long as we're doing this housekeeping, we're going to probably be shifting 15 minutes away from Miss Elam of Boulder, but to Mr. Sufiani on staff. Same amount of time. So,
But
Mr. Sufiani.
Okay. Let me find it. I'll just write it down. All right, 15 minutes from you from Elam to Sufiani.
Right. So Mr. Sufiani is more like 30 and Miss Elam is more like 15. Same.
Got it. I'll make those changes. Okay. Thanks for that update. Yeah, that has some impact on when we take him maybe. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Please turn off your cameras, mute yourselves during the break. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Can I just confirm if we have our court reporter back?
Good afternoon, I'm ready.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kutzer, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. A couple of updates. COSA will be waiving its cross of Mr. Lush, so I wanted to provide you with that update. And I also have some updates from Mr. Kruger on his availability.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't think we'll be to him today, but he's available until 4 o'clock today. He's unfortunately not available tomorrow at all anymore. And then his Monday availability, I believe, remains the same, 9 to 1 p.m. And then his windows on Tuesday are 10:30 to noon or 1 to 3. And I do apologize for that narrow scope, but the best we could do.
No worries. We're gonna get him Monday morning.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we get going here? Okay, great. Mr. Mark, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
Understood.
Next up, I have CEO for 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Mark. I am Second Assistant Attorney General Jessica Lowry, representing the Colorado Energy Office. Good to see you again.
See you.
I just have a couple questions focusing on the DSM and BE portions of the Clean Heat Plan. Did the company propose any specific products or measures for using the incremental DSM and BE funds?
No, nothing specific. At this point, given the wide range of scope in each potential portfolio, it felt a little premature to be looking at sort of detailed planning in that way. Generally speaking, I think we would expect under whichever portfolio is ultimately approved, that a lot of the programming and activities would be designed to complement or augment the activity that we're already undertaking with our DSM portfolio.
Great, thank you. And when do you expect to provide any details to the Commission about which specific DSM programs or products or measures or BE programs or product or measures you're going to pursue with your incremental Clean Heat Plan funds?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly how that is supposed to work. There's not a lot of clear guidance in the rule, to my understanding. We've talked about the need, or one option rather, being the 60 to 90 day notice process that we could use to communicate with parties sort of how we're planning to deploy some of those funds to support existing DSM activities or new efforts that we plan to launch, those sorts of things. I think that given the newness of some of this activity, and particularly the ambitiousness of the targets that we'll be looking at, I'm not sure it makes a ton of sense to go through a sort of, in a standard DSM framework, we have the strategic issues process and then the plan process. I think in order to deploy more quickly and start actually getting out and doing things, I'm not sure that approach really makes sense in this context. And we'll probably need to be continuing to adjust and assess incentive amounts or engagement strategies a lot along the way. So I think we've imagined sort of looking at Clean Heat as I say, as sort of an augmentation of some of those budgets, but not something that it would make sense to have a whole additional litigated proceeding around rebate levels or things like that.
Mm-hmm. So if you're thinking about using the 60 to 90 day process for approval of products or measures or spending funds, do you have a sense of when you might be able to file those 60-day notices in relation to whenever the decision is final in this proceeding?
I think that'll depend to some degree on how much clarity there is over the course of these hearings around and commission's deliberations about the relative scale of the budget that they are going to approve. So if there's, for example, a clear sense that the commission is leaning towards one particular portfolio, I think some of our product management teams would start sort of using that as a rough guidepost of the amounts of budget that they have to work with and that kind of thing. So it's hard to say with specificity, but I would think, given that we need to get these programs up and running and ramping up as quickly as possible, we would probably be starting to roll out some of those notices within, the first few months after the decision is final.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to ask you very specifically about the heat pump incentives. In your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the company proposed lower heat pump incentives in the ongoing 2024 to 2026 DSM plan proceeding so that the plan wouldn't exceed the budget that was established in the strategic issues proceeding. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. So does that mean that public service is planning to use incremental BE funds approved here to issue more heat pump incentives or issue larger heat pump incentives or something related, something like that for heat pumps?
Yeah, I think we've been anticipating that clean heat funds could be used to augment the otherwise available incentives for customers.
Mm-hmm. But specifically, do you anticipate that there would be more incentives given out or higher incentives given out?
Do you mean a larger number, a larger dollar amount, or both?
Yes, any of those.
Yeah, so I certainly one would hope that providing a higher level of incentive could drive higher levels of participation. I'm not sure that's going to be a linear relationship, but yes, the thought is that we might be able to offer a higher rebate for a heat pump than we would otherwise be able to under the strategic issues framework alone, and that hopefully that higher incentive could drive higher participation than we would have seen at that lower rebate.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Mark. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lowry. Next up, I have Conservation Coalition, 35 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mark. I'm Matt Gerhart, representing the Conservation Coalition. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Good, thanks. So to begin, do you recall generally in your rebuttal discussing what you believe to be realistic versus unrealistic with respect to BE adoption rates?
I recall discussing realistic versus unrealistic assumptions. I don't think I got specific on adoption rates necessarily, although I can't recall.
Sure. Ms. Kunkel, would you mind pulling up hearing exhibit 120 and scrolling to page 6, please? Okay. So, Mr. Mark, just a refresher recollection, this subsection of your rebuttal is titled Scale and Pace of DSM, including BE proposals. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree that state and local incentives for BE are relevant factors for assessing the realistic scale and pace of BE?
They are among a number of factors, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that another relevant factor would be the number of customers eligible for the company's BE incentives?
Sure.
Okay. And you're aware that for this plan, the company is proposing to limit eligibility for BE incentives to dual fuel customers. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding of the proposals that I think Mr. Eiley sponsored.
Okay. And are you aware that the company as represented has approximately 425,000 gas-only customers?
That number seems in the right ballpark to me.
Okay. All else equal, would you agree that if you assumed those gas-only customers were eligible for BE incentives, that you would tend to estimate a greater amount of achievable BE than if you assume they're not eligible for incentives?
Sure, assuming all else equal, though I'm not 100% sure that that would apply.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall a discussion in your rebuttal, and we can scroll to it if you don't, but a discussion in your rebuttal about whether the pollution-free buildings portfolio relies on future changes to laws and policies?
I do recall that discussion generally.
Okay. And again, happy to scroll there if it's helpful, but specifically, you stated that you believed that the assumption in that portfolio around replacement of air conditioners with heat pumps in 2030 relied on future policy changes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall pointing out some of the statements in the pollution-free buildings report that stress the importance of that requirement.
Okay. Are you aware of any testimony advocating that the commission approve anything in the pollution-free buildings portfolio for the year 2030?
I guess I'm not certain one way or the other about that specific question.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements in the pollution-free buildings report calling for policy changes in the years 2024 to 2028 regarding AC replacements with heat pumps?
I guess I wasn't looking at the report by year. What I recall it calling out was the need for some of those policies if the goals established by the legislature are to be achieved.
Okay, so you were, if I'm understanding you correctly, you were really focused on the year 2030 and what may or may not be needed to achieve that goal in 2030. Is that what I hear you saying, or are you saying something different?
No, I'm saying that when I looked at the pollution-free buildings report, I noticed that it called for these policy changes. I don't recall it specifying a year in which those should occur.
Okay. So just to be clear, you can't point to anything in the pollution-free buildings report specifically calling for policy changes during the action period of this clean heat plan for 2024 through 2028.
As I say, without looking at the report, what I recall is it laying out the necessity of those changes, assuming that they would happen in time for the, within the planning horizon that is discussed within the report. I don't, as I say, recall whether it specified which year a given policy would be necessary.
Okay. Ms. Kunkel, would you please pull up hearing exhibit 700, attachment JB-3?
Just 1 second.
Thanks. And would you please scroll to page 16? So, Mr. Mark, this is the report regarding the pollution-free buildings portfolio that we were just discussing. If you look down to the third paragraph, do you see that sentence starting with initially, we assume?
I do.
Okay. Could you just read that sentence aloud, please?
Initially, we assume that incentives drive uptake of heat pumps as described in more detail in Chapter 4.
Okay, and then it goes on to say achieving 100% heat pump replacements for ACs by 2030. However, will likely require additional policy measures. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So would you agree that the report doesn't appear to rely on policy changes for heat pump replacements for ACs before 2030?
I guess I'm not sure. I think that's a little bit of a reductive view here, simply because if the goal of the portfolio is, as I understand it to be, to have the company on track to achieve the 2030 emissions targets, then one has to make certain assumptions about what's going to be in place. Now, it may be that the assumption here is that appliance standard will take place in 2029, but whether that's within the current clean heat action period or not, it's still an underlying assumption that was used in the development of the portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kunkel, we can pull down this exhibit. Mr. Mark, I want to switch gears slightly. Are you aware that the company has asked for various forms of flexibility in terms of shifting budgets between measures and between years?
At a high level, yes.
Okay. So as you were talking about with Counsel for CEO, despite the fact that the modeling outputs for portfolios have very specific numerical lists of heat pumps adopted, the company isn't saying that for any portfolio, it will necessarily achieve that exact number of each of those measures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So would you characterize it as the modeling is showing perhaps indicative results, and the specific details of what will be implemented would be developed further and adjusted as the company goes along?
Right. Yeah. So, for example, you might need to see a 10-fold increase in overall electrification participation, but the specifics of the level of increase for heat pump water heaters versus air source heat pumps, it's not entirely clear at this time.
Would you agree that it would be possible for intervener portfolios to have that same kind of flexibility?
I guess I don't know what flexibility provisions have been proposed by interveners, but certainly I think that the general concept that a collection of measures that achieve a certain result that can provide indicative information about the level of participation in various measures, with a recognition that there may be a different mix of measures that would achieve the same result.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kunkel, would you please pull back up Mr. Mark's rebuttal testimony? That's hearing exhibit 120, please. And would you please scroll to page 28? Thank you. Mr. Mark, so this figure on page 28 is a comparison between the company's amended preferred portfolio and the pollution-free buildings portfolio. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have here the costs of the amended preferred portfolio. Would you agree that this omits certain categories of costs for that portfolio?
Yes, this figure was intended to represent just the DSM spending considered under each.
Okay, so you'd agree then that this figure doesn't provide a comparison of the total program costs for each portfolio?
Yeah, as I say, I was intending to compare only the DSM components.
Okay. Subject to check, would you agree that the amended preferred portfolio program costs that are missing here, plus the third vertical, are over $400 million?
I guess I don't know. My focus in this proceeding has been around the customer programs on the demand side of the equation, so I haven't tracked the numbers on the other portions of the portfolios.
Okay, so do you know what the comparison is then between these two portfolios in terms of total costs?
As I say, I think the comparison that I was trying to make with this graph is partly that the DSM spending contemplated under pollution-free buildings is greater than under the APP, but also that it was greater than was maybe suggested by some of the testimony. So I wasn't really focused on any clean fuels or other aspects of spending when making this comparison.
Sure. But subject to check, would you agree that the total program costs for the amended preferred portfolio are approximately $1.3 billion through 2030?
I guess I don't know. I can agree that there is some amount of clean fuels expenditure anticipated under the APP, but I can't recall what the specific number is. Would be reluctant to testify to it.
And would you agree that the two portfolios here are estimated by their various proponents to achieve different levels of emission reductions?
Possibly. I think that may be correct.
Okay, so at least as far as the portfolio proponents are concerned, this isn't an apples to apples comparison in terms of portfolios that would achieve the same amount of emissions reductions.
Sorry, is that a question?
Yes. This is not an apples to apples comparison of portfolios that achieve the same amount of emissions reductions. Would you agree with that?
Not entirely, because that wasn't the intent of the portfolio or of the comparison. Rather, it was to try to provide a little bit of additional visibility into the amount of spending on DSM that was contemplated under each.
Sure. I'm not asking you about your intent. I'm just asking whether you can confirm that the two portfolios here are not equivalent in terms of overall emissions reductions.
I don't recall the specific emission reductions that are estimated under each.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mark, for your time. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Gerhart. Next up, I have sweep for somewhere optimistically less than 45 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mark. I will be asking you questions today on behalf of sweep. And I'd like to start by discussing the pollution-free buildings portfolio and pick up on a thread you just mentioned with Mr. Gerhart, which is your testimony that you believe sweep, WRA, and the Conservation Coalition have understated the cost of that portfolio. So to start with some big picture context, you've already discussed earlier today how there are essentially two separate paths for setting goals and implementing DSM and beneficial electrification, which are the DSM planning process on one hand and the clean heat plan process on the other. Would you agree?
I guess I don't recall discussing it in those terms, but I would agree that there will be some amount of DSM activity authorized and funded through the strategic issues framework and probably some additional level of activity under clean heat.
Okay. And there are separate budgets for that DSM strategic issues framework and for the clean heat framework, correct?
Yes.
You are aware, aren't you, that the beneficial electrification and DSM spending that occurs in the DSM strategic issues framework, that does not count toward the clean heat cost cap, does it?
That's my understanding.
There are also different statutory cost effectiveness requirements for the DSM strategic issues framework and the clean heat framework, right?
I don't know if it's statutory in all cases, but certainly there are different requirements.
And just to be clear here, all the discussion in this case about how much beneficial electrification the commission should or should not approve, we're talking about that clean heat framework and beneficial electrification that would apply in the clean heat framework. Would you agree?
Sort of. I think that to the extent that there is an assumption of some level of spending that hasn't been discussed or even proposed, I think it's worth being transparent about what that level of spending is, even if it's not what is proposed for approval in this proceeding.
Okay. And we're going to get to that in just a second, but could you agree that the commission's decision in this case and how much beneficial electrification to approve, that's going to apply to that clean heat framework? It's not going to decide here how much additional beneficial electrification should occur through the separate strategic issues framework. Can you agree with that?
Yes, as far as it goes, but I think it'll be important for the commission to recognize whether the level of achievement that it's anticipating, or rather, whether it's effectively locking in certain decisions and proceedings that have not yet begun when considering the budgets and goals in this proceeding.
Okay, let's explore that, I think, a little bit now. So when both the company and sweep projected how their clean heat portfolios would make progress toward that 2030 clean heat target, both the company and sweep assumed that public service would continue to implement beneficial electrification through that separate strategic issues framework, right?
Yes.
But the company and sweep made different assumptions about the amount of beneficial electrification that would occur through that separate strategic issues framework, right?
That's correct.
And specifically, didn't the company assume that the beneficial electrification goals and budget through that separate strategic issues framework would stay static between the years 2026 and 2030?
Yes, we held those static in order to identify the level of incremental activity that would be required to achieve the emissions targets.
In contrast, didn't sweep assume that the beneficial electrification goals through that separate strategic issues framework would increase between the years 2026 and 2030. Is that right?
They did, and by doing so, in my view, assumed a degree of emissions reductions that wouldn't have to be funded through the clean heat activity, and it is thus a pretty important assumption in my view.
And you've testified, haven't you, that you do not necessarily disagree with SWEEP's assumption about this issue. And SWEEP could, in fact, be correct about the trajectory of that future strategic issues related spending, right?
Yes, as I said in the testimony, I think it's important to recognize when we're talking about spending more money to achieve a goal, that we have a view to the full amount of more money that we're talking about.
Okay. So if we could now, Ms. Conkle, please pull up here in Exhibit 120, which is Mr. Mark's rebuttal testimony. We could go to page 24. Here, line 1, Mr. Mark. Just in your pre-filed testimony, the first sentence here begins on line 1. You state, don't you, that incremental is perhaps in the eye of the beholder, but in this case, by assuming a much higher level of baseline BE and EE spending, Mr. Brandt is effectively presenting the numbers in a way that understates the cost to customers of the activity contemplated under clean heat. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's essentially what you're saying here today too, right?
Yes.
And do you recall, just in general, that the pollution-free buildings portfolio includes a $655 million cumulative budget for beneficial electrification, which would cover the years 2024 to 2028? Does that number sound approximately correct to you?
I guess I was looking at the full spending contemplated through 2030. So I don't. The 2028 number doesn't ring a bell, but that I can't confirm or dispute it, I guess.
Okay. And I don't think we need to quibble over the difference there, but would you agree this clean heat plan covers the years 2024 to 2028?
I believe that's the contemplated action period, yes.
Okay. And if I told you that the pollution-free buildings portfolio has a $655 million beneficial electrification budget for those 4 years, 2024 to 2028, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you?
I guess I'd want to know whether that's the incremental number as presented by Mr. Brandt or the calculated total cost of the activity in that portfolio, which I think are different things.
Yeah, and I can clarify here that would be the incremental number as you frame it. So
I think that was Mr. Brandt's framing.
Okay. So just for purpose of this discussion, can you agree with my assertion that there's a $655 million BE budget and SWEEP's proposal?
Yes, not including any additional spending that's assumed under strategic issues.
Okay, thank you. So do you understand then that this $655 million budget, that is the amount that SWEEP is requesting the commission approve, in this case, for beneficial electrification spending in this clean heat plan?
That was not the understanding that I got from reading the testimony of Mr. Brandt or other proponents of the plan, but if you assert that that's their recommendation, then.
So, okay, so was your understanding that the budget Mr. Brandt proposed was actually high, I guess, well, strike that, I'll move on. Continue on this thread though. Do you agree with me or would you agree if I told you that the $655 million budget we've been talking about, that does not include that kind of incremental beneficial electrification spending that would occur through strategic issues. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand that?
You're saying that the BE spending under the PFB through 2028 would be 650 million, not including anything that would be funded through the strategic issues process. Is that right?
Yes, thank you. That was my question.
Yeah, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Okay. So thank you for helping clarify that. So regardless then of what the commission decides in a future DSM strategic issues proceeding about the incremental budget, its decision in that future strategic issues case, it's not going to change the clean heat plan budget for beneficial electrification that it approves in this proceeding, is it?
Well, there's two things there. The first is that, of course, the action period of the clean heat plan goes to 2028, but the approved strategic issues budgets are only through 2026. So and that sort of plays off the second thing, which is that to the extent that the amount of spending that is needed through 2028 to achieve the goals is reduced by the assumption of what will be approved in the 27 and 28 strategic issues or beyond the strategic issue process. It could end up being that the 650 million wouldn't actually be adequate to achieve the emissions goals. Or put another way, it understates the amount that we would be asking our customers to fund in pursuit of these BE and EE efforts.
Okay, as we've discussed, there's separate budget processes, right, for strategic issues and clean heat, right?
Separate, but I think it's important to have visibility to both.
And in each type of proceeding, strategic issues and clean heat, commission will make decisions on what the appropriate budget is for strategic issues and clean heat, correct?
Yes, and if I were making that decision, of course, it's the commission's, but if I were making it, I would want to understand the interplay between those potential budgets and savings impacts and what is actually likely to be necessary in order to achieve the state's goals.
But if SWEEP here is proposing a $655 million beneficial electrification budget for this clean heat plan, and it's presented that budget in this case, it's not actually understating the cost to customers that would result from its clean heat proposal, has it?
Well, they've backed out spending that they assume will occur elsewhere, right? And so in that way, they've reduced the amount of what we're calling incremental spending.
And in that future DSM strategic issues case, that's where the commission and all the parties will get a chance to litigate and decide the amount of that future strategic issues spending, right?
It is, but it also, because of the way that the PFB was developed, which was to calculate the total cost of the activity contemplated and then back out a certain amount of spending that it was assumed would be happening anyway. I think it's making some subtle but important statements about what would need to happen in that strategic issues proceeding.
Okay. Let's turn now to page 25 of this hearing exhibit. If you could go to line 9. I do see here, Mr. Mark, that you explain that you are also concerned that SWEEP has underestimated the pollution-free buildings portfolio's costs by underestimating the administrative costs for beneficial electrification. You recall that?
Yes.
And specifically, SWEEP used a 6% adder for administrative costs, and you believe the administrative costs will likely be higher than that?
Yes, I do.
And if you could now scroll down to the next page, at the end of the same answer. Getting on line 8 here on the next page. Now, last sentence after the dash on line 8. Don't you state that you think this is likely to be another factor that results in the costs of the PFB being understated as presented by interveners, correct?
Yes.
Now, as we just discussed in probably too much depth, the pollution-free buildings portfolio includes that $655 million overall budget for beneficial electrification. You recall that?
Yeah.
So subject to the general budget flexibility provisions is for the overall clean heat plan. Company is not going to be able to spend above the approved beneficial electrification budget, is it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So subject just to the general budget flexibility provisions that apply to the overall clean heat plan, commission is going to approve a beneficial electrification budget, and the company then is not going to be able to spend above that approved budget, is it?
Subject to whatever flexibility is approved. Yeah, I think that's the idea.
So if the assumptions on administrative costs that SWEEP used do in fact underestimate administrative costs, and you're right about this, that does not mean public service would then spend above the approved beneficial electrification budget, does it?
No, I think it's more likely that it could result in, or rather, the first result would be that we would have to stop activity before we're able to achieve the emissions or participation targets that we're seeking to achieve.
So if administrative costs are higher than SWEEP projects, when you talk about stopping activity, that would mean the company would likely then have to have less budget to spend on incentives or other program activities. Is that right?
Right. And to the extent that even the budget with flexibility isn't adequate, then we may run out of funds during the course of the year, or we would have to upfront, as we did in the 24 through 26 plan proposal, reduce the level of rebate that we're able to offer.
Okay. So it's not actually the case then, is it, that if administrative costs do exceed 6%, SWEEP will have understated the cost of the pollution-free buildings portfolio because the overall budget is going to remain unchanged, right?
I suppose you could think about it that way, but based on what I was saying a moment ago, it would then be the case that the PFB is overstating the resulting emissions reductions that could be achieved.
So another issue in dispute here is whether beneficial electrification incentives are likely to increase or decrease in value in the later years of this clean heat plan. You recall that discussion generally?
Generally, yes.
And isn't this kind of the scalar and the market transformation issue that's been discussed in this hearing that you discussed in your rebuttal testimony, right?
It touches on those issues, yes.
All right, so if we could stay on this exhibit now, please scroll down to page 37. Go down to line 9, that paragraph there. Can you see here, Mr. Mark, that this paragraph concludes a discussion where you explain that you disagree with the pollution-free buildings portfolio's assumption that the values of beneficial electrification incentives will decrease over time. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, which line?
The paragraph that begins on line 9.
I think that I don't think what you've said is what this paragraph says.
Okay. Can you see on line 9 here that you testify that the high levels of incentives proposed by the PFB in the early years may in fact need to be in place for considerably longer? Do you see that?
I do.
So is it fair to characterize this as saying that you disagree with the pollution-free buildings portfolio's assumption that the incentive amounts will decrease over time. Instead, you think they may need to stay in place. Is that accurate?
I think over time is doing a lot of work in that statement. I think they may well be able to come down over time. The question is whether they can come down on the pace that is assumed in the PFB. And that's really the piece that I was disagreeing with. It's really a question of how quickly the market can be transformed that I think is going to drive the incentive trajectories.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And if you look at the end of this paragraph, beginning on line 12 here, you state that if your view is correct, this would result in considerably higher costs than shown in the proponent's modeling, correct?
That is the statement on the page, yes.
So now again, subject to the general budget flexibility for the overall clean heat plan, company is not going to be able to spend above that approved beneficial electrification budget, correct?
Depending on the flexibility provisions that are approved.
So if you are correct on this issue and the market transformation effect does not occur as SWEEP projects, that does not mean the company would increase its beneficial electrification spending above the approved budget, does it?
I guess that kind of depends on how serious we are about achieving the emission reductions. Again, I think that's the trade-off that one is risking.
And if that scenario were to occur, wouldn't the company have to determine the proper incentive levels within the limits and constraints of the overall beneficial electrification budget?
Either that or potentially petition to revise budgets based on the results that are seen. I think there's a lot of questions that we just don't know the answers to right now, including how quickly we'll be able to ramp up activity, how long we can continue to double or triple annual achievement, and a number of other things that make it really hard to, from my perspective, to credibly argue that incentives in 2027 need to be one number rather than another.
Okay. But for these cost issues we've been discussing, would you agree that if the company is correct, the SWEEP is wrong about some of its cost assumptions, the impact's going to be, as you've noted, that there's going to be a chance to achieve perhaps less emissions reductions than SWEEP proposes. Overall costs are not going to increase, are they? Would you agree with that?
I mean, to the extent that we're spending a certain amount in order to achieve less, I suppose we're still spending the same amount. But it's, as I say, a question of whether we want to achieve what it is the portfolio is intended to achieve.
Okay, let's now finally talk a little bit about the timing of when the beneficial electrification incentives would decrease under the pollution-free buildings portfolio's assumptions. If we could now pull up a different hearing exhibit, please, which is hearing exhibit 700, which is Mr. Brandt's answer testimony.
Sorry, it's just taking a second to open.
Thank you. So if we could go to page 46, please. This table JB6 here, if we could scroll down on that. And Mr. Mark, can you see that this table from Mr. Brandt's answer testimony shows the beneficial electrification incentive levels that are modeled in the pollution-free buildings portfolio? Do you see that?
I see it.
And you've reviewed this testimony before today, correct?
Yes.
We're not going to get into too many details here, but can you see that this table shows the specific details of how the portfolio assumed various heat pump incentives would decline over time. You see that?
It does show some incentive trajectories, yes.
And to take just one example to make this a little more concrete, the second row here is for a single family residential standard air source heat pump that replaces an air conditioner. Do you see that row?
I see it.
And can you see that this incentive level would start at $1,500 in 2024, and then the incentive will gradually decrease and go to zero in the years 2029 and 2030? You see that?
I see the numbers decreasing, yes.
And if you quickly just look down the right two columns, can you see that several other of these heat pump incentives are also reduced to zero in the years 2029 and 2030?
Yes.
And the elimination of these incentives, this is that kind of market transformation issue companies and sweep disagree about, right?
This is a assumption about rebate trajectories. I'm not sure that it is directly related to market transformation necessarily. I feel like you've kind of combined those issues.
Yeah, apologies. There's definitely a market transformation vertical, if you will. But we also sometimes the company's been talking about kind of the scalar issue. Do you recall in your rebuttal testimony, you've also referred to that as kind of market transformation effects.
Again, I feel like the scalar and market transformation are kind of different concepts.
Okay. I'm not trying to trip you up on this. So would you agree with me then that the elimination and the decline in the incentives in this table, this reflects in many ways the scalar issue and the dispute over that we've been talking about throughout this case?
I think it reflects the assumption that the market will have been transformed by that period of time.
Okay. Now, we discussed earlier, this clean heat plan will cover the years 2024 to 2028. You recall that?
Yeah.
And the company plans to file its next clean heat plan application in the summer of 2027, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And in that next clean heat plan filing, we're going to have more data and more experience about the success of this inaugural clean heat plan's beneficial electrification programs, won't we?
Certainly.
So when the commission decides the next clean heat plan application in 2028, it could revisit the budget and incentives for the years 2029 and 2030 if necessary, can it?
Sure, I would think that revisiting budgets for those years or spending activity in those years would occur regardless of which portfolio is approved.
So if the company is incorrect about kind of this scalar and issue and whether the market will be transformed and at what pace, and it turns out the company does need to maintain or increase incentives for those later 2 years in this table, so 2029 and 2030, won't the commission be able to address that fact in the next clean heat plan?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that we should sort of not worry about how accurate our assumptions should be simply because there will be another proceeding in a few years. We definitely need to start getting some additional experience and results under our belt in order to know what those later years are going to look like. But I think that assuming now that we'll be able to whittle away at some of those incentives is potentially a little bit troublesome and could put the achievement of goals at risk.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. That's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. Hyatt. Next up, I have WRA, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. WRA will be waiving its cross of this witness.
Well under 20 minutes, Mr. Broso. Okay. Got it. Let me catch up. Okay. I am on to commissioner questions, so I'll go to commission counsel. Ms. Dundas.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. I actually do have a few questions for Mr. Mark, if now works for you, Commissioner. Okay. Hi, Mr. Mark. I'm Lindsay Dundas, and I'm with Commission Counsel, and I have a few questions for you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Great. You covered a little bit of this with Ms. Lowry already today, so I'll try to not be redundant, but I want to start with some general questions on your existing program design and how the CHP impacts that. So could you just confirm my understanding that the company's plan is to utilize its current DSM and BE programs to deploy any DSM and BE expansion contemplated or approved here in the CHP?
I think the intent is to use the existing programs as kind of the launch point, if you will. So sort of the foundational kind of thing. So there may be additional programs that we're able to develop. There may be augmentations to existing programs in the form of either enhanced incentives or a provision of additional services to customers or something, but basically trying to build on the existing DSM portfolio in complementary ways.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mark. And can you clarify what you mean by existing or current DSM programs? It's my understanding that the commission wrapped up 23A-0392EG and 23A-0315EG. Those are concluded, but there's a current DSM plan ongoing. So would those programs be updated after that proceeding is completed?
Yeah, that's kind of how we're thinking about it. We have a number of, I mean, we're of course operating programs today, and we'll continue to be operating them even as we're litigating the 24 through 26 plan. So we sort of think of all of those things as the base, if you will, that Clean Heat would be looking to build off of.
Okay, and in your direct testimony, I don't think we have to pull it up, but we can if you'd like. On page 19, you discussed that modeling with E3 began before the conclusion of that SI proceeding. And as you know, the SI proceeding ordered a number of energy efficiency measures to be phased out. So
Yes.
Does the company and how does the company intend to phase out those measures for DSM programs offerings made under the CHP budget, if approved?
I think that my assumption has been, and that and after looking at the decision in the SI proceeding, it's framed in a way that suggests to me that neither the strategic issues funds nor clean heat funds could be used to encourage some of those measures that the commission has directed us to phase out. So to the extent that, for example, taking a natural gas furnace, which we've been directed to phase out with certain specific exceptions, I think that would apply regardless of which activity we're thinking about, partly because, as I was saying, it's hard to augment a rebate that you've been directed to sunset, if you will.
Okay, so just to sort of clarify that, I think I understand what you're saying to be that once that SI decision went out, the company considers that effective guidance to date moving forward for any money that's going to be allocated to DSM.
Yeah, I think so. In the modeling process, there may have been some amount of, or some assumption of an availability of certain gas using appliance measures, for example. But the overall impact of that assumption, I suspect, is pretty modest on the modeling.
So you're talking about the assumption in the modeling that some energy efficiency measures would be available that are no longer available after that SI decision. You're saying that's negligible effect on the modeling?
I believe that to be the case.
But to the extent it does have an effect, it would make, could you explain what that effect would be? Or at least in which direction?
Yeah, so we may have assumed the availability of cost-effective measures in the initial modeling that would have allowed us to achieve more emission reductions at lower cost. If we're not able to incentivize those measures, it's not entirely clear which direction things would go as far as either dollars or emissions. I think for the most part, the model tended not to select a lot of gas efficiency measures anyway, because on a per ton basis, they tended to be more expensive than electrification measures. But there's still a certain amount of energy efficiency in there. So I don't want to say for sure that none of the assumed savings in the model results would be coming from furnaces or boilers, for example. But we would not be incentivizing those measures in practice.
Okay, so moving aside from the theoretical, the commission can be assured in the practical that that guidance would be complied with for CHP.
That's
funding.
correct.
Okay. Also with Ms. Lowry, you mentioned something about using the 60 to 90-day process to update the DSM offerings essentially under the CHP plan. Could you elaborate on that at all about how you envision that going?
Yeah, I mean, the thought is that we have a need to, if we're going to have any realistic shot at achieving the emission reductions, we need to have a mechanism that allows us to try out new program designs, new incentive amounts, those kinds of things. I think we have an obligation to provide a degree of transparency to folks as we go, and the 60 to 90-day process has worked pretty well for that. And I think our proposal would be to continue using that process, maybe even more actively than we have historically. So for example, today, we might not necessarily file a 60 to 90-day notice if we're increasing an incentive amount or creating a bonus rebate, for example. We do need to file one if we're reducing an incentive amount below the amount established. But I think especially initially, we would probably err on the side of filing more notices rather than fewer, just so that folks have a sense of what it is that we'll be trying and how we'll be pushing for things. And then, of course, reporting on it in the annual reporting under both portfolios.
So would it be a fair characterization to say that coloring in of what the DSM budget goes towards that occurs in the DSM world happens in an adjudicated proceeding, right? So we kind of lay out the framework in the SI and then color it in the DSM plan. So the suggestion here for the CHP analog is that coloring in, to use that unsophisticated language, would occur through this non-adjudicated 60-90-day process. Is that fair?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I don't know that it's in the interest of achieving the emissions goals to spin up another litigated process to argue about rebate amounts, or whether we should, for example, offer incentives for induction cooktops or something like that.
Would you agree that the company hasn't included in its proposals or records here in this proceeding the detail that would be required to put that type of programmatic design in place here?
That's correct, because we just haven't had enough information to do that detailed programmatic design.
Understood. Okay, so to sum up this and go on to a new topic, essentially, could you confirm my understanding that the company is proposing to increase the scale of its DSM programs as presented in its most recent ongoing DSM plan, proportional to the budget agreed upon here, but there is some chance for additional measures or program new measures or program design that could be implemented through future process. Is that about right?
Yeah, the one thing that got me tripped up was the use of the word proportional. I think that it's not clear to me that energy savings is going to be proportional to spending, for example. So we would be spending funds along the same lines as what's approved in the DSM plan, and noticing any new offerings or incremental incentive amounts or whatever else it might be under clean heat. But I don't know that we'd be as we sit here, I can't say that anything about proportionality necessarily.
And to be clear, we're both referring to proportionality, meaning essentially the total DSM plan budget as proportioned into programs, more specific programs.
Yeah,
measures.
and again, I'm not sure that's true. We may determine that it makes more sense to focus on, program A, and program B isn't really going to
understood.
drive as much.
Okay, now bear with me. I'm pinch hitting here for Chair Blanks, and he understands this better than I do, but I'd like to turn to a discussion of the DSM offerings, of how those DSM offerings are designed in general, and how that related to the portfolio development here. I understand that some of this is more relevant to the DSM plan proceedings, but I think it's salient to discuss now, since we just discussed there will be this link between the existing programs and the money allocated here. So is it a fair, like we just established, it's a fair characterization that the CHP is going to provide more financial resources to existing DSM and BE programs, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the commission's order in the last SI proceeding?
I am.
And in that order, the commission made certain requirements for the next filing of the company's potential study. Are you familiar with that generally?
Generally, yes.
Is it fair to characterize that a potential study takes a high-level view of the market to identify possible measures for inclusion in program design and implementation for DSM?
That's among the things it does, I think, depending on the scope of the study. Yeah.
Great. Do you have, back to the requirements ordered in that decision, off the top of your head, are you aware of any progress the company's made towards implementing that new potential study or developing that?
Yeah, we have discussed, we've done a bunch of work around a stakeholder process to stand up that study. And initially, as I understand, the folks from Excel working on that study have been meeting with a number of the parties and other interested stakeholders to develop the scope for that study. I think even within the last week or two. So that scoping activity is ongoing now.
Okay. And at sort of a mile high level, is it fair to say that E3 developed a portfolio analysis model that seeks to identify least cost combination of supply and demand side resources that achieve the clean heat targets?
Yeah, at a very high level, I think that's probably fair.
So in the process of determining the appropriate DSM proportion of each proposed portfolio, E3, it's my understanding that E3 took the savings targets established in the SI proceeding, which are based in part by that potential study you presented there, and then determine an incremental amount of DSM for each portfolio. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. And in doing so, it had to determine an estimated cost of DSM and BE, which I believe you state in your testimony is related to the cost to incentivize that additional BE and DSM participation.
Yeah, I mean, there were two components to the cost estimate. One of them was, a per unit of energy savings assumption. So effectively, what we described, or what E3 described as the dollar per therm incentive assumption, and then a separate estimate of dollars per unit of participation that would be more like internal administrative costs or things like that. as I understand that the incentive assumptions could also include not just rebates, but other activity that we might need to engage in, and basically represents a cost of acquiring those savings more than a specific assumption about this incentive will drive this result.
Okay, that makes sense, that it's not simply just the cost to incentivize additional participation, but that cost to incentivize additional participation is part of the analysis.
Yes.
Okay. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 105 and turn to page 21? And scroll down a little bit, please, Stephanie. Yeah, so on page 10, you have an example that, to paraphrase, says that the model, or the Clean Heat Plus portfolio, which I acknowledge has been sort of amended as proposed through later testimony, but just sticking with this example of 14,200 new heat pump installations, can you walk me through how you got to that number of heat pumps at a high level?
As I understand, that 14,200 is an output of the modeling conducted by E3, to sort of say, based on the resources selected by the model under this portfolio, in order to achieve, the least cost emission reductions, we would need 14,200 new heat pumps in single family homes in the year 2025.
Okay, so that's an output of the model. Is that what you just said?
That's my understanding, yes.
So this is not related then to the market transformation stipulations built into the model by E3?
No, this is, as I say, it's a model output.
Not a model input.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So Mr. Oz could probably speak with a little more certainty, but that's my understanding.
So that 14,200 is not, and sorry if this is a redundant question to what I just went over, but 14,200 heat pumps is not related to a market condition that would be something to the type of analysis you do in a potential study about what is the expected uptake of this DSM measure. This is an output of what you've modeled to be appropriate DSM spending.
Yeah, so it doesn't say, could you get 14,000 people to participate on the basis of a rebate of X. Rather, it says, in order to achieve the emissions that we're trying to achieve in this year, there would need to, it looks like the least cost path to achieve that would include 14,000 new people installations.
And so that's your understanding that that's separate and apart of the analysis of what the company would anticipate would be a reasonable level of adoption each year.
Yes, I think E3 sought to make sure that any assumptions or any results of the modeling were reasonable when compared to the availability of measures, right? So that it wasn't picking, 50,000 of a measure that is only applicable to 20,000 customers.
Sure.
Right. And so they did a certain amount of that, but not a lot of customers.
And that's back end adjustment of the model then?
No, I believe it was incorporated into the initial selection so that the model wouldn't be trying to pick measures that it had already exhausted in a previous year or something like that.
Okay, that's helpful. So again, I understand you're not the modeling expert, but we just established that to some extent the model has these market transformation maximum pace of adoption parameters built into it. Is that right?
I guess I'd hesitate to call them market transformation so much as what we said. It's sort of quantifying the available market, right? So we're not trying to replace air conditioners at a higher rate than they would be replaced ordinarily, or we're not assuming we're replacing many more furnaces than there are in the service territory.
And what are those assumptions on rates of replacement based off of?
As I understand, they're based on assumptions related to typical equipment life.
Just typical equipment life. That's the only parameter.
For replacement of failed equipment, I believe that's the case. Again, Mr. Haas can speak to some of there may be things I'm forgetting about that. It was involved in the modeling, but not.
Understood. So you don't think that those parameters for uptake on demand side resources are related at all to the greenhouse gas roadmap or something similar?
I know that the roadmap was considered in the development of the model, but I can't say exactly how it was used or which numbers, how different numbers relate. I think that's a question for Mr. Haas.
Okay. So I'm understanding that there's a distinction between the planning happening here to get your preferred or your portfolio breakdowns in the CHP versus the planning that goes on to assume what's a reasonable level of DSM adoption in the DSM planning. Very, very high level, we've agreed that those are very different processes. Yes. Sorry, that was a compound question. And there's no one to object to me here. So first question is that the planning on the DSM of adoption rates is based on a potential study, high level.
Generally, yes.
And here to assume what is a reasonable amount of DSM adoption, E3 modeled some combination of reasonable adoption rates as well as cost to incentivize that participation.
Yes, sort of within the bounds of sort of what the addressable market is.
Okay. I think that helps clean up my understanding at least. So I'm going to walk you through a hypothetical and also potentially ask you about your actual knowledge on the topic. But on the potential study that you're developing, as well as to the extent it affected the market uptake modeling in E3, does the company have a sense of how many AC units are being replaced in your service territory on an annual basis?
I don't know what that rate is. I think there may be information that one could pull to identify the number of ACs that we incentivize, or heat pumps that we incentivize to replace ACs. That's only a portion of the market, though. So as we sit here, I couldn't say what that is. We and E3 sort of made some estimates about typical replacement rates.
And those estimates are built into the model?
Correct.
Okay. And another portion of that market would be customers in your service territory adopting AC for the first time, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So since we don't have exact numbers, and that's understandable that that's not something off the top of your head, could you, subject to check, generally agree that if you have 1.2 million residential customers that get both gas and electric, is that about right?
I think that's about right.
Purposes here. And we assume a 80% single family rate in your service territory. Then we have in the record here, WRA suggests about 57% of at least the state has central AC at the moment. Can we use that number for our example here?
Sure, we can. Yeah.
And then assume a 20-year service life for a typical AC. My math, subject to check, would be about 27,000 AC replacement possibilities a year. Does that make sense?
It does. I think what you're doing is assuming that there's about a 5% turnover in any given year.
Yeah, based off that 20-year service life. So does that seem like a reasonable approximation of the possible AC to heat pump conversions in the service territory, at least for this segment of customers?
I think so. As I say, depending on, there may be opportunities to convince people to install a heat pump rather than an AC who don't already have cooling. But with regard to just the folks with cooling, I think that's probably the approach we would have taken to estimating that market.
Okay, and then in your rebuttal, and I don't think we have to pull it up unless you want it, you said that about 2,700 customers participated in your electrification program in 2023. Does that sound about right? And that's up 9-fold from 2022?
I
Subject to check.
From 2021.
Okay.
But I forget specifically, but it is a significant increase over previous years.
That's fair. So it, again, kind of my hypothetical assumes that AC replacement with heat pumps is the only BE opportunity we're looking at the moment. We got to 27,000 AC replacements per year in that segment of the market, and you had 2,700 customers participating in the electrification program. So if we saw that adoption rate continue, we're looking at about a 10% adoption rate. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
I follow your math there.
That
is to say, we'd be hitting about 10% of the available market in any given year.
Does that seem like a reasonable adoption rate to you?
Well, a couple things. One is that the 2,700 number that I cited wasn't just ACs. It includes heat pump water heaters and other systems. So I think that having existing DSM and BE programs hitting about 10% of the market feels like I wouldn't be surprised to hear that that's about how many people replacing ACs also receive an incentive from Excel in any given year. Could be higher.
And to wrap this up, just to bring this back to our earlier conversation, your analysis here didn't begin with this type of sort of exploration of what likely adoption rates are. Is that correct? That's an output of the model?
Yeah, the output of the model is what is the necessary adoption rate rather than the likely. I think likely is a really tough thing to identify when we're dealing with, this kind of scope of activity.
Okay, but that likely adoption rate, is that an aspect of a potential study for the DSM planning though?
The potential study I expect would include some amount of identifying. We generally see consultants put together an adoption curve that would suggest how you can get more participation and what the effect of a given incentive level might be. Yes, I would expect to see some amount of information from the potential study about what the expected effects of a given incentive level.
Okay. So we just discussed how adoption rates of new technology are or are not taken into account in the Clean Heat Plan portfolio development, but I have a few more questions about how these adoption rates would affect the existing DSM landscape. So first question is, do you have any general sense on whether the existing DSM and BE programs are at the risk of being oversubscribed, or what participation rates look like in that?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by oversubscribed.
Is there an indication that the existing programs can't meet demand for the rebates currently being offered?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You're not aware that the problem exists, or you don't have that information?
The former.
Okay. Is there anything in this record in the CHP? We can move on from that one, but assuming that these programs are sort of right sized to meet demand, as you just suggested, how can the commission be sure that incremental spending adopted here for DM and BE actually facilitates greater adoption of BE and DSM?
I mean, I think we'd be seeing it in the status reports and the participation numbers that we'd be presenting there, right? So every year we provide both the amount of spending and the amount of savings and participation that are achieved through our programs. We would be continuing to do that again in both under both the existing DSM reporting framework as well as the newer clean heat framework. Am I following your question right?
Yeah, I think you're answering the question of how the commission will become aware of an issue if this money is not actually leading to a greater utilization of the programs. But is there anything the commission can do here in approving the clean heat plan to ensure greater adoption of BE and DSM through the existing programs? Or at least anything you've proposed in this proceeding so far?
I mean, I think there's a lot of we've talked a lot about rebate amounts and those kinds of things. Like, as I say, I think driving participation in BE and EE is going to be a function of both incentives and also engagement, advertising, communicating with customers and trade allies, et cetera. I guess I'm not entirely following. I think if the question is, how do we make sure that the funding approved for BE is used for BE?
No, that's not the question. I guess, sorry to cut you off, Mr. Mark. The question is closer to if the existing programs aren't underfunded or running out of funds, then is the value of the funds that would be apportioned here just emissions reductions? Or how can you be sure that they will actually be utilized?
Well, to some extent we can't, right? We can't predict what customer response will be to any given incentive amount. I think the most we can do is try to put it out there and try to educate folks and say, look, this is important for us and try to get customers pulling in the same direction with us. If, going back to our example from a minute ago, if we're only addressing 10% of the addressable market in a given year, that suggests to me there's room to move customers to higher participation rates through additional incentives. And again, that could be either in the form of trying to get just more folks overall or higher incentives, or probably a combination of those.
Okay, and incentives was actually my next topic. So currently the company offers incentives for high efficiency air source heat pumps, mini split heat pumps, and cold climate air source heat pumps and mini split heat pumps. Does that sound right?
Among others, yes.
Okay. Does the company currently, or do you know if this record includes any information on whether the company offers rebates for medium or low efficiency air source or mini split heat pumps?
I guess it would depend on how you're going to define medium and low efficiency. We do have equipment eligibility requirements for basically all of the equipment we incentivize.
Okay, and those existing BE incentives are only available to customers who take both gas and electric service, correct?
Currently, they are only available to gas customers.
Okay. Moving on from that, you mentioned a few minutes ago something about how the company can influence customer attitudes and perceptions. That was also in your direct testimony. You make a statement to the effect that your market transformation demonstration projects will give the company an opportunity to better understand what necessary steps are to bring customers, trade allies, and communities together. In response to that, there are some arguments from Ms. Fickling and others that a lack of contractor comprehension or motivation is a barrier to heat pump expansion. Do you agree with that sentiment, or how do you respond those criticisms?
I agree that it has been an issue, and it's one that we've been actively working on. We've been offering contractor education and training since we rolled out our BE incentives starting in 2021, maybe even before, I'm not certain. And the number of participating contractors has been steadily increasing. I don't know the rate off the top of my head, but I want to say it's something like doubled over 2 years.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the other thing that we're seeing is an increase in the number of contractors who install multiple measures in the course of a year. So the ones that have begun including heat pumps as sort of part of what they offer customers regularly instead of just as a one.
And pardon my ignorance on the topic, but are any of these incentives for heat pumps offered to contractors directly, or is it just to customers?
The primary incentives are to the customer. There may be, it's not uncommon in DSM programs to provide some level of incentive to either a trade ally or a distributor or even a manufacturer to try to nudge their practices in a particular direction. So certainly trying to encourage folks to stock the equipment that we want customers to install can be very effective and often lower cost than providing a direct to customer rebate. So we do try to combine those things. I can't speak with specificity to the installer incentives. There are likely to be some already, and we'd be looking at what, if anything, we need to do to augment that.
You'd be looking at, so you're not aware of what exists in the current DSM offerings, but to the extent they'd be augmented, it would be here through the CHP process.
Yeah, I am aware that there are some kinds of incentives through those. I just can't speak with specificity to the details.
Fair enough. Yeah. So on that same topic of, aligning customer contractors, trade allies, and communities to incentivize greater DSM development, Chair Blank was asking Mr. Eiley some questions earlier in the week about the concept of reducing costs related to new growth through all electric new neighborhood programs or development efforts. Mr. Eiley directed us to you to discuss the all electric new residential construction project. So my first question on that is, why was the pilot sized as proposed? I believe it's 50 to 100 homes.
I guess I'm more familiar with the activity within our overall our existing programs. I think that the project you're referring to was an effort under the market transformation portfolio. Is that right?
Correct. The all electric new residential construction project partnering with RMI, Rocky Mountain.
So I haven't been directly involved there. My hunch is that scale was selected as something that would be meaningful in terms of getting, it would be impressive if one could get that number of folks within one neighborhood to all sort of take the same action at once. But I think it's not outside the realm of possibility. There are a number of pilot efforts, or in some cases, full-fledged programs sort of focused on all electric new construction, including affordable housing, all electric. But I think that sort of focused neighborhood approach is kind of what differentiates the market transformation component of that project.
And you may not be aware of the specifics, but do you know what the company expects to happen after the pilot's concluded? Obviously, there'll be some reporting requirements, but do you have any forward-looking thinking on how that could scale up if approved?
If it's determined to be successful, how it could be built out further, you mean? I think there are a number of possibilities there, and it might be a little premature to say what would be done. But I think, generally speaking, if you're talking about, a new development or a new subdivision, and we can, work with that developer, point them to the success of this previous effort, my hunch is that that would provide them with a lot more confidence that the homes that they're building would be sold, I think is their primary concern. And we would certainly be monitoring those homes to make sure that the equipment is being operated and as we expect, and help sort of vet out some of the assumptions that we've had going into that, what that neighborhood's energy profile, if you will, kind of looks like, so that we can get a sense of whether this has been a good deal for the customers as well as for the builder. So I think it could be scaled up.
So are there any incentives being proposed either in the CHP or to your knowledge in the ongoing DSM plan for incentives that are paid directly to the developer to go all electric?
So for most new construction, we pay the incentive directly to the builder.
The builder, okay.
Yeah, because they're the ones who have to make the decision to install the more efficient equipment, which is often more expensive, or they've got to do maybe a better than typical job of tightening up the building envelope.
Okay. And again, at a high level, do those incentives generally need to be higher or lower than the incentives proposed for all electric new homes paid to homeowners?
I guess I'm not sure. I don't know as we sit here whether we have new construction programs that are paid directly to customers, because we don't always know when the home is built who's going to be the customer.
Okay. Two more questions and then I'm done, Commissioner Gilman. There's been some concerns in this record about like split incentives. Is it possible, or do you have an opinion on if your current programs adequately address split incentives where the property owners are not the utility payers and are thus not incentivized to invest in heat pumps or other BE equipment or efficiency equipment?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few things going on there. We certainly have programs that try to overcome that phenomenon. I think that doesn't mean that it's always successful. Building owners are pretty heterogeneous, I suppose. And some of them are very motivated to, make sure that their buildings are well maintained and have high efficiency equipment and those things. Others are less so. So there's an extent to which like that incentive may or may not be something that we can address programmatically. It is certainly something that we keep in mind, and we do have some programs, multifamily programs and some other ones that try to address it.
And does addressing that look like money directly to landlords or tenants? I guess landlords first.
Yeah, it's generally going to be more effective if you can target the landlord, because they're the ones who are likely, well, at a minimum, they need to give permission for whatever project it is to happen to their property. And so they're also likely to be paying for it. And to the extent that they're not realizing bill savings, that's where the split incentive comes in. So if that's the hurdle that one is trying to overcome, then it's that property owner that is generally going to need to be the target of the intervention, if you will.
Okay, and final question: if the commission required the company to develop incentive structures to address this split incentive issue, that could that be guidance given here and implemented through the process you outlined and proposed earlier in our discussion for implementing new DSM? Or would you suggest that's something better done on the DSM side?
I guess it could be done in either place. I think it's, as I say, I'm not sure it's guidance that's necessary because we do recognize the phenomenon and we try to address it currently. I think it's possible to overstate the extent to which it actually appears in the real world. Certainly it does happen, and certainly from a theoretical economic perspective, it should be there. I think in practice, it may have less of an impact than we sometimes talk about it having. But again, I don't know that such guidance would be necessary, given that it's something that we're already thinking about and trying to address. But certainly, guidance along those lines could come in either proceeding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. No further questions.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you. Ms. Dundas hit a number of my questions, so this will be relatively short. It's good to see you, Mr. Mark.
Likewise.
I think that what I sort of understand from your conversation with Ms. Dundas is that, you're looking at a range of different potential opportunities within the CHP as relative to the DSM BE portfolio, many of which might be increasing existing levels of incentives. Would that include also maybe a bonus for combining incentives? For example, if you're doing, envelope insulation in addition to a heat pump or something like that, where you get a sort of a bonus double benefit, that there would be an additional incentive for combining measures.
Yeah, so we actually already offer that specific incentive or bonus that you described. I think we would be certainly looking to see whether we can enhance that further, or whether there are other places that tactic might be applied. But that's certainly on the table.
Are there, if a customer, does a bunch of different things in their home and basically goes all electric, are there incentives to achieving that all electric sort of categorization? And then what happens with that customer? Obviously they're not using the gas service anymore. What's the process at that point? Or is that all on the customer to sort of take care of, or is there something that happens within the company when that is the case?
So we don't currently offer an incentive specifically aimed at convincing a customer to retrofit to an all electric home. That may be coming. I'm not going to rule it out, but it's not something we offer today. Now, there may very well be customers today that are seeking to do that. We don't always know. What we know is, if a customer asks to disconnect their gas service, then we know that's what we know. We may or may not know the reason for that request, right? The customer may be planning not to use gas anymore. They may be moving out of state. So there's a couple things that could be driving that. I think certainly as we're implementing, particularly if we do start, if we do see a need for a value from an all electric retrofit incentive, that's something we would be monitoring. We'd be looking as well at what from a big data perspective, what does it seem like customers are doing? How are they using these systems? And that kind of thing.
Okay.
There's a lot we're going to learn as we scale these programs up.
No doubt. And as I understand it, if you're augmenting those existing programs in one way or another, whether it's contractor incentives or the customer incentives or the combinations, those would not be included in the 60-90-day process. What you're saying is that if you were adding new measures, that those would be included in the 60-90-day process to try and.
I think under the standard strategic issues framework, that's probably how we would operate. My sense for clean heat is that there's enough interest among commissioners and parties to get a better understanding of how these dollars are going to be allocated. So we might, it would probably make sense for us to be a little bit more proactive about how we're planning to spend those funds. So once we've decided, here's the pot of money we're going to use to increase air source heat pump rebates, we'd file something so that party can be aware of that and that kind of thing.
Okay. And in terms of, potential new measures, are there certain things that you're looking at now or that you've been, sort of monitoring maybe happening in other places that you're interested in evaluating for the purposes of the CHP?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some, we have a fairly comprehensive portfolio today. There aren't a lot of cost-effective measures that we're not incentivizing that I'm aware of. There may be, thinking about, for example, the all-electric retrofit kind of scenario, there are certainly stories one can tell, and they may indeed be true for many customers, where, a customer might be fine electrifying their space heating and their water heating, but it'll be a lot harder to get them to let go of their gas stove, for example. Some folks just really like cooking with gas. So what we may need to do is introduce something that helps customers both understand how induction cooktops can really perform and meet their needs, and also encourage them to adopt them, because that's the thing that would let you sort of cross that finish line, if you will, of becoming an all-electric customer. So I think we'll be looking at sort of what some of those things are that are preventing those decisions and thinking about how we can target them. The other thing I think that we'll be looking at is a lot of outreach and education. I think there's a certain amount that one can accomplish by just putting a stack of money on the table, right? I think it may be that we can actually accomplish more with a smaller stack of money on the table and more jumping up and down and saying, hey, there's money on the table. Because, well, I've heard folks on the program side say in the past that the hardest part of their job is giving away money. And I've certainly seen that in practice. So I think we'll be looking at really a lot of different efforts there. I've heard of an effort in, I want to say in the Northeast, that I thought is intriguing, of working with libraries to provide induction cooktop, a portable one that somebody can check out from the library, try it out, and get a sense of what this is really like before they're actually committing to ripping out a stove kind of thing. I think that's the sort of idea that we'll need to be looking at if we're really going to make headway at the scale that we need to.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think we did something like that with kilowatt meters in libraries.
Yes, yeah, I've seen that as well.
So along those lines, and I agree that marketing is really important. And you mentioned induction stoves. I was curious, do you guys have a program where you reach out to restaurants at all?
We certainly have food service incentives from our standard energy efficiency. So there's various levels of efficiency with that cooking equipment might look like. We haven't done a lot on electrification of commercial cooking to this point. I'm not certain what the state of sort of the cooking community's perception of electric cooking is. I think there are certain restaurants in particular where owners may be reluctant to move off of gas. I'm thinking in particular of restaurants that use woks, where an electric wok may not perform in the same way. At a minimum, a lot of professional cooks sort of get used to how a certain piece of equipment works, and have some reluctance to shift, given that they know exactly how their favorite recipe performs on it. And there, I think one can look at test kitchens and other things that let people again sort of get familiar with that equipment ahead of time. I'm also, as we sit here at least, not entirely sure how wide the range of electric cooking options are for commercial. Right? I know that induction is an option for the residential customer, but as far as steamers and griddles and induction is not going to help. It can't really replace a salamander broiler, for example, right? Where you're just you need to be applying the heat from the top. So that I don't know exactly what the options are, but again, definitely something that we expect to be working on and to try to bring those customers along as well.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's worked in a sweltering hot kitchen with gas burners going full blast, I can tell you, it'd be nice. So a quick question for you about we talked to Mr. Haas about, or Oz about the way that they selected their portfolio, and I think that it was basically and this was sort of around setting the budgets, as I understand it. And I think that there were, you know, the utility costs for the supply side stuff, and then on the customer side, it was the customer cost of, for example, with a heat pump, it was the cost of the heat pump minus the furnace. And that delta was the cost that was applied, I think, in the model to, you know, to set the portfolio. Do you know, first of all, do you set your incentive to fill that gap between the cost of the heat pump and the furnace?
Not always, no. What we try to do is try to find the share of incremental costs that we need to pick up that will get the customer to pull the trigger.
Right.
That may not be the full.
So you're looking at what moves the market. So it might be less than that, and likely be less than that incremental cost that's being used in that modeling. So I was wondering, in that you were just talking with Ms. Dundas about the 14,500 heat pumps that you saw in 2025. Was that from the model based on that incremental cost? There were that many heat pumps, or is that based on your program incentive?
So as I understand the modeling, it sort of said, okay, there is some number of AC replacements happening in a given year, right? That's the total universe that you, like, if you can get every single one of those, that would be 100% market penetration, right? But you're certainly not going to get higher than that. And let's assume that you can get some level of participation at a given incentive amount, and sort of then work from there to say, if you're willing to pay that level of incentive, here's what. Well, actually, I suppose when the model is selecting it wasn't thinking about the incentive so much, but thinking about the MTRC ranking, right? So that the total cost effectiveness of those measures.
Which
so
is that gap, right? That's the total cost minus the furnace, right?
Yes.
So that's the 14,500 number. So you're saying your incentive would likely be less than that. So the likelihood is that you're incenting more than the 14,500 heat pumps, right? Because that's based on your budget is larger than what you're actually spending per heat pump. Does that make sense?
No, so the budget is derived sort of from, well, what the model would be saying is that the 14,000 represents the chunk of heat pumps that it would make sense and that you could build your least cost portfolio for this year, including, and that assessment that it would be the least cost is considering that incremental cost that you referred to.
Right, but you would actually be giving less than that because you're not filling that full gap.
Well, that's before any consideration of what the incentive amount is. Right. So you're right that if the incentive amount that's offered is less than the full incremental cost, then you couldn't just multiply 14,000 times the incremental cost to understand the incentive. You'd multiply 14,000 times whatever the incentive was that you were using. Does that make sense?
Right. So that would give you a smaller budget, right? But if you were going to have the same budget, you'd have more heat pumps, right?
If you were to try to cover the entire incremental costs, you may be able to motivate higher levels of participation. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you do it, or do you do it? Do you design your program based on the number, in this case, the number of heat pumps that are derived from that incremental cost, times your incentive that you decide is what is needed to meet the market? Or do you take that total budget that's derived from that incremental cost and divide into it the number of incentives to come up with the number of heat pumps? You see what I'm asking? Which direction does it go?
There's a certain amount of chicken and egg going on. I'll acknowledge that. I think generally what we try to do is a combination of those things, where so the budget as spit out by the model would be saying, okay, here's the incentive level we assumed, and it got us to some level of participation, and so that's the amount of dollars that you would need,
right,
in that scenario. What we try to do is take a look at the market as a whole and use our best guess as to, how much are people participating now? How much more incremental cost do we think would be meaningful to absorb? And what level of additional participation do we think we could get to? There's a certain amount of professional judgment involved in setting rebate amounts. And also, I think, some judgment calls that need to be made from a policy standpoint, sort of thinking about what is the right portion of incremental cost for the utility to bear when a customer is making an investment like this. So there's different schools of thought.
One last question, and I've brought this up with respect to some of the other gas companies, but one of the things that I was intrigued by are some advanced duct sealing incentives that are being offered. For example, at Puget Sound, Connecticut, I know are two utilities that are offering advanced duct sealing incentives that go beyond sort of your taping of duct sealing, and instead they pressurize the duct and put a mist of a sealant in there, and it just basically has really high levels of sealing capability. A little bit more expensive, but it also has higher results. I was wondering if the companies looked at that, or if you'd be considering that within the context of higher budgets within the CHP.
It is something we've looked at a couple of times, actually. I haven't been directly involved in the discussions, but my understanding is that we've generally seen not a huge amount of savings from those efforts. And in particular, that has to do with, and depending on where you're building, right? You may be able to put ducts in unconditioned spaces, which means you're going to be losing potentially a whole lot of heat that way. But if all of the ducts are in conditioned spaces anyway, then the energy savings that result from sealing it are not zero, but they are certainly reduced in comparison. We try to focus primarily on certainly on quality installation of HVAC measures, which does include making sure that the ducts are sized properly and sealed adequately. We also try to focus on the building shell to make sure that it kind of retains all of that heat. So we have had conversations with different providers of advanced air sealing technologies at different times. We haven't yet found a cost-effective one. It's also in some ways a kind of a limited market. I mean, the best time to do that work is sort of at construction, or alternatively, when the home changes hands, because you kind of have to have everybody out of the house before you start putting aerosols into the ductwork, kind of thing.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of different products. One is limited to the ducts, which people have to leave, but only for a matter of hours. Whereas they do a full envelope sealing where they, which is new construction, and they spray it in and for a couple of days. One last question as it relates to the workforce, and I think Ms. Dundas also touched on this. Obviously, there's different levels of workforce that are able to provide these services in different parts of the state. Does the company track areas in their service territory where, maybe they have only, one or two or maybe no folks who are putting in heat pumps or have experience with this kind of technology? And do you focus, either educational efforts or outreach efforts or, contractor training in those areas? Are you trying to sort of build up that workforce in the various parts of your service territory?
Yeah, so I think so far, most of our efforts have been kind of broad-based, kind of across the territory. I totally agree with you that there are likely to be pockets where it'll be hard for a customer to find a qualified installer, or one who is interested in a heat pump at all. We are trying to work with contractors to address that. And I think to date, I'm not sure that we've done a lot of sort of locational assessment of where our participating contractors are, but we may have. I'm just not. I know it's something I've looked at other utilities, so it wouldn't surprise me if Excel has done it. I just, as I say, I don't know for sure, but I have to imagine that's the kind of thing that will become more and more important in order to get more higher and higher market share for these technologies. It's very much the kind of thing that we're looking at as sort of the step change in the way of doing business that's going to be necessary to get to these goals, because these are staggering amounts of energy savings that we're trying to get.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mark. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, 3:02. Why don't we take a 10-minute break if we could to 3:12? And that'll keep us moving on good schedule. Okay?
Read my mind, Chair Gilman. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, now it's 3:03. So 3:13. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Zelli, for all my preaching about being on time. I was scrolling through a spreadsheet, to be perfectly honest with you. Okay, do we have our court reporter back?
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Let me get myself organized here. Good afternoon, Mr. Mark.
Afternoon.
Okay. I just have a question for you. I know you're not the modeling expert, but to the extent you kind of understand how you all chose to represent or model DSM, that would be helpful to my understanding, because I'm a little confused. There have been points where I kind of understood the modeling of DSM to be sort of like a block, like we'll figure it out later. In terms of the details of what are the measures, what are the costs. But then, in looking at the E3 model, I mean, I see, 2,500 lines of different DSM measures that are fairly specific about what exactly they include, what the abatement is, what the cost is. So help me understand, which is it? What level of specificity about the measures and the cost of those measures is included in the modeling?
So I think, as I understand the model, it's fairly specific about identifying individual measures and the sorts of homes or other buildings that they'll be installed in, vintage, single family versus duplex, those kinds of things, all in order to understand what the cost of acquiring emission reductions from that category would be. So what's the available universe of emission reductions that one might be able to get from heat pump water heaters in single family homes built in the 1980s, for example, and what would be the average cost of that measure. So that's kind of how it built up, sort of, here's the available measures that the model can select and what we would expect roughly that they would cost. And so that's what the budgets were built off of, was the estimated costs there, and the size. The specific rebate amounts that we would offer to the customer weren't really identified there. Rather, they assumed a level of spending primarily on per therm saved basis. So what that would mean is that heat pump water heater that's installed in one place and saves energy, in one way for that customer is going to save a different amount of energy somewhere else, right? Depending on, the vintage or whatever it might be. From a customer standpoint, it doesn't work for us to offer different rebates for that equipment based on where it's going to be installed. Even though the model, because it tried to reflect that those would have different amounts of savings, and then applied a per therm incentive amount, it sort of suggests that we'd be offering a higher rebate for the water heater in one location versus another. And so what we'll need to do, once we've sort of got a sense of the scope of activity and the particular portfolio that the commission thinks we should be working from, our challenge then is to translate some of those assumptions into rebate amounts and other activity that can move the market in that way. So the model might have sort of assumed that you need $1.71 per therm. We might have to go back and look and say, well, on average, these systems save this much, and so a $500 rebate is what we need to move the market, and that might work out to some different amount per therm saved. But it's sort of the judgment that I was talking about with Commissioner Plant. We need to sort of look at what's the budget, how big is the impact that we're trying to have, and what do we think is necessary in order to move customers in that way. Does that help at all?
Yes, I'm less confused. Thank you. I'm trying to sort through all this. Okay, so is it fair that when the model runs, it's basically working on that TRC, like it's including all costs to the customer, independent of who's paying them, what your incentives are. It's trying to look at this broader picture, not specifically looking obviously at like utility cost to incent.
Correct. That's right. The utility rebate amount is kind of moot in the calculation of the MTRC. Other programmatic costs might be included,
Okay,
but not the incentive.
It's clearer. Thank you. And then for new construction, I'm a little less clear kind of what the assumptions or allowable kind of measures were in terms of assumptions for new construction. Are you clear on that or able to help me understand?
I believe sort of at a high level that there were various levels of electrification allowed for new construction, sort of going from a all electric or hybrid heating electric kind of thing. But I guess I don't know the details much beyond that level.
Okay. When I heard Mr. Oss say when I asked him that I believe he said their assumption was that all new construction that was electrified. I don't think they assumed all new construction was electrified, but all new construction that was electrified was all electric rather than dual fuel. Because I think personally that made more sense.
Yeah, I think you may very well be right.
Okay. But there is new construction in here as a measure.
Yeah.
So you'll be planning broadly. I know you don't have the details. Planning broadly on incentivizing new construction toward this all electric.
We have all electric new construction incentives now, and we'll certainly be continuing to offer them and potentially augment them.
Okay. And when you looked at that, like in terms of a TRC, like measure cost, that's just the delta of going all electric versus dual fuel in the new construction?
I believe that's correct. I think Mr. Oss could probably confirm what sort of the counterfactual would be that you'd be calculating costs against, but I think that's right.
Okay. I guess separate question. In your experience, is there a net cost to going all electric on new construction versus like dual fuel heating?
A net cost to whom?
To the customer or the builder, the person paying for the house.
Yeah, so I don't know is probably the most candid answer there. I think that it could vary. I think that some of the we hear a lot from the building community about how difficult some of the new codes or all electric targets can be to achieve. We also hear that, it's not actually that hard if you're careful and focused on things. I think there's a variety of sentiment there. I know that there are a number of folks who have estimated a lower cost of construction for all electric new construction than the alternative. I don't know how well that is borne out in the Colorado market right now. All electric residential new construction it's so unusual that I think it's hard to say for sure.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to kind of clear up in my mind. I think when you were talking with Ms. Dundas, you were talking about the commission's directions to basically sunset gas equipment support or rebate. Remember that?
I do.
And I think you had indicated to Ms. Dundas you thought the impact could be somewhat negligible in terms of like DSM achievement, I think is at least how I internalized it, in terms of what you might be able to do if even with that measure, those measures unavailable.
I think I need to clarify that a little bit.
Okay.
I think that the impact of that requirement on the model outputs is what I meant to be saying is relatively negligible. That's simply because I don't think the model is selecting very many gas using appliances to begin with. I do think that not being able to incentivize gas using equipment is going to be a challenge to achieve the gas energy efficiency goals that were established in strategic issues.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to compare because I think it was Mr. Oss I had asked, in the electrification only scenario that was run, why not allow some DSM also? Like shell improvements. It's obviously gas DSM that is a new gas furnace is not all electric.
Right. Right.
But like DSM that envelope measures or something. And Ericon's saying because it just didn't select them because that's not more cost effective than electrification. So I'm just kind of wondering the impact on the DSM being selected given that reality.
Right. No, it as I say, that's sort of the other way of talking about what I was saying as far as the model not selecting a lot of gas combustion appliances, right? So if the model sort of to recall some of what Mr. Oz was saying, if the model wants to save 60 decatherms with a heat pump at a cost of $5,000, or it could save 30 decatherms with a furnace at maybe a slightly lower but not proportionally lower cost, is going to pick that heat pump because you can get a lower cost per ton. And that's why I think it's not picking those combustion appliances anyway. You see the same phenomenon with building shell measures. I think nevertheless, we fully anticipate that building shell measures are going to be pretty critical, both under clean heat and in order to drive savings for the energy efficiency programs under SI.
Okay. So you don't have offhand like an understanding of in each portfolio, the DSM that was selected, what portion of that was like equipment based versus like shell based to understand the impact?
I don't have a clear sense of that. No, my general sense is that probably the bulk of it would have been building shell measures as opposed to combustion appliances, but I'm not certain.
Okay. Okay, switching gears a little. You aware the company's proposed two non-pipe alternatives that came out of the gas infrastructure planning kind of as part of this filing?
I'm sort of peripherally, yeah.
Okay. I was just curious to the extent those non-pipe alternatives include, I think, primarily electrification, certainly in one case, all electrification, but electrification and efficiency as measures to avoid the gas infrastructure project. Are those quantities of electrification and DSM, are they just bundled in here, or are they somehow used as an assumption this will happen before we pile on what the clean heat plan's going to do?
I guess I couldn't say that for sure. My feeling though, and again, not being familiar with the NPAs or the size of them, my hunch is that they wouldn't represent a significant amount relative to the overall amount that we'd be trying to get from BE. Be, of marginal benefit from an emissions standpoint. Certainly, it will be of greater benefit from the standpoint of avoiding capital investment, which I think is the intent there.
Yeah, I probably agree with you at this point, but aspirationally, once we see
right, no,
more NPAs in action, I'm trying to think through how does that integrate well with this process, and how does that stack in a way that's appropriately representative that the NPAs, perhaps should be considered kind of a baked in result in that we've already determined those perhaps are cost effective.
Yeah, I think especially, in these first couple of years of the first clean heat plan, that's probably a level of detail it's going to take us a little while to figure out. But once we start seeing successful NPAs being implemented and get a sense of how easily they can, learnings from there can be applied to other parts of the system and other potential projects on the system, that will, I think, really help us understand what it makes sense to assume as a baseline in the clean heat process, or the DSM process for that matter, versus what would need to go through a different sort of process.
Okay. One other area, it sounds like, the plan is broadly to kind of see the broad quantity and budgets maybe approved here directionally, and then color in, as Ms. Dundas said, the details as we move forward. And I understand, we're not oversubscribed, as I understand, on the rebates today, so people aren't banging down your doors with more than you're willing to give out. So in looking at how we continue to increase uptake, as I understand it, one of the things you'd be looking at, in addition to outreach and other things that I think you characterized well, would be increasing the incentives, right?
That's definitely a tool we expect to be looking at, yes.
Okay. So with that, and especially given the concerns and actually the statutory need to mitigate impacts for income qualified customers or customers who could be adversely impacted, is the company also looking into, or plans to look into, either on-bill finance or on-bill repayment as an alternative means of supporting customers, especially potentially those customers who need the most assistance in making this upfront cost happen?
Yeah, so certainly on-bill financing is something that we've been looking at and discussing with other stakeholders for a while now, and it's a topic, of course, in the plan proceeding. And it may be helpful in driving participation. I guess two things I'd say. First is that, in my experience, the availability of on-bill financing generally doesn't, or I haven't seen it introduce a sea change in participation levels. It can be very helpful for those customers who need it, certainly, but I haven't seen it drive more than a couple of percentage point overall participation change. Now, with regard to the folks who most need that kind of assistance or have the least access to capital, that is, as you suggest, an area where it could potentially. But it's also true that for a lot of income qualified customers, there are programs that can support 100% of the cost with no need for the customer to finance. And I think personally, I'd rather see those customers availing themselves of the full assistance that's available without that need to finance anything, rather than locking in those additional payments over time.
No, I appreciate that, but just thinking of the sheer scale we're talking about here.
I think we will likely need as many tools as we can think of, and possibly more.
Yeah, I'm just concerned if we're talking in excess of the help that's out there now through other venues, and trying to figure out, really how we fulfill that statutory obligation to ensure that we've provided as much mitigation as possible, and trying to think through that as a potential option.
Yeah.
Thanks. Those are my only questions. Back to you, Mr. Roselli.
Thank you, and I'll try to be, I'll tighten things up here. I know you're trying to get Mr. Hageland on and off today, so we'll move through this pretty quickly, I hope. Good afternoon, Mr. Mark.
Afternoon.
I want to go back to the coloring in exercise that Ms. Dundas described. Do you recall that?
I'll find my crayons, yes.
Okay, so I'll probably grossly oversimplify, but the way I understand this works is you have an SI proceeding that establishes a budget for a DSM and BE.
Yes.
And then you have a follow-on DSM proceeding where programmatically you look at establishing particular refund programs, refund amounts, incentives that implement the budget that was previously approved.
Yes.
It's kind of like a phase two of a rate case. I know that's not entirely accurate, but a rough analogy.
That's an analogy I've used myself. Yes.
And okay, good. And you've participated, I assume, as a witness or otherwise in these follow-on DSM proceedings to set the rebate levels?
I have.
And they're typical litigated commission proceedings?
As far as I can tell, yes, they are certainly litigated.
Take about 9 months?
On a good day, yeah.
And I'm just trying to get a sense of timing. If you assume the commission approves a clean heat plan sometime here in June of 2024, adding in kind of 9 months then to implement whatever budget dollars are approved in whatever portfolio for BE would take us right back to about this time next year, I think March of 2025. Does that math sound right?
Yeah, about, and that's really sort of what I was explaining. I think it's helpful if we can avoid and the motivation behind the use of the 60, 90-day notice process. As I say, maybe erring a little bit more than historically on the side of issuing rather than not issuing for a given change, just to make sure that people have transparency. But if we're going to have any shot at realistically achieving the targets that have been established, I think we really need to get out there and start trying things rather than taking that additional time to litigate.
From your perspective, you'd prefer to get notices out regarding availability of incentives that come out of budget dollars approved here sooner than next March?
Yes.
Could we go pull up? This is a topic Mr. Gerhardt covered with you. I think it's Exhibit 700 JB3. I hope I noted that correctly when that examination was happening. It was a while ago. And I think the discussion was on page 16 of that document. Okay, and that's thank you. Thanks for directing the text to right where we had the examination previously. The discussion was around this text. We assume that heat pump replacements for ACs ramp up quickly. And by 2030, all ACs are replaced with heat pumps upon failure. Do you remember that discussion with Mr. Gerhardt?
Yes.
And do you remember discussing the background around that your rebuttal testimony noted that the assumptions with regard to policy changes?
Yes.
So that text we just looked at doesn't say anything about when these policy changes that might help drive this 100% replacement. Doesn't say anything about when those policy changes might happen in that period from now to 2030, does it?
It just states that they would take effect in 2029, which means presumably they would need to be adopted prior to that. And as I'm not an expert on appliance standards, but they're, to my understanding, usually implemented at least a couple of years before they take effect in order to give manufacturers and distributors time to adjust.
Well, do you think such policy changes would be more or less likely to drive the replacement level envisioned by this report if those policy changes came in 2025 or in 2030?
I think if the sooner the policy change takes effect, the more likely it is to achieve the 100% market share by 2030, I would say.
Based on, go ahead, sir.
And I'm not sure we can achieve 100% market penetration by 2030 without such a policy change.
Well, that was in fact my very next question as to whether we can get there without a policy change as a driver, whether in your experience we can get to 100% of failing air conditioning units being replaced with heat pumps without this kind of a policy driver.
No, I mean, I agree that a policy like this is very likely to be instrumental if we're to achieve that level of market penetration.
And finally, last topic, I want to go to Mr. Hyatt's examination with you. Do you remember your discussion about the budget amount for beneficial electrification in the PFB portfolio?
Yes.
And he asked you a number of questions suggesting that the $655 million budget would not necessarily have to change. Questions to that effect, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the expression "something's got to give"?
I am.
Okay. But the questions he was asking you basically focused on the notion that PFB assumes a $655 million budget for BE within clean heat, right?
Yes.
But PFB assumes a different trajectory for a BE budget in the traditional SI context than was assumed in the company's APP portfolio, correct?
Correct.
So if that trajectory for ever increasing dollars within the conventional SI budget for beneficial electrification, if that doesn't materialize, what will happen?
Then I think there would be a gap in that to the extent funding is not approved through SI that the PFB has assumed, then there will not be adequate funding to drive the achievement that PFB anticipates. Either that, or there will be a need to find that money somewhere and have to come in and address budgets.
Because of that trajectory in the traditional SI budget does not materialize in aggregate, counting the total BE dollars from clean heat and SI, there'll be fewer dollars than prognosticated by the PFB portfolio, right?
Right. I mean, the PFB budgets were built up by estimating the cost necessary to drive the achievements that it is calling for, which is entirely reasonable. But by then removing portions of dollars and saying that the remainder is what's really incremental, that puts a certain amount of importance to the number of dollars that was removed and the assumptions that support their removal.
Do you think fewer dollars spent, and I mean in total now, between clean heat and SI on beneficial electrification, do you think fewer dollars spent means a lower rate of BE adoption?
I think to a degree, yes. I think there is definitely going to be a correlation between achievement and spending. I think it's on the company to make sure that we maximize through smart program design the amount of achievement that we can get for any given dollar. But that and so it's hard to say, spending $100 million is going to necessarily drive less results than spending $103 million. But when you start seeing much larger discrepancies, then I think it becomes pretty reasonable to expect that lower spending will mean lower achievement.
So when I ask you something's got to give, what I meant was, would you agree that that means either more dollars will have to be spent to drive that level of electrification and emissions reductions, or in the alternative, the projected emissions reductions from PFB simply won't materialize?
I would agree.
And same basic question with regard to the questions Mr. Hyatt put to you. PFB assumes, in essence, that 94 cents on the dollar of the budget for beneficial electrification will go to actual incentives to customers, right?
Yes.
And you offered an opinion that you think, in your experience, that might be too high a figure in terms of the ratio of a dollar that will actually go towards a customer incentive.
Yes, I think that's considerably out of line with, as I noted in my testimony, both the experience of some of the other programs that were pointed to as models, such as that in Maine, as well as the expectation of administrative spending under IRA. It's also very different from the allocation of funds between incentives and non-incentive spending that we see in the company's own portfolios.
So if only 70 cents on the dollar is able to go to incentives as opposed to 94 cents on the dollar as envisioned by PFB, what happens?
I think it depends on where the money goes. That is to say, part of the reason I'm concerned about the 6% administrative adder that was used for PFB is that I'm not sure that would give us enough remaining funding. I don't know that 6% is enough to do the kinds of market transformation activities that we all agree are going to be essential to driving this participation. It may be that by allocating 30% of portfolio spending to non-incentive activity, you could get there with that lower incentive amount. But that remains to be seen. And as we were saying, when we're talking about broad swath kind of differences, the more you spend on incentives, there is definitely going to be a correlation there.
So if lower incentives lead to lower adoption of BE, that means within the PFB, there'll be more emissions than that portfolio envisioned, correct?
All else being equal, yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roselli. Mr. Mark, thank you for your testimony, sir. You are excused.
Thanks very much.
Good afternoon. All right, I think we're gonna do it. Looks to me like we got just enough time. I think that is it for the company's witnesses, correct, Mr. Roselli?
Yeah, that is it for the company's witnesses. I'm gonna kill my sound and go back to Mr. Larson.
Okay. Thank you. All right, with that, let's turn it over to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner. Staff would call witness Eric Hagland.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Hagland.
Good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And is anyone with you as you testify today?
I have to admit that my dog just wandered in here, but other than her, I am by myself.
All right, I hope your dog didn't memorize the answers to all the questions you don't know are coming, but and is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
And if any of that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may put your hand down. Back to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagland. Would you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Eric, E-R-I-C, Hagland, H-A-G-L-U-N-D.
And where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a senior economist at the Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding what's been marked as hearing exhibit 1300?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in that testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
And so I just have one housekeeping measure from the first day. So can we bring up what's been marked as hearings at 1305 in staff's box folder, please? I'm not seeing. Oh, sorry. Got ahead of myself there. And Mr. Hagland, do you recognize this this discovery response here?
Yes.
And it indicates you were the sponsor. Were you the sponsor of this discovery response?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner, I would move to have this admitted into the record, please.
Mr. Larson?
So staff has not consulted with us about this. I'm trying to understand how it's appropriate at this point to move in one of Mr. Hagland's own discovery responses prior to him being subject to any kind of examination.
And if I may respond, Commissioner, I This document, we used this document on Monday on our cross of Mr. Eiley. And in order to get it into the record, I wanted to make sure to be able to lay the foundation that Mr. Haglund was indeed the sponsor for this discovery response. I'm happy to allow you time to review it, and I can move for the admission later. It's up to you.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, and then we can take this down then. Thank you. And then Commissioner, I just wanted to clarify. I believe now that the company has done, it's my understanding that staff would be asked to provide 5 to 10 minutes of live direct regarding the company's flex plan portfolio. Would you like us to do that at this time?
Yeah, certainly at your discretion, you are able to provide up to 10 minutes of direct testimony regarding the flex plan.
Okay, sure. I just have a couple of questions, and I should not take the full 5 to 10 minutes. Mr. Haglund, are you familiar with what has been referred to as the flex plan portfolio proposed in the company's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And what is staff's position on this proposal?
Staff does not support this proposal.
And can you offer any explanation as to why staff does not support the proposal?
Yes, I would say broadly, staff has 2 main areas of concern. The first is that this proposal has insufficient structure around it to provide this kind of flexibility sort of midway through a process as the company has proposed it. It's not clear to me what limitations would apply to what the company could propose to do with what I'll call the flex budget, in their proposal $119 million that is held back and released at that time. I've seen the company compare this proposal. I don't recall right now if this is in testimony or in a discovery response that I saw, but I've seen the company compare this to the phase 2 ERP process. I would note that the reason there is a lot of structure around the phase 2 process in an ERP, in part because phase 1 happens, which sort of sets a lot of the parameters for that. I don't see anything like that level of structuring or sort of a prior commission decision framing up exactly what's going to be considered with the flexible portion of the budget in this proposal. So the first area of concern is that lack of structure. The second broad area of concern is the lack of opportunity for review by parties other than the company. So the fact that other parties wouldn't have discovery over this proposal, that there would be insufficient time to review it. The timeline contemplated is pretty short. And that we're always concerned about the asymmetry of information between utilities and non-utility parties in terms of what they're proposing and what they might have in mind with such proposals, that especially on sort of an expedited basis like this, the lack of opportunity for other parties to really vet and review and try to highlight important aspects of the proposal for the commission is a real source of a concern. So overall, at a high level, staff is just uncomfortable with the lack of structure and opportunity for review around the proposed process, especially when that is applied to such a large amount of money. $119 million is quite a large amount to be subject to such a loosely defined and process characterized by few opportunities for review by other parties.
Commission were to decide to accept the flex portfolio or some version of it, does staff have any recommendations?
so the last part of your
Didn't get the
question.
last part of your answer, sir. Can you cut out?
I apologize. I believe I was having a connection issue. The last part I said there was if the commission decides to accept the flex portfolio proposal or some version of it, does staff have any recommendations regarding how the proposal might be improved? Apologies.
Yes, I would recommend, if the commission is interested in approving some version of this portfolio, that it provide as much structure as possible, that it specify exactly how much money is subject to this flex option, and that also there's nothing inherent in the value, the dollar value that the company has proposed. This is kind of the difference between several proposals in the company's case, but the commission could choose to flex fewer dollars than what the company is proposing. I would also recommend that the commission reduce the options available to the company to the fewest it's comfortable with. So I think it would go a long way to establish that there are a limited number of options that the company could propose under its flex proposal for the use of that held back money.
And finally, do you have any additional comments that you wish to provide at this time regarding the flex proposal?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Haglund. Commissioner, that concludes our live direct on the flex proposal. And given that is the case, Mr. Haglund is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Appreciate you being concise. Next we have Conservation Coalition for 25 minutes, Mr. Gerhardt.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, Mr. Haglund. I'm Matt Gerhardt. I represent the Conservation Coalition. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
So I'll be asking you questions about your answer testimony. To begin, do you recall stating in your answer testimony that the safest option is for the commission to approve a budget that does not exceed the cost cap?
I do recall that. I think I meant safest in the sense of requiring fewer additional findings in order to make sure that the commission was complying with the statutory language.
Okay. As far as you're aware, the only portfolio in the record that does not exceed the cost cap would be the company's cost target portfolio. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as far as you're aware, the company estimates that the cost target portfolio would not achieve the 2030 emissions target. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, are you aware that the cost target portfolio is estimated to achieve only around 25% of the emissions reductions needed to meet the 2030 target?
I'm not aware of that figure exactly or where it comes from.
Ms. Kunkel, would you be able to pull up hearing exhibit 117, please? Great. Would you please scroll to page 45? Great. So, Mr. Haglund, if you look at the cost target portfolio, which is at the top of that figure, it shows an emissions reduction through 2030 of around 500,000 metric tons. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And that's well shy of that dotted vertical line showing the emissions reduction target. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any basis for disputing this estimate of how the cost target portfolio compares to the emission target?
No.
Okay. Ms. Kunkel, we can take that down. Thank you. Mr. Haglund, staff did not present its own portfolio in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Has staff presented any analysis showing that it would be possible to meet the 2030 emission target if spending were limited to the cost cap for this clean heat plan?
No.
Okay. I want to switch gears to the issue of mitigating rate impacts to income qualified customers. So do you recall the discussion in your answer testimony generally around whether the company's portfolios contain provisions for mitigating rate increases to income qualified customers?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to read any of the cross-answer testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that some interveners proposed using the percentage of income repayment program to mitigate rate increases from whatever the commission approves here?
I'm aware of some of that testimony, and I did respond to a discovery request regarding that testimony to the Conservation Coalition.
Sure. I'm happy to pull that up if it's helpful. I was thinking we could ask questions here, and if you want me to pull it up, I can. But
and Mr. Gerhardt, I would prefer if we could bring that up just to make sure that just to see that, if that's okay. Appreciate it.
Certainly. So Ms. Kunkel, there should be a document in our box folder with staff's response to, I believe it's CC 1-1.
I see it in your box folder, but it's not labeled with any exhibit number or header.
Yes, I wasn't planning on introducing it as an exhibit. If staff would prefer that we do that, we can certainly relabel it and move for admission of it later. But I was thinking we could at least just use it as a demonstrative here. Thank you. So Mr. Haglund, this is a discovery response that you sponsored, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the question posed here was regarding staff's position on whether expanding enrollment in the PIP program, in your opinion, would qualify as mitigating rate increases to IQ customers. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so what I was responding to, the question asked whether staff considered the testimonies cited in the question to be to constitute mitigation of rate increases for IQ customers. That may not be the exact wording, but that was the gist of it. I felt like the pointing to expansion of the PIP program was a positive direction, but I didn't consider any of the testimonies I saw in that to be sufficiently detailed or ambitious with regard to the magnitude of the expansion of that program that I would think it would really do much to mitigate the types of rate increases that are likely to result from a larger clean heat plan.
Okay. And my understanding from this discovery response is that if the company were to demonstrate a 10% year-over-year increase in PIP enrollment, that in your opinion, that without asking you to give a legal opinion, in your opinion, that would be mitigation of rate increases affecting income qualified customers. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I offered this as something of a straw proposal for the commission to consider in the interest of trying to be responsive to what these other parties had put in their cross answer. So to me, 10% year-over-year increase would be a good goal to shoot for.
Okay. Commissioner Gilman, I would propose that we can relabel this as a hearing exhibit. I can email it out to counsel for the parties, and then perhaps later I can come back and move for its submission, if that works for you.
Yeah, yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, looking at your box, it looks like this would be 605 possibly.
I believe that's correct. I would need to double check after this,
Okay.
but that sounds right.
Okay.
Yep, just bring it back up or remind me whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Mr. Smith, does that work for you?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. So you're not moving for admission at this time. You're going to bring it up later to admit at that time.
Yes. Yeah. Do you have any
Okay.
concerns with that?
I was just going to note for the record, staff's objections that were recorded in this discovery response, but subject to those objections. No, we have no objection to it being admitted.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Kunkel, we can take this down. I don't have any further questions on that. Mr. Haglund, just a few more questions on the issue of the cost cap. My understanding of your answer testimony is that your opinion was that the commission has discretion to make findings on the first two factors regarding exceeding the cost cap. Do you recall that?
I think the commission likely has discretion to make findings well beyond those first two, but I thought that those were less specific than the third and fourth conditions that I raised.
Okay. And then just turning to the fourth factor, do you recall generally talking about the fourth statutory factor, which you discuss as being whether the portfolio has benefits that exceed its costs?
I do recall that, but if we're going to discuss this in more detail, I'd appreciate if we could bring that up to look at the language.
Okay. Well, I just have one additional question on this. So perhaps we won't need to bring it up, but we certainly can, which is, did you or any other staff witness present your own cost benefit analysis of portfolios?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you for your time, Mr. Haglund.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt. Hi, sweet, 15 minutes, Mr. Hyatt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Haglund. I will be asking you questions this afternoon on behalf of SWEEP. And I'd like to start by following up on your discussion just now with Mr. Gerhardt about staff's position that the commission should be cautious about approving a clean heat portfolio that exceeds the cost cap. So I realize you're not a lawyer, and I'm not asking you to offer a legal opinion, but are you generally aware that the overall purpose of the clean heat statute is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from gas utilities?
You know, I'm sure at some point I read the legislative declaration. I'm not recalling exactly what it's in there. I would accept that that's at least one of the purposes.
And doesn't the clean heat statute set specific emission reduction targets for 2025 and 2030? Those targets are based on and compared to a 2015 emissions baseline. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware that it sets a cost cap.
Did you happen to hear my cross-examination of Mr. Eiley on Monday afternoon?
Yes.
So are you aware then that the company projects that its cost target portfolio would increase greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 compared to the 2015 baseline?
I do recall some of your questions on that topic. I don't remember exactly what information was presented there.
If in fact the evidence here shows that the cost target portfolio would increase emissions compared to that 2015 baseline, would staff still continue to recommend the commission approve a clean heat plan that does not exceed the cost cap?
And I will object just on that. Appears to be a speculative question.
Say it again, Mr. Hyatt, just so I can have it fresh.
Sure. So Mr. Haglund, well, I can rephrase this easier.
Okay, that's easier for me. Thanks.
So Mr. Haglund, you acknowledge you heard my cross-examination of Mr. Eiley on Monday, right?
Yes.
So did you hear the questions and the answers that established that the cost target portfolio would increase emissions in 2030 compared to the 2015 baseline? Did you hear that testimony?
I believe that's an accurate rendering of Mr. Eiley's testimony. Yes.
Does that testimony change staff's recommendation on whether the commission should approve a clean heat plan that does not exceed the cost cap?
I want to say that I believe you're slightly mischaracterizing the actual recommendation I made, which is I've offered caution about the commission approving a portfolio or a budget that exceeds the cost cap. And I've recommended a sort of prioritization that they first decide on a budget and then select the resources they would like after that. It's not precisely, and it's my understanding of the statute, my non-legal understanding of the statute, that they would have to make additional findings in order to do so. So I don't believe that I specifically recommended that they don't, I didn't recommend a specific budget or a budget amount, but it's my understanding that it would require additional findings to approve a budget that exceeds the cost cap.
Okay. So to move forward, is it fair to say the cost cap issue is a central component of staff's advocacy in this case?
It is, because it's my understanding, based on my reading of the plain language of the statute, that the commission could only approve a portfolio exceeding the cost cap if it met these other conditions. There was no comparable language that the commission could only approve a portfolio that did not meet the emissions targets if it met certain conditions.
Okay, let's talk then a little bit about how to calculate cost cap. If you could please pull up here in Exhibit 1300, which is Mr. Haglund's answer testimony. You can go to page 16. Scroll down on line 17 here. And Mr. Haglund, can you see it in this answer from your testimony beginning on line 17? You quote the relevant statutory language regarding the cost cap, correct?
Yes.
And if we scroll, actually you can see it here, but down on the next page on page 17, line 1, as you explain here, after the comma, the statute states that the commission shall establish a cost cap that is 2.5% of annual gas bills for all full service customers as a whole. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you agree with the company's methodology for calculating that cost cap. And you agree that the cost cap is approximately $34 million per year?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And isn't it the case that under the company's approach for calculating the cost cap, Public Service calculated 2.5% of the forecasted gas sales revenues for each year?
Yes, that's my understanding of how that's how I also would have calculated 2.5% of annual gas bills for full service customers.
You're aware, aren't you, that some aspects of the company's proposal would spread out the clean heat costs over multiple years, including beyond the 5-year life of this plan, such as rebate amortization? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And under the company's proposal, some aspects of the plan would have the effect of reducing the impact to customers' annual gas bills for the years 2024 to 2028 then, wouldn't they?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure, and I'll slightly rephrase. Rebate amortization. If the company approves that, that would have the effect of reducing the impact to customers' annual gas bills for the years 2024 to 2028, wouldn't it?
I can only answer that by asking compared to what? Increasing it compared to what?
Compared to a scenario where there was no rebate amortization.
So assuming in that scenario that the full value of the rebate was expensed in the year it was issued, it would reduce the upfront cost at the expense of the total cost.
And for the years covered by this plan, which are 2024 to 2028, it would reduce customer costs in those years, correct?
That would depend on the amortization period and whether the commission authorized a return on the rebate.
And the company and staff also propose to collect some electrification costs from electric customers, right?
Yes.
And those clean heat costs would appear in a customer's electric bill and not their gas bill, right?
Yes.
So if you were to calculate the cost cap based on how the clean heat plan impacts the annual gas bills for all full service customers, you might get a different result than if you calculate the cost cap based on 2.5% of annual revenues, wouldn't you?
Well, doing that would be calculating something like a bill impact cap or a rate impact cap, but not a cost cap, which is what is specified in the statute. I'm looking at the total cost of the plan.
And as we discussed earlier, if you look on page 17 here, the relevant statutory language talks about establishing a cost cap that applies to annual gas bills, correct?
Are you talking about the quote, the 2.5% of annual gas bills is the basis on which the cost cap is calculated? Yes.
Okay. To hopefully make this a little less abstract, if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 101 now, just Mr. Eiley's direct testimony. Can you go to page 130, please? Sorry, 130. All right, so Mr. Hagman, do you see this figure JWI D6, which shows the clean heat plan natural gas average rate impacts?
Yes, I see that.
So looking at this figure, can you see the cost target portfolio is in gray here?
Yes.
And to be clear, this figure represents the company's initial direct case and its cost recovery assumptions. So the actual bill impacts the company's rebuttal position may be different in this figure. Can you agree to that?
Yes, but I want to clarify that these are rate impacts, not bill impacts.
Okay. So looking at the vertical y-axis in this figure, isn't the rate impact each year for the cost target portfolio substantially less than 2.5%?
So I think you're conflating two things. The cost cap is a dollar amount targeted based on annual gas bills. Rate impacts is part of different statutory language about mitigation of rate increases. So the mitigation of rate increases does not specify anything about 2.5%. The 2.5% applies to the calculation of the total cost cap.
So doesn't this figure show in gray the cost target portfolio? The rate impacts of that portfolio, according to the company's projections, would be less than 2%, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hagel. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Thanks, Mr. Hyatt. Let me get us. Next up, we have got Public Service Company, unless I'm wrong. I think I'm right.
I think you're right too. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Haglund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
For the record, I'm Matt Larson. I represent Public Service. I just have a few questions for you this afternoon. You filed answer and cross answer testimony in this case, isn't that true?
I didn't file cross answer.
You did not file cross answer. So what date you file your answer testimony? Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall off the top of my head. I could look at the testimony if you'd like.
What was the date on the discovery response that you were just discussing with Mr. Gerhardt? You recall that?
It was late February, but it was after the filing date of cross answer testimony.
Would it surprise you if the date of that discovery response was provided on or about March 6th, 2024?
That'd be that sounds right.
Last Wednesday.
Yeah.
So the way that the PIP program works, the company has a maximum that it can charge on customer bills for the PIP program. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And that value is $1 and is set by commission rules. Isn't that true?
You're talking, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the previous question. What I understood your question to be previously was asking about, it was a maximum for someone enrolled in the PIP program. The maximum amount they could be charged is based on a percentage of their income. That's the maximum amount that I understood you to be asking about.
And then there's $1 on customer bills that go towards funding the PIP program, right?
Yes.
So under your, and I think you referred to it as a straw proposal, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the way that would work is the company could proceed with a portfolio above the cost cap that's under Senate Bill 264 or the Clean Heat statute. But if the company was not adding 10% year over year, then the costs in excess of the cost cap would all be disallowed. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it would provide a strong incentive for the company and other parties to help increase PIP enrollment.
So let's take, for example, in the flex base portfolio. Are you familiar with that portfolio?
At a high level, I'm familiar with it, yes.
So in 2028, the total program budget for that is about $188 million. That number sound right to you?
Could you bring that up and show it to me?
Subject to check, $190 million. I don't have an exact site for it.
Okay. Subject to tech, that's fine.
And then the cost target in a given year is about $40 million. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it depends on the availability of the incentives, but there was sort of the 34 million or 34 I just discussed with Mr. Hyatt, plus some IRA incentives that were also available that would expand the headroom there.
Right. So in that particular year, if just by one customer, the company failed to increase PIP enrollments, the company would get an automatic disallowance of $140 million. Isn't that true?
That's the proposal.
And from staff's perspective, that's a fair proposal and a good implementation of clean heat policy.
Objection, argumentative.
I'll withdraw the question. We have nothing else from Mr. Haglund.
Thanks, Mr. Larson. Okay, on to Commission and Council.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. Commissioner Plant.
I don't have any questions either.
Hi, Mr. Haglund.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman.
I was so concerned if we'd finished before 5, and look at us now. Okay. I have a couple questions for you. With regard to the essentially seeing increased PIP enrollment as a reasonable mitigation strategy for IQ customer rates. Just curious, do you see that on and I'm not sure this was specified, it might already be, but do you see that as increased enrollment of PIP on the electric side, on the gas side, or on both?
I believe my thought was that it would be both. I don't believe it's specified in that discovery response.
Okay. Does staff have kind of other suggestions on rate mitigation, notwithstanding portfolio selection and total budget, which I understand is necessary, but in terms of like actual strategies targeted at income qualified customers, does staff have any other concepts on what appropriate mitigation might be?
We really, I don't, thinking very specifically about mitigating rate increases, which is the language I was responding to, I think it's really difficult. I understand a lot of other parties had offered suggestions in terms of targeted spending, and you discussed earlier whether on-bill financing could play a role in this. And I think when you're really focused on rate increases, it's very difficult. And this is clearly an issue that precedes this case. But I think it's been staff's position in a number of proceedings that the way to think about rate relief for income qualified is through the actual affordability programs that mitigate rate increases, that reduce the rates, that the solution is not on the spending side. And that among existing programs, PIP is the best we have. And I understand it would be very difficult for the company to offer new programs because the company is generally not in the business of verifying incomes.
Okay, got it. Those are my only questions. Back to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Haglund, I think I have roughly 2 redirect questions here, so I'll try to keep this very brief. Do you recall a few minutes ago a conversation with Mr. Gerhardt regarding staff presenting or not presenting a portfolio in testimony?
Yes.
And was staff under any obligation to present any alternative portfolios in this proceeding?
No.
And is it general procedure for staff to make the company's case for it?
It's not. And I think sort of in the context of alternative portfolio presentation, I think, one thing I was trying to suggest with my recommendation that the commission focus on approving a budget and then focus on the resources it wanted to use was that these portfolios are all very helpful in terms of thinking through sort of a range of options and weighing some alternatives. I think especially as it pertains to demand side resources, which make up the majority of emissions reductions in all the portfolios, there are such huge uncertainties around what's going to happen there that it's kind of an exercise in false precision to select a portfolio as if this is the amount of emissions reductions we're going to achieve through demand side resources, because the level of uptake is very uncertain and is going to require a lot of experimentation and adjustments. So part of my recommendation was intended to be recommending the commission focus its attention on exactly what it can control, which is the budget, and not what it can't control, which is how much uptake of the demand side resources there might be.
Thank you. And then, do you recall your conversation with Mr. Hyatt, in which there was a discussion about rate impacts and bill impacts? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And just for the record, could you just briefly describe the difference between what's referred to as rate impacts and what's referred to as bill impacts? I know that's a loaded question, but if you could just give us a brief description.
So generally speaking, a bill impact is over some period of time, the dollar amount that a customer pays on their bill. So it's, the typically, in simplified case, the rate multiplied by the volume. Rate impacts refer to changes in the actual rate that the company is going to be charged as a result in other funding levels or throughput or the other things that go into calculation of the rate. So they're two distinct concepts. They're both relevant, but they are different. I would say generally staff's focus here, not only because of the statute, but because of the evidence presented, staff has really focused on rate impacts. I would encourage the commissioners to look at, there was a discussion several days ago about attachment JWI that has a lot of the sort of long-term rate impact calculations. And I would really like to draw the commissioners' attention to the tab in that spreadsheet that's labeled total system cost and average rates. A lot of what's really eye-catching when you look at some of the graphs is the real tail end, the 2040, 2050 spike in rates. But even within the time period that we're talking about here, by 2028, 2030, you're looking at 40 or 50% rate increases under many of these portfolios. Of course, it depends on the inputs you put into that spreadsheet, but significant, fairly near-term rate increases. And that's really being driven more by the reduction of throughput than the spending level. So if the clean heat plans are successful, as everyone wants them to be, the drop in throughput is going to drive rates higher. And that's something that I'm concerned that the rate impacts inherent in this whole endeavor are getting short shrift. And I would really hope the commission would take a close look at that and think about that in its decisions in this proceeding.
Great. I think that's all of the questions I have. Mr. Haglund, I appreciate your time today. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Hagland. Appreciate your time, and you are free to go.
Thank you.
Dismissed, whatever I said the other times. Excused. Just making it up. Okay, excellent. I think that I will try and get on Sufiani because I think it's gonna work time-wise. So Mr. Smith, if you can get Mr. Sufiani here. I did just want to let you all know too, I had was still considering if I would question Lemaire from staff. I'm not going to, so he can be removed from the list or excused. I think I was the lone holdout on that one. And then one other was Addison from CEO. I also don't need witness Addison, so she may be excused as well from our list of witnesses, just to help everyone else's planning for the future days. But I would like to continue to retain WRA witness Billback, even though Commissioner Plant gave up. I have not given up.
I could always change my mind.
Well,
as long as you're not.
You're in luck. Dr. Billback will stay on the list. So just wanted to give those clarifications because I've forgotten at every other witness changeover to tell those. So intended to tell them now. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Smith. Unless Ms. McDonald, did you have something for us to get to?
I just wanted to let Mr. Shea know then, should I just plan on him being first witness up tomorrow morning, just to let him know time planning wise?
That's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then that order I talked about before, this will probably put Copeland a little bit before her availability window. So we will just skip Copeland until that 11 o'clock time frame or thereafter.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Sufiani. Could you please state and spell your name?
Hold on, I think just call him up.
Apologies. Staff would call Mr. Sufiani.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sufiani.
Hello, good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
All right, over to you, Mr. Smith. Now you can go.
I got a little ahead of myself. Now, good afternoon, Mr. Sufiani. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Sina Sufiani. First name is spelled S-E-I-N-A. Last name is spelled S-O-U-F-I-A-N-I.
And where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Public Utilities Commission of the state of Colorado, and I am the section chief of the engineering section and fixed utilities.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding what has been marked as hearing exhibit 1301?
I did.
And if I asked you the same questions contained in that testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Commissioner Gilman, Mr. Sufiani stands ready for cross.
Excellent, thank you. And I think Mr. Roselli's here because I think it's only public service here, right?
I think you're right.
Okay.
As Mr. Larson likes to say.
Go ahead. I was just looking up your timing, but you probably already know it. 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're good. And I'm guessing Mr. Sufiani appreciates the opportunity to get done after sitting and waiting all day. Good afternoon, Mr. Sufiani. My name's Philip Roselli. I'm counsel for Public Service Company. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm well. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. I want to talk about hydrogen. You, in your answer testimony, which was hearing exhibit 1301, you oppose, staff opposed, you opposed the company's original proposed residential hydrogen blending demonstration project, right?
That's right.
And I know I've seen your name on the board, so I think you may have sat in on some of the testimony from the case. I'm assuming you've read some of the rebuttal testimony. You understand the company has come up with a kind of an augmented proposal on its hydrogen blending to now put first in queue a couple of different approaches to blending demonstration.
Yes.
Okay, and there's two components. One is a hydrogen blending demonstration the company would undertake on a company facility, and the other is a blending demonstration that the company would undertake with a commercial partner who wants to partner with the company and receive that hydrogen, right?
That's right.
Is it safe to assume you still oppose those hydrogen blending demonstration initiatives as the two I just described?
I think they're comparatively better than the initial proposal, but I think I'm still stuck on the fact that, in my testimony, I stated a quote from the Commission's strategic issues proceeding where they said that the Colorado legislature passed several laws to limit gas infrastructure investment and prioritize BE. So I think my general concern with hydrogen in general is if, as the company said in their direct testimony, this is a prudent first step to put potential broader scale deployment of hydrogen. I think there may be a contradiction there, which the commission would have to look into, because, if the legislature has passed statutes to prioritize BE adoption and limit investments in the gas system, we're just generally, that's what gives staff some concern.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear we're at least comparatively better than the original proposed project. I mean, you understand the limited scope nature of these two new proposals, right?
Yes, I understand they're limited, yes.
Those demonstration projects in and of themselves aren't going to expand any company infrastructure, are they?
I'm not sure about the first two. I think WRA raised some interesting points about the original proposal related to some infrastructure costs not being included in hydrogen modeling. But I understand that's generally separate from the blending demonstration.
Okay, you understand the blending demonstration are small scale projects, right?
They're comparatively small, yes.
Okay, well, let's go back and focus. In your answer testimony, I'm just going to walk through them. You raised 5 reasons that you had concerns about the blending demonstration as proposed. Is that fair?
Yes.
And we'll go to your testimony whenever you want. Happy to do that. The first concern you raised is that, in your estimation, that project was premature. Fair?
Yes, due to the ongoing rulemaking for hydrogen.
Right, and I want to talk a little bit about that. Your concern was that the blending project was premature. That was grounded in a statute that you cited, House Bill 23-1281, and then some commission proceedings that followed from that, right?
That's right.
So let's go to our box exhibit 146, which should be that same statute, House Bill 23-1281. And it is. And we'll just hold on that page for the time being. So you cited this statute in your testimony. You've read it, I assume?
Generally at a high level, I'm familiar, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of anything in this statute, House Bill 23-1281, that provided direction from the legislature that we should put a hold on using clean hydrogen and clean heat plants?
No, I think the clean heat plans have green hydrogen as a enumerated resource for clean heat, but I don't think this, I guess I'm not sure. Could you rephrase?
Well, this statute you just told me, and that's correct, that the clean heat statute itself, a different statute, identifies green hydrogen as a clean heat resource. That's right, right?
Yes.
Nothing in this statute changed that, right?
No.
Are you aware of anything in this House Bill 23-1281 that restricted or limited the ability of an LDC to propose a hydrogen demonstration project as part of a clean heat application as the company has done here?
No, I just, like I said in my testimony, I think it'd be good to establish rules and processes and procedures for clean hydrogen in the rulemaking that's in this bill.
Okay, but nothing in this bill that, to your knowledge, says it would be inappropriate or impermissible for a company to propose as a first step to do a hydrogen blending demonstration project.
That's right.
If we can scroll down, I want to get to kind of the top of page 3. There's a section identified as 2A, so we can keep scrolling. Unfortunately, these statutes, as they're codified on the legislature's website, don't come with pages. So keep going down. Have we hit page 3 there? Yes, we have. And I want to focus on 2A there, kind of at the very top. Do you see that it starts, paragraph 2 starts by stating that the General Assembly therefore declares that the state law should do certain things. Do you see that?
I do.
And one of the things is prepare for various methods to advance the use of clean hydrogen in the state, right?
I see that, yes.
So the statute's about the advancement of the use of clean hydrogen in the state, amongst other things. Wouldn't you agree?
That is what it says here, yes.
In your discussion of these commission proceedings that flowed from this House Bill 23-1281, they include an I docket, an investigative docket, and an M docket or a miscellaneous docket. Those have both been initiated now, right?
They have.
And then you focused and pivoted to a rulemaking that's called out by the statute. That rulemaking hasn't been initiated yet. Is that right?
Right. We are in the pre-rulemaking phase right now.
And what your argument is that we should wait on these dockets to complete, these commission dockets, and in particular wait for the rulemaking before the company should be permitted to proceed with the blending demonstration project. Is that fair?
Generally, yes. I think it's helpful for the commission to establish certain guardrails and rules and processes around clean hydrogen before such a project.
Let's go ahead and pull up your answer testimony. We're going to pivot back and forth between the statute and your testimony, which is 1301. And I want to go to page 27, please, around line 17. Oh, and I've got the wrong page there, so I'll move ahead. It's not that one, but I want to go back. Actually, let's go back to the statute, if you could back up, please. 146. My apologies. So, House Bill 23-1281 talks about clean hydrogen projects, right?
Yes.
And I want to go to, and again, the lack of pages make this somewhat challenging, but basically the top of page 3, 42-138, right about there. And you see that the header there in bold starts out by saying that that provision of the statute is about projects for the production of clean hydrogen, right?
I see that, yes.
And the statute defines what a clean hydrogen project is, doesn't it?
Looks like towards the bottom there.
Right. What part are you looking at, sir?
Looks like B2.
B2 or B1?
Oh, sorry, B1.
Could you read that, please?
Clean hydrogen project means a project that results in the production of clean hydrogen by an investor-owned utility.
So that's what this statute's about. Clean hydrogen projects, right?
Yes, the statute is generally about clean hydrogen, yes.
And you understand that the company's proposed demonstration projects do not relate to the production of green hydrogen, right?
Well, I think they're going to, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to use either green or blue hydrogen, which I'm sure is going to be produced somewhere.
Well, potentially, but the purpose of the project, you read the company's proposal for each of these projects, right?
Right.
Company's not proposing to do a project to produce hydrogen, is it?
No, I see the distinction you're making there. Yes.
Okay, they're proposing a project to demonstrate the use of hydrogen on their system.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the company's not proposing a clean heat project as that's identified in this statute, is it?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it that way, I understand your point. I do think that the general clean hydrogen rulemaking would be informative, even if it's the use of clean hydrogen.
Well, the commission's already had a rulemaking on clean heat plans, specific to clean heat plans, hasn't it?
Specific to clean heat plans, yes.
And this is a clean heat plan proceeding.
Yes, it is.
And this is not a proceeding about the production of clean hydrogen or clean hydrogen products, is it? Or projects, I should say. My apologies.
I mean, I'm not sure, but the portfolios, and my understanding is there's hydrogen in the portfolios, but based on what you're saying in the demonstration project, that it's not the production of hydrogen rather than the use. I understand that distinction.
Sure, we agree the company's not proposing a project to show how it can itself produce clean hydrogen, right?
Right.
It wants to show it can safely use hydrogen to address some of the concerns that have been raised in this very proceeding, right?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. In your testimony, you noted that, and it's the M docket, I believe, not the I docket, correct me if I'm wrong, but the M docket has been identified as kind of a pre-rulemaking docket to gather information that will eventually funnel into this rulemaking.
I think that's right.
Okay. And in your testimony, you noted that the rules you're talking about, this rulemaking, the legislature requires the commission to adopt these rules related to clean hydrogen projects no later than January 1st, 2028, right?
That's right.
So this future rulemaking, by definition, may not be completed until January 1st, 2028.
At the latest, right.
So your position at the end is that the company's proposed hydrogen demonstration project, which isn't a hydrogen production project, needs to wait on a rulemaking that may not be completed until 2028?
I mean, it doesn't have to be completed until 2028. I don't know the timeline. It could be completed earlier. I think the commission just has to make a determination whether that rulemaking will be beneficial in setting guardrails for clean hydrogen projects in general, although I understand the distinction you made here.
Sure, it may well set guardrails for clean hydrogen projects, right?
Right.
But it probably won't say anything about demonstration projects like the one the company's proposed.
I'm
Objection, speculation.
I can move on. Your second concern, Mr. Sufiani, is in essence that, well, let's just go actually back to your testimony. Now I will go to the portion on 2717. And here you're saying, in essence, that there are, and I'm just going to read it, beginning on 17, there already, and not all of it, part of it, there already exists a wide range of research and literature on hydrogen blending and safety from projects across the United States as well as other countries. Fair?
Yes.
What you're saying is PSCO might not learn anything new from doing a blending project. It can essentially just rely on this existing research and literature that you described.
No, I do not say they should rely on it solely or that it should obviate the need for, small scale demonstrations. I'm saying that, and I guess I could have written this paragraph better. What I'm saying is the existing literature, which there's a lot of, should inform any blending project related to safety to the, maximum extent practicable. So what I'm saying is, I think non-controversial, just learn as much as you can from the research and apply those lessons learned to any blending project.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. You're not saying that just reading the literature and looking at the studies out there is sufficient.
No.
Your third basis, your third concern that you raised is that there could be some challenges relating to investment that could be required. And we can go to your testimony. Let's go down to 29, lines 5 through 7. Uh, 29, I'm sorry. I think we're in 19.
Sorry, that was me.
That's okay. Is there a line 5 through 7 down there? Yes, there is. Do you see where you're talking about, you're referencing in particular a study sponsored by the California Public Utilities Commission, where you're talking about concerns dealing with the hydrogen and could require potentially significant investment?
Yes, generally.
Okay. But it might not, right? Did you read Mr. Gardner's supplemental direct testimony?
A while back, yes.
Yeah, it probably has been a while. You understand that he addressed the issue of how the company may eventually and initially deploy hydrogen on its system?
Could you say that again? You cut out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Gardner in his supplemental direct testimony described how the company might eventually deploy hydrogen on its system.
Sure, yes.
And you recall he in essence said it's likely not going to be an everything, everywhere, all at once approach. It's going to be more of a targeted approach to specific areas.
Sure, I'll trust that's what he said.
So infrastructure issues can be addressed on a kind of project area or system area by system area basis as the company looks at those issues, right?
Sure, yes.
In fact, there's a rule that requires the company to provide specific information about the compatibility of its system, Rule 4731E1, before it deploys any hydrogen to that area in a clean heat plan. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Did you review or did you listen in to Mr. Gardner's testimony?
I did.
And Mr. Jensen's?
I did.
Okay, so you're familiar that, I mean, there's certainly been discussion about infrastructure concerns and compatibility with hydrogen. That's for sure, right?
Yes.
But Mr. Jensen talked about two particular studies that he cited in his rebuttal testimony, the NEEA study and the high deploy study, that both found that there were no adverse infrastructure interactions with blended hydrogen provided up to 20%, right?
I don't recall those particular studies. I haven't reviewed them, but I do recall him saying that.
Okay, there's a diversity of studies out there. Would you agree with that?
I would, yes.
And some of them have found that hydrogen infrastructure issues, even up to a 20% hydrogen blend, aren't problematic.
I'm sure there's some that say that, yes.
Your fourth reason you identified your concern with blending was, in essence, that the company, there needs to be more engineering and evaluative work done. Is that fair?
I'm seeing this bullet point fourth. Is that further down or?
Let me take you to page, there it is. Yeah, we're right. We're at the right part of the text, beginning on line 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
So your concern is that a variety of safety and engineering concerns have to be thoroughly assessed first. Fair?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
So what you're saying is, in your opinion, the company should do more work around safety and engineering concerns prior to doing any hydrogen blending on its system?
Yeah, I think generally the commission has heard a lot of opposition from stakeholders to this project, and one of the main concerns was safety. And I think this goes back to my point about having the existing literature inform the project to the maximum extent practicable about safety related concerns. So I would say yes.
Okay, wouldn't a hydrogen blending demonstration project be a fairly obvious way to address safety and engineering concerns as a first step?
I'm going to object to that question. It's speculative, and the phrasing was argumentative, frankly.
I can rephrase.
Yeah, rephrase. Thanks, Mr.
Would you agree that a small scale demonstration project to demonstrate how the company can safely blend hydrogen on its system is a reasonable first step to providing or addressing a variety of safety and engineering concerns?
I think the two new proposals in the rebuttal testimony addressed the safety issues, I think, a little better than the direct testimony proposal. Like using a company facility, I think that's, might have less safety concerns there.
Okay.
But I generally, I don't know, I haven't looked at all the studies, but I do think, some of the bullet points I list here are pretty important to make sure there's no significant safety issues.
Well, it's axiomatic that if the company wants to provide blended hydrogen on its system, it has to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree it's better to start with a controlled small scale demonstration project as opposed to rolling it out to the system writ large?
Yeah, and I did, answer some discovery that I do not think that broader scale hydrogen should occur without small scale blending. So
I'm sorry, I overspoke you. Keep going.
No, that's all.
I think you agreed with my question.
Yeah, that's right.
And the last factor you raised with regard to the original proposed project concerned community issues, project outreach, those kinds of factors.
Yes.
But that pertained to the original area where the residential blending project was proposed, right?
Yes, and that stems from some of the written and oral public comments that the commission has received in this proceeding opposing that original demonstration project, the residential.
Sure, but you would agree those concerns drop off here because we're only talking about blending at a company facility and to a commercial partner who actually wants to receive the blended hydrogen, right?
I haven't seen any, public comments regarding those two new proposals. But if that residential project is still happening after the 2026 check-in, I think, public engagement is still required for that, or would be very beneficial for that.
Okay, sure. But focusing on what the company's proposing to do right now, if it's sending blended hydrogen to itself at a company facility and a commercial partner who actually wants to receive that blended hydrogen, the concerns that the recipient of the blended hydrogen is perhaps unwilling, those concerns fall away, don't they?
Yes, and I have not seen public comments opposing or related to safety issues for the two new initiatives in the rebuttal testimony.
Well, fair enough. I have no further questions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roselli. Okay, on to Commission Council.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. I don't have any questions for Mr. Sufiani.
Okay, Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions either.
Also have no questions, so
Great.
we're through you. You may be excused, Mr. Cipriani. Appreciate your time.
I'm sorry, Commissioner
Oh,
Gilman.
yeah. You're right. You're not.
I
You're
promise
still
I don't
here.
have much redirect.
You're still under oath. I was just getting Mr. Smith back for when he tried to skip me before. So
That's right. That's right.
Mr. Smith.
One good turn deserves another.
We're back to you. Redirect.
Thank you. And Mr. Sufiani, I think I only have a couple of questions here. And Mr. Roselli asked you about existing research regarding literature regarding the hydrogen blending project. Do you have anything that you would like to clarify about your response regarding that?
Yeah, like I said to him, I think what I was trying to say there is that the existing research should really inform the project as much as possible related to safety issues. That's generally what I was saying. I was not intending to say, and I did not say in my testimony that that literature is sufficient.
Okay, and then Mr. Roselli also asked you several questions regarding safety and engineering and investment challenges. And I believe at one point you indicated that even though this is a demonstration project, that hydrogen would still have to be obtained from somewhere. Is that am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that hydrogen will need to be produced and obtained somewhere.
And would you say that the obtaining of that hydrogen and the hydrogen demonstration project, are those interlinked concerns potentially, or are those siloed issues?
I would think so. I don't think you can just focus on the use of the clean hydrogen and not look at the production of it. I think without the production, you're not going to be able to use it. So I think those are interlinked.
Okay, and then you also raised at one point the point that several stakeholders raised safety concerns. Is that your understanding of this proceeding so far?
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess the final question: does staff consider safety as part of its public interest evaluation when making its recommendations?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Sufiani.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sufiani, now you are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, I think we're gonna call it for today in terms of testimony, unless someone desperately wants to stay later. So just to go over our plan for tomorrow, as Denver Council indicated, we will start with Shay tomorrow. We'll keep moving on the list. Elam, Lush, Billback, Pierce. We're gonna have to skip Copeland for a bit until we get to after 11 o'clock, and just sprinkle in once we get to 11 o'clock. So that is the rough plan for the morning tomorrow. We'll come back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Same place, same time, same Zoom link. Any other questions, changes to cross, anything like that we should take care of before we leave today?
Nothing further from the company, Madam Chair.
Nothing. All right. I noticed difference in how much I can see the buildings behind you, Mr. Larson. So I take it it's back to snowing there.
Yeah, it's still coming down pretty good, Your Honor.
All right. Well,
Going home this evening. Everybody be safe. It's going to be interesting.
I hope y'all make it. Yeah, I thought some people might take it from home, but I was surprised to see y'all there looking like you're in the office. So, okay. Well, excellent. Everyone get home safe if you are traveling. It is like bright sunshine here, I gotta say. Balmy. So good luck with the commute. Everyone drive safely. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.